Yeah, he was a great Nigerian, wasn't he? Yeah. So yeah, what were we talking about? Where do we want to? Where do you guys want to carry on from? We can just.
Can we do Akpabio next?
Oh Jesus Christ, Akpabio! Is that where we are now?
Yeah,
What is
it's one of the major.
Akpabio? Is it?
I
It's
don't
one of the
mind.
main topics he has. It's all. I can start it off for you so you know why he put it up
Okay,
there.
okay.
And
Please go ahead.
it started where they said
If
to him that history will judge
No,
him.
yeah, I came prepared for that. That was my main.
Hmm.
All the other ones. So, so basically, let me give you the prelude to the main dish, right? So
Femi,
let's
sorry.
remember. Yeah,
Femi,
go ahead.
sorry. Can I just plead the indulgence? I know some people leave when Rudolph leaves. That's standard, and that's to be expected. I mean, in the comment section and people listening, I just wanted to clear something quickly before some people leave. I've seen some ignorant comments. I wouldn't dignify the person by mentioning their name. Quite deluded person in the comment section, and I say that with all due disrespect. The person said that Rudolph gets paid and that StreamYard is free. Get some education. Google is free. Do some
I saw that
research.
too.
Not real.
And there are some you
No,
pay
people
for.
don't have sense.
Ovie
They
posts,
don't get sense.
StreamYard. Ovie can tell you for free. So it's not like I'm defending Rudolph, I get a cut or whatever. But someone said Rudolph gets paid. That StreamYard is free. See the level of delusion. Some people will read that and run with it. So I thought I'll correct it quickly. But Femi,
And I think I actually tried to educate him. Yeah, there's a free version that can only take 6 people on the screen. So anywhere you see 9 people, that means the pay version for it.
And you only get 20 hours a month of when it's free.
Before I take you from
Every
here,
month.
it's unfortunate that the internet has a way of educating and miseducating people. It's free. Internet is it's free in terms of you can always go there and Google things, including StreamYard, and it'll give you an idea of how it works. So, but people like to believe. See, I've come to a point where I just feel that, especially when you show face, you're brave enough to show your face. You should be able to just accept people for what they are, because people are always gonna, especially the weaklings. So I don't bother myself. That's why I told him, don't bother yourself, because the more it's almost like you keep foiling them.
Well said.
You keep foiling it. If you don't bother yourself, it's normal.
Femi, sometimes you need to remind them they are idiots.
So you're wasting your time. I'm telling you now, because think of yourself as a public servant. You should be able to take these things. But anyway, to the Akpabio thing. So real quick, for someone that already had been described as being exceptionally corrupt by no less people but American diplomats, it's no surprise that we're at the level at which we find ourselves. Now, recall all the shenanigans that always happens in the prelude to whenever we're trying to appoint the House of Senate's president and whatever. There's always some kind of politicking, which is understandable. It happens everywhere. Recall that at some point, there was a push for the former Zamfara state governor, Yari, to be the Senate presidency. And even the opposition, the PDP and LP, had it in their hands to make anybody but Akpabio be the Senate president. But I guess, like as you can tell right now, they're all complicit, because where all of them now, they're not even acting like opposition. Now, to where we find ourselves right now, I didn't think it was going to take long before we start hearing whisperings. We've been hearing all kind of allegations, all the way down to the fact that he said what he said the other time when they were about to go on recess. Speaking of the fact that he said he had sent some monies to you remember that saga? And of course, there's been all kind of things that have been going on. Now, on the back end, there's been allegations of a lot of problems within the APC ranks.
Where is the noise coming from now?
Within the APC ranks.
Where is the noise coming from?
Regarding starting from,
we are not hearing any noise on this side.
There's no noise, CM. Starting from the appointments in the aftermath of the what happened during because of course, if you recall, the contest between himself and the Yari group, who was basically backed by Orji's or Kalu, because Kalu too had interest, if you recall, and rightfully so in a way, hate him or loathe him. But in the aftermath of that, there was also issues when it came down to when they were supposed to be sharing positions, because that's what happens. And there's always this thing about juicy positions and the not so juicy positions. So when it came to the point where they needed to distribute positions, the juicy positions, including things that have to do with committees that have to do with oil, maybe foreign affairs, if you will, sports, maybe a Greek, and he gave it to those that actually supported him heavily. So most of those that lost out, a lot of them are part of the people that are making so much noises right now. Now, what would interest you is the person that they are pushing out at the face of, because I made some notes, the face of this what's it called? This noise is this senator, the one that slapped someone, the lady the other time, thrice.
Senator Abu.
Elisha Abu.
Abba. He's the face of this thing. And one of the allegations.
Yourself, no be Abba.
Senator Abu.
It's Abu. So among Senator Elisha Cliff Abu, from and it's APC as well. So it's not even an opposition thing. A lot of these things are happening from within. So in addition to the fact that they're alleging that there's lopsidedness in terms of the committee positions, there's also this thing about that came off recently that has to do with the way bills are just being passed. And what will you expect? You've seen all kinds of things that have been happening, whereby it's almost as if they don't even have debates in the House anymore. All you just hear that something has been passed. The only time you seem to have heard some semblance of a debate was when this guy was angling for us to go to war with Niger, and it was almost like unanimous in terms of no, we can't do that. Now, the other allegation, which still ties to even the agency appointments that you're seeing recently, that's making it look as if a lot of things are being assigned to the Lagos gang, the Lagos group. It's also tied to that as well, because it's almost like they feel that the Senate and the House of Reps there's no check and balances. And I'm like, how do you expect there to be check and balances when Tinubu got what he wanted and he got the right person? Because obviously you can see that, it's almost like a free for all. So basically that's the premise on which what you're seeing happening is happening. And most of those that are shouting, actually, not surprisingly, because again, a lot of this is politics. A lot of the noises are coming from the north, but that's not to say that you don't have other opposing views as well from other parts of the country. So that's the premise on which this is happening. There might be other reasons, but basically that's the premise on which this is happening.
So can anybody jump in or want to go by order?
Because these are I think anybody can jump in on this one, because not everybody, like me now, I don't know much about Akpabio. He's not gotten rowdy yet. Whoever wants to speak about Akpabio's stuff can go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. I think Rudolph. Sorry, Chim. I think Rudolph said, John, is it John Abbas' children or your guest? Some young people wanted to speak about Nigeria. Are they ready so we can get out of the way and we can do our Bole Kaja? Are they ready so we can? John Abba, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. They are not ready yet. They are not my children.
That's fine. Just wave when they're ready. I'm sorry, Chim, please go ahead.
I'll let you know.
All right. So
let's go by order. Let's go.
You want to go by order? Okay, then Chim can go ahead then. Except she wants to say something. Chim can go ahead. You're muted, Chim.
Okay. All right. So what I was going to say is I will, my views or response or contribution will be less on him as a person and more on the system in terms of the National Assembly as a whole. So my grounds with anybody who's complaining about him right now, and I'm not an Akpabio like Mayogu would call him Akpabiole, is that the PDP and the LP have a chance to make a deal with dissenting APC members before the election and get a compromise candidate for themselves that will not be 100% amenable to Tinubu as a stooge. They had that chance. Sometimes some of these oppositions, they don't seem to, I don't know what they think. You understand? They had that chance. Before a prelude to the election, they had the opportunity of sampling different APC senators, or in the House, for instance. In fact, in the House, they had the opportunity of even electing a non-APC person if they wanted. Because if you combine the opposition's number in the House of Reps, it outweighs APC. They had that chance, but they blew it. So Nigerians are going to have to live with Akpabio for now, until if he falls out with Tinubu, perhaps we don't know what's going to happen. If Tinubu continues in office, well, if he doesn't continue, like many of us, I inclusive, are praying, hoping that something happens. Maybe I'm being deluded. I agree. But you see, for anybody to come right now to come and start talking about they're going to remove Akpabio, if Akpabio and the Lagos gang and Tinubu are in alignment, it's going to be difficult to remove him. It is going to be very difficult because at the moment it is cash and carry. LP senators and LP members of the House are all culpable. They are all selling themselves in this House. Nobody is denying that they didn't get Akpabio's prayers. They all got Akpabio's prayers in their emails. So, Femi, for me, really, to be honest with you, is a nothing burger there. Really nothing. The guy is going to be there. He's doing the essence of Tinubu, narrowing it down to him. Is they have something in common. Look, let me tell you, and I don't want to keep sounding like some Bible scholar. When people are in fact, when you work in an office and people want to sample and see if you're going to play ball, there's a way there are certain things they will do. The moment they see that this guy is not going to play, they will wake among themselves. This one no go good for us. So you understand, and you're out of it. But the moment you play that ball, sometimes you don't even know you've played the ball. They just say, you're giving them the sign that this guy is going to be part of us. The moment you show that sign, they give you the job and chop continues. So I don't think Tinubu is going to work against him. He's doing what Tinubu wants. He's making life easy for Tinubu's government. And even in the US, a president will want a Senate or a House that is going to make life easy for them. That's what politics is all about. The only thing we pray for as people is that the president, the executive's policies will be good, so that even if the House is passing it or the Senate is passing it, it's already in the best interest of the nation. But what we know right now is that we have a Senate president and a Senate that doesn't really care about the nation. It's all about what they get and what, they help their principal, who is sitting in the executive, to push. So to that extent, I can tell you, perish the idea that Akpabio is going to go. He's going nowhere. The guy is going nowhere. He's going to sit there. The only way he will live there is, one, like I rightly said, if he falls out with Tinubu and Tinubu's group, and then two, if, for instance, the Supreme Court or anything happens and the power dynamics changes and Tinubu is no longer in office. For as long as Tinubu is in office, Akpabio is his man. That's just my submission.
Thank you. Ed.
Can I go? Yeah.
It's Ed's turn.
Okay. Yeah.
Forefathers, I've been backstage
man,
for 4 hours. For 4 hours, there is nothing like please. There is nothing like please for 4 good hours. What are you talking about? For 4 good hours.
Yeah, it's clearly not 4 hours, but still, I know I saw you backstage. But
1 hour.
I was. It's about
1 hour.
It's not 1 hour. It's not 1 hour. It's not 1 hour. Check your time.
Righteous man. Even if it's 1 minute, it's more than 7 hours in Nigeria. You are right.
Okay, so
righteous man, I'm not going to spend much. I'm just going to say little.
You know what I want to say, You know what I want to say? The Nigerianness in us reflects in this platform. Those in America feel superior to others because when you look at the way they package things, Chim, hold on. You make your statement. Hold on.
But it's not your turn.
We are all adults. Hold on. I know I'm saying
righteous man, it's not your turn to talk. We agreed to do stuff in order. Let's do it in order, don't you think?
Okay,
because
go ahead.
We
let
want
the person's turn. When it is my turn, let me. No problem.
Ed, you can ask Ed if Ed wants to concede his position. He can do that for you.
I'm not going to speak long. I just something that I found very interesting in all of this conversation is really the frontman for the Northern Coalition against Akpabio. Do you remember that this was the same guy that was one of the first to leave Tinubu's camp on the pretext of a Christian ticket? And he allied with people like the former House Speaker, I've forgotten his name, and the former Secretary, Babashir Lawan, and the former Speaker.
Babashir David.
Yeah. Dogara. So, and it was really like spitting a lot of fire during that time and talking about how, and I actually thought he left the APC, all of a sudden it's just kumbaya. So it's really, it still brings us back to what OVA says, unfortunately. Now, these guys are just politicians, right? But that does not mean I justify the whole idea of all being politics, because the politics really affects lives, but at the end of the day, the way the kind of conversations they want us to have is to make it look like there is no hope. We are all politicians. This is the only way to go. And I just found that really interesting, especially when this whole idea of the North turning against Akpabio started coming up. He was the first person to speak and say that's actually something that Akpabio is conjuring up to whip up sentiments. So, as Chim Bradley said, I don't really know, because to Tinubu's credit, he has been able to really put the Northern hegemony under some sort of leash, with his appointments, with the way he has been, going about stuff. You would think that the North would be very, very angry and they would have done something by now, but we're yet to see that. So I don't really know. Let's see how this thing plays out. For me, I don't have any dog in the fight. I want them to fight themselves, disgrace themselves, and probably we can get some dividends out of it. That's just my submission. Righteous man, you can go on.
Sorry,
you can put me backstage. You can put me backstage.
Okay. You should tell him to go on. It's Ovie's turn.
Yeah. It's Ovie's turn. Sorry. Let Ovie go, please. Ovie, go ahead, Ovie.
Put me backstage. I'll be back when.
Okay. So when he gets to this, you can ask Ovie if he wants to concede his turn. That's fine, but it's his turn. Okay, Ovie, please go ahead.
Yes, I think what we are discussing is very important. This is the essence of this whole democracy that we are practicing, but we don't seem to want to follow. 2 weeks ago, something happened in the US, right? This, even though people don't like comparison, but it's the same thing that is happening. 2 weeks ago, Kevin McCarthy was impeached. He was the Speaker of the House. One of the core reasons why that guy was impeached was the fact that he promised the Republican, I will do this. If you recall, if anybody that followed that election, it went to about 15 rounds before they actually allow him to become, because a lot of deals had to be reached between the both parties. But most importantly, there is a basic rule in the House, and that applies to even us too, that every year there's the amount of bill that will be debated on. They will bring it to the table, they will debate it, they will vote. And that is where give and take is coming, because people who are, they represent constituencies, they represent me, they represent you. What I want, if they bring financial bill on the table, like what is happening that we don't care about, internet bill, they want to regulate our madness for here, but we don't pay attention. We are looking for Tinubu in Chicago. That's okay. Like that bill now is supposed to be debated on. Maybe my constituency wants the internet to be regulated, and I will inform my senator, say, come on, no, say no or say yes to that. That's like this too in America. But until like 10 years ago, over a decade ago, that shit stopped. So they can't lump sum all the bills. They will bring military bill, financial bill, they bring them together big like this, put them for fraud, give the senators that they'll bring them today, they say tomorrow they won't sign them. How how many days you get to read about 500 pages before you even say, well, consult your constituencies and all that. So, and that is what brought Kevin McCarthy promised that he will make sure you do things the normal way. But as soon as he get in, he try satisfy the Republicans, satisfy the Republican Party. At the end of the day, trust no day, and they have to vote him out. And that's exactly what I'm impressed that somebody mentioned Senator Abo. We might disagree with that guy past, but this guy is up to something. Him with the guy from Boronu, Ali Ndume. What is their complaint? Their complaint is what we should be worrying about. It's what we should come here and fight about every day. They are complaining that they'll just bring bill in the afternoon, in the morning, there's meeting and center in the evening. And this had to do with money. Billions is being carried away without we do with on our neighbor, without we knowing. Him asked me, I don't know, I think it was CM that asked me that Tinubu don't succeed. I'm asking, he has succeeded. Yes, he has succeeded. And why I'm so paranoid about what we discuss is that now new administration, a new sheriff. It means everything will be started again. All the contract gone, everything will start. New people are coming in, new government, everybody. So, and once that is going on, a lot of things they change hands. And hence, they want us to pay attention what we cannot win, looking for what is not there. Right? Looking for what is not there. But we want to focus on that. So these men now, yes, they're coming from the north. And if there's anything going to happen in this administration, the war is going to come from that angle, either by tribal or religion. Somebody said they should fight so that we will gain. But I don't know if we are going to gain because we are not prepared. Right? So those men are complaining something that has to do with me and you. But because we keep forgetting that Bola Tinubu will have about 15 trillion to play with. That is what they never make us to understand. Once you are a president, you have that much budget to play with. And it might not affect us now, but guess what? That future that we want to build by just paying attention to about what is not interesting to us, we are not going to get there. That is our house. There's a reason why we are represented. If Bola Tinubu should be kicked out today, now those people feel do one. Again, go back to Obasanjo time. Consensus was reached, they have to impeach him. Tribal team have to come the beginning bed. So if we actually mean business, because we just want to see Tinubu hot. We don't care if every other person get hot. We want to say make it suffer. They say, oh, if media call the interview, I will feel embarrassed. How does him being embarrassed actually give us light? For God's sake. I don't like him. I don't have to like him. I don't know him from anywhere. The only reason I'm talking about him because he's in charge of my destiny. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I care about. Any public official. I don't care what they do personally. That's not important. But what it does with our resources, with our right, is what we should care about. And that is why that house is there. The Akpabio can be gone. If this energy we are using to look for a certificate, if we use it to back Senator Abo and the rest senator who are seeing things that they are selling our right away, if we put this energy behind them, I swear to God, Akpabio will be gone. And if Akpabio is gone, we have a chance to take Tinubu out. Because that was his fear when they don't allow Yerima to become president. And guess what? As soon as Akpabio becomes Senate president, what was the first bill they passed? They went and passed a bill that no first-time senator can become a Senate president. We don't know about that. There's a reason. So even if they kick him out now, that Yerima cannot be Senate president. So that's why you see I'm paranoid. Just like Tuna get paranoid about military. I'm paranoid because that is the most important thing. Even though we could kick Tinubu out today, guess what? Billion has been expanded on our behalf. And we don't even know. So even if we get power, how do we reverse it? We don't pay attention. So there's a reason what I keep saying. They are the ones selling us the idea. Imagine all of a sudden Atiku go Chicago, come back. The whole conversation change. This man spent billions in competing with Tinubu. So you don't see all these things. Now. So we should pay attention. The Nigeria elite community is not too big. Why did I say that? They are friends. Trust me, let's put the three men in question: Obi, Tinubu, and Atiku. If you do deep, if they are not directly in business, either their in-laws are in business or their friends are in business. So they know themselves more than we do. So because of that, I don't care how they run their things. I care what they do when they are in office or when they are running for office. So what is going on in the Senate? It's serious. If we actually want to get anything out of this administration, we have to pay attention to the Senate. And somebody pointed out those senators are not PDP. We could forget those ones, because if actually Atiku know that there's something out of there for him, he will be pushing the Senate where their house to make sure they put something on Tinubu's house. But it's not doing that. Obi is not doing the same thing. Neither the Congress are doing the same thing. We should be seeing the senator from Labour Party and NNPP and PDP Party giving us conference, giving us secrets what is going on. But they are not doing that. You know why? Because the men where both Obi and the rest get for that house, they are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. That's why nobody's complaining. That's why nobody's paying attention. We are focused on what they want us to focus about. That's my argument here. Not be me. When Davido, when he was running around the whole world with this issue, they pay attention to him. If they actually believe there's something there, this momentum would have been before election. But they allow his fly. They allow them select minister before he go Chicago. They as soon as they come back, we jump on them. What is wrong with us? I'm not talking about us or there, but I'm talking about generally people who, I'm not saying don't pay attention to that, but we cannot win there. We cannot. There's something you just see, you know, say, okay, this place is a long journey. And if we want to actually achieve any victory in terms of changing our laws, one of us has to be in power. This, it is that Tinubu knows that the constitution is flawed. If it's not flawed, it cannot be president. Just look at the people when they become a president, they come. All of them have issue with either who they are or their qualification. And you think that is a coincidence? It will continue until we actually do what they need to. Take the ball, to just take the fight to them. I keep saying it. There's a reason if I give you job or if you give me job and you stay on my head. So give me just say, watch this place. If you stay there, they look, you don't see anything. Two things will happen. Either I want those plates very clean to a perfection, or I'll begin mess up. That mess up will come because I don't actually know how to do this shit. I lie to say I do this shit. Just because you are paying attention to me. And again, even though they decide to do whatever they want to do, they pay attention. But guess what? You know why they do this. If I ask every Nigerian, including me, the bill that they are complaining about, I don't know. Right? I don't know. Because we just felt that Bola Tinubu is the most important person. He is not. He is a distraction. Just look all over the world. Within the last 10 years, look ahead of state we export to the care. They all have issue with who they are. Either they are racist or they are stupid. There's a reason. There's a reason why those people are in them want. Because they are just the distraction. Other things are going on. I just said it that Boa just went from 3.5 billion worth to 8 billion. The same economy me and you did. So the question I will ask again, do you think the elite are worrying about what is happening at the National Assembly, or they are worrying about who Tinubu is? Because that's the most important thing. At the end of the day, you will go sleep by yourself. You will know whether you get food for stomach or not, because that's the only thing an average Nigeria today is worrying about. How do we make sure we reverse the dollar? There's so many things that we should be holding Bola Tinubu admiration on the boss on. But we allow the man just today. And you see the international community, as I say, I keep referring to people, go to US website, us.gov. Read the last article they wrote about Nigeria, which is less than a week ago. How then they brag, they are celebrating that they are the highest international investor in Nigeria. They're putting billions of dollars already within this year, this administration, that me and you say that they disgrace us abroad. So the question you should ask yourself, is it the ordinary Nigerians abroad, ordinary citizens abroad that are feeling disgraced because of our president, or investors? Trust me, now ordinary Nigerians who have nothing to invest in Nigeria, but people who want to invest at our own expense. At our own expense. Right? Again, it's another conversation about this investment of the thing. Sani, former senator from Kaduna, and our own banker. I'm talking about Atedu Peter side, the guy that was running polls. He was celebrating that, yes, Tinubu was, I think it is about 43 items from the foreign, they can access foreign currency now. He was celebrating. Why a former senator was like, no, You are killing our indigenous business by allowing people to actually get access to foreign companies and go and import goods. So see, you see, these are three lots of people. One are lawmaker, one are staunch capitalists. You see where they are? On us. On what matters? They are not disagreeing to say Bola Tinubu no qualify you. They are disagreeing with a policy that will actually make them poor or richer within any other period of time. So if I'm being paranoid, I'm not saying stop discussing about Bola Tinubu. I'm saying that that story came from them. It came from them. Why you know count 4 months ago, 5 months ago, 6 months ago? Why now? When things are being restructured, everything is they go on, they don't sell everything again for the next 8 years. Why now? So you know we say I just but just things, important things going on because why would they complain we don't want to do because they say you know go do the economy well, right? That's what we are complaining. But now we don't get that, we don't pay attention to the economy. All the policies they blow in our face, nobody they ask that question. You say just like Tunanja will always say, they promise they're going to replace our uniform over 1 million people. They are not talking about it, so we don't care. We talk about what they want us to talk about. Time is going. I'm not saying when she'll say yes, what time should we talk about it? What's not competition, my guy? This discussion we are having, is it going to increase our chance 2024? If it is yes, that's fine. But the most importantly, is it going to increase our well-being? Because at the end of the day, guy, a hungry man,
Thank you, Obi. Yeah,
So,
Lou.
forefathers.
Oh, the young people are around.
They'll be around in a minute, but I just want to give you a heads up. Someone's going to talk to you about the state and their own view about Nigerian, with the Nigerian Tinubu certificate, Peter Obi certificate.
You are frozen. Just in case you didn't catch that. Yeah, you were frozen for a moment.
It's still frozen. I think it's back.
It's not okay for some reason. Okay. I think Lou, you can go ahead. You know, when if you feel like you can give him time, give him room when he comes in again. But or you can just finish your submission.
Room, please.
You want him to go ahead?
Yes, please.
Yeah, he's talking to somebody now. He's not ready yet. So
when he's ready, I will give space. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I'm just a bit surprised, but at the same time wary with the way we Nigerians reason. Sometimes we are actually the problem of ourselves. Whilst the people in the Senate they're agitating to remove Akpabio, and I'm wondering when Buhari was there, and there was sort of Fulanization in government. Now it's Yorubanization. Where were the people that were supposed to, fight for fairness so that different people that are qualified will be in that position? Why are these people agitating now? Is it because they've been removed? It's not them. They want to remain there forever. And then for the people creating the urbanization, they will fight to carry on with whatever they're doing, the impunity. So these elites in politics are for themselves. So I've always said there is this huge gap between the political elite and the masses they are supposed to serve. For example, take for example the election that just passed. The plan that everything was going to be fair and the masses will be given the golden opportunity for once to do the right thing, and people came out to vote. So what are Nigerians supposed to do? Is it to talk? Is it to make the law suitable so that things will work accordingly and everyone obey the law so that things can work appropriately? How are we going to make Nigeria a better place for everyone? Should we begin to looking inwards into ourselves individually as people, that we need to actually be better people with better behaviors. And that way, when we go to offices, we will have that personality of being doing the right things, having conscience that actually this is right. Whatever I do in position now may affect, if not my family member, but someone that I know or care about. So from where I'm sitting, it's a long journey. If an average Nigerian don't have that positive mindset of being proud to be a Nigerian, some are saying they want this, that one is saying they want that. The voices are so divided for some reason. But I know that we have a lot of problems that needs to be solved. Like forefathers is talking about security, some will be electricity, we talk about electricity. They are important problems that need to be solved. Security is highly important for any country to develop, in businesses, in every aspect of other structures that hold a country together, make it successful. So we should be responsible for who we are casting our votes for and not sell our votes. Hunger will come, even though the political people have used it as a weapon, but we can talk to ourselves to be better people, that actually we want to be hungry, but do the right thing. We're used to suffering in Nigeria, isn't it? We're suffering and smiling. So why can't we endure that suffering for once and turn a blind eye to any sort of money that will buy any individual and do the right thing? Then we can begin to make our voices count. But whatever we're doing now is not going to count because some people are more tribalistic than others. We can always, we have the atom of, okay, yeah, I'm from this place, I want to fight for my people. But when it comes to Nigeria, Nigeria is a whole. Take, for example, now, it is a lot of Nigerians that actually, because of our population, that helped the entertainment to be where they are now. Look at how we fought in that area. If we can do it in entertainment, I believe we can do it in other aspects. If we can have the right mindset and do away with corruption, be just for once, be just, not just by talking. Let your attitude count. It's very important. If you don't have the right attitude as an individual, as a person, then how are you going to build a nation?
You're muted. Yeah.
When you are going to cast that vote and no one is watching you, what do? Would you do the right thing as a person? As a good citizen of Nigeria, are you proud of your country? If you're proud of your country, I beg everyone, including myself, have a good mindset. They say charity begins at home. Inside you. If you are corrupt, you cannot be a good citizen and you cannot obey the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's true. And so I think somebody said this week, I heard somebody say that it takes just 3% of the people to change a nation. And if you have 3% of people that believe in what they are doing, the nation can generally be transformed. It just tells you that if our nation is not changing, it means that we don't have that 3%. There, many of us are complicit in what is happening in the country. I think that finger is not going to get me anywhere. He's not going to get you anywhere either. Yeah, please don't go ahead. Then we'll go to
forefathers.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, someone that just got banned now because he spoke the truth. Because all the noisemakers were just calling me personal names, and which forefathers addressed at the beginning of this broadcast that from henceforth, this should not continue. Call me personal names, someone blocked him. So it's either you or Sho. Sho have told me it's not him. So it must be you or Dr. Damages. And I believe it's not Dr. Damages, just because he spoke up and spoke the truth. So if you're banning him, you should be banning other people that have been throwing and are flinging personal insults at people. That is that. Now, this just goes to show that Nigeria will not work because people cannot say the truth. People that we regard as honorable men, Agbakoba from my own town and all that had now joined the Agbado brigades. And if you go back his past videos and all that. He's gone to, like they will say in Nigeria, anywhere with belly face and all that. The only solution to this is that, listen, it's just revolution. And when I say revolution, I mean violent revolution. I'm sorry. It just has to take revolution, because these people they are not going to get there. It's not by dialogue. It's not by anything. They are even grooming people. We are not even talking about Tinubu's son that is wants to go and is it golf or whatever he wanted to go and watch and all that. His dad has got a private jet, for crying out loud, and that is impunity. So how long shall we be here? We'll be talking about the same thing. Some people that went to school will be abusing another person, insulting other people. People that are even not supposed to talk to you when they see you outside, and all that, they start talking to you. People that have not even ever carried any rifle in their know what it is to be in the bush for months and all that, defending the integrity of a country and all that, they'll be insulting you. So the only thing is, listen, let it be done either through the army. See, it will come to one day, yeah, everything will just scatter. Everybody will collect. Everybody will just collect for this thing, because this is just getting too much. It's just getting. We can speak English or for all we know and all that. It's not going to work. People are dishonest. Everybody is about what they will grab, about what they will eat and all that. You're defending your own thief. Man here is addressing, and they're calling him Igbo. You see the mentality. There's something wrong with your head. And personal insult. Somebody comments, and if you look at the private chat, I copied it and I put there and all that. Immediately, it wasn't up to 2 minutes, it was banned. Then why are we coming here to say the truth? Let's just tell ourselves the truth. Let's just let everybody just walk out. Let's just go their way and all that. If our POB have to shoot up everywhere, or anybody that will have to come and all that, let them just do it. I'm sorry I have to use that language, but I'm just getting tired. We cannot tell ourselves the truth.
Take it easy when you bring up POB. I think we need to see Dan, that your finger is not going to go anywhere. Dan, there is righteous man there. Yeah? You had his name, righteous man. And in the BC, righteous man, please go ahead before there will be a serious.
But I came before righteous man now.
No, righteous man was here for 4 hours for what he said. Then we brought him on. Then he went out again and came back. That's why it looks like you were here before him. No.
But you go work now. Just come back from work.
He just leave work. We can come back. That's just
he's still at work.
Forefathers, I expect you to respond to the person that was banned. Why did you ban that guy? Somebody banned that guy. Why did you have to ban that guy?
Tone, you know me. I won't ban anybody. I didn't ban anybody.
Look at the life and all that. I copied it so that nobody will deny it.
In a minute, I will address it. Don't worry.
I didn't ban anybody because
I spoke for you. I said that you're not interested.
Sure.
I want to hear everybody. But please, carry on. Whoever is speaking would address.
Righteous man.
Yeah. Okay, there is something I discovered. It looks as if some of the people in the panel here, they have some people that they recruited to be writing rubbish. You see, we're not kids, so I'm age. As I see me, I'm above 50. I'm not a kid. I've lived in Germany and returned back to Nigeria. Some of these pranks that are being played here, it gets into my head. I say, we are all learned people. You live in a civilized world. When we come to this platform, we should behave. You can recruit some animals at the back and they'll be writing rubbish, terrorizing people, bullying people, calling people names for no sake. What is all this now? We've grown past this rubbish. The point I want to make.
Forefather, before you go on, I understand your anger, but I want you to respect the freedom of speech. your view is, you are entitled to it. They are also entitled to them. So if you say that we are in the Western world, we're supposed to know better. One of the things we enjoy is that the freedom of speech, whether you vent out in the way you want to vent out, it represents yourself. You put your name there. If it is not, the world judges you by what you present there. But we don't want to shut anybody down, and you cannot be
John
right,
Abba,
but also
John
causing
Abba,
somebody
what
else.
I'm trying to
Cannot be
say,
right.
no, John Abba, see, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is this: we are all brought up from homes. We should have respect. You can't, on the comment side, be calling somebody a very
never
bad
even
name.
worked for us in Nigeria. The way we take in Nigeria, you have not helped our institution. So if we think that the Western world are very outward, it has never helped us back home. So that is not the way we want.
So let me make my contribution, please. Show is slacking. Show he enjoys that comment at the back.
No. So there's a way you talk that just makes me laugh. There's something when you speak, you just. I know it's a serious issue.
Freedom of speech is quite limited, you know. I think just today, freedom of speech is quite limited. Just today, from what I gather, you are not, when they were protesting, doing Palestinian protests, you are not allowed to carry a Hamas flag. If you carry a Hamas flag, just carrying a Hamas flag, you will end up in jail here. You go and try that nonsense. So everything is limited.
Crime in the UK.
So, you know, talking about Nigeria, I was shocked to hear my brother this evening, his submission. I mean, tone. I've never heard him say such words, you know. CM first, at the very beginning of this program, CM said something. I started laughing. He said, talking about this Tinubu certificate, the thing don't tire him. He's exhausted. You see, the Nigerian issue, the more you look, the less you see. Every day, you get confused. Each time you try to open any book concerning Nigeria, you will end up getting migraine headache. That is just the Nigerian issue. And I think the reason why it's like that is because Nigeria is a captured state. Nigeria is captured by few individuals, and the remaining Nigerians can't do anything about it. Absolutely nothing. You see, you can project being good. You can project things that you think that should work. When you bring it down here, it will not work. That is the environment where we are in. And the earlier we understand this, the better it will work for us. All this congregating people, forming a platform for 2027, it will not work. It will not work. I bet you, God give us life. By 2027, you will discover that all we have been saying, do this, do that, Nigeria, it's not going to work. 50-something years, when I was a little child, my father was building a house. He was buying a bag of cement. How much? 5 kobo. How much is it today? We are buying it here close to 6,000 naira. It can never work. The kind of makeup of Nigeria is very dangerous. The individuals that have captured Nigerian state, before they will let go, it will look like the experience of the Israelites had in Egypt. Before Pharaoh let them go, blood was shedded. There was loss of life. For any person to think that Nigeria will be okay all of a sudden because we come to the platform, we say it, because there is one organization that is springing up and they are speaking good English, their phone is fantastic, you know, it's not going to work at all. Things in Nigeria have gone beyond what you guys are thinking. It's no longer like before. Now, these individuals that have captured the Nigerian state, they have captured it and pocketed Nigerians. They have used poverty as a weapon. Nigerians are extremely poor today. To feed in Nigeria today, you must have somebody in the diaspora that is going to back you up. If you go to any bank in Nigeria today, during the day, there are 2 things you are going to see. No, 3. Number 1, those who come to receive Western money, receiving either Rare or Western Union or MoneyGram. Then the second line, those who came to complain that they were debited when they did not make any transaction. Then the third people, the people who came to close the account. That's what you're seeing in Nigerian banks today. And these people that are on top, the elite, they are not shaking. It's like it's a normal life because they know the moment Nigerians are feeding well, that the Nigerian people will come out against them. So they make sure that nothing works. Before my motto, I use 15,000 to fill the tank, and it lasts me 4 days. As I'm talking to you today, I use 67,000 to fill the same tank. And it will not last that 4 days because the fuel we're having in Nigeria today is inferior. Now, how much do I make in a week? To spend 67,000 to 67 to fill my tank. If you tax it in a month, that's a big money. How do I make that money? You see why criminality is in the increase in Nigeria. And these people understand this thing, and they know as long as the people are poor, they can't come out to fight. They cannot even ask for their right. Is it not when you have eaten, you will ask for your right? Somebody is waiting to see who will give him 500 naira for the family to eat for a day. And they are asking him to come out to protest. So they have weaponized poverty. And as long as poverty is ruling the country, there is nothing, there is no headway. The only headway is what Tone said. I think it's time for people to begin to see the reason why people were agitating, people were crying. Sunday Igboho is back to Nigeria. He's in Lagos now. Nobody knows what the agenda is. Look, we are sitting on a time bomb, and the day it will explode, the world will not believe it. And my appeal to privileged people that are in abroad today, in diaspora, is if you have any means and you have your family members that are interested in coming over there, please, I beg you, help them to come over. Sending money to keep them here won't amount to anything. If you have a means of bringing your family members that are interested to come over, please do. You have done the best for them in life. As Nigeria is today, it's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, this righteous man. I think Ife. Thank you for coming in, Ife. You know you have a privilege here. When you want to say anything, you can go ahead and just say.
So that's your way of giving her the turn now, Abi.
Yeah, no, because women, they are not well represented here. When they show up,
What happened
they have to be allowed. Dan, that your hand is not going to veto any woman. If the woman wants to talk, she will talk. Okay. So, no, okay. See, if you want to say something, you can go ahead. Dan can wait. He's a gentleman.
If you make you give me, I get only 3 minutes. I bet.
3 minutes in London. go ahead. She says you can go ahead.
Wow, Lumbiko. Long time I never see the face. Anyway, what thing I want to talk about, me and Tone are the same mama, the same papa bonus. At the talk I rise from time. The only solution for that our country where I love past anybody where they this plot. Nobody love Nigeria reach me. Even though say I come at the street, I take grow up, but Nigeria they sweet. The time we know Nigeria, it is sweet. Something they there where they sweet. Where then just spoil that country so that all of us go run away.
It's lawlessness that is sweeting you, bro.
No, if you know Nigeria well, you feel there for village self, they enjoy Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? Even if they go farm for village, where would they go those days? We were enjoying Nigeria. Suddenly, Nigeria just scatter everywhere, just change. Where Nigeria day today, except we they deceive ourselves. No only revolution. Now catastrophic one, no, I they talk all the time. People go say, oh, don't do this. You want to spoil Nigeria. Nigeria already don't spoil. People are suffering beyond. People, as I tell you, get guys where we know for Nigeria now, where we say, if you talk to them, say you go nearly to the put for them. Now them, they call you sometimes, they tell you some of coffees, They go talk for Yoruba home office, I ain't ledger, a bing pami. He go tell me, forget that sir where you they put for and make you just anything. You understand? So why we are saying all these things is because we know the consequences of bad governance. Again, where things go reach for Nigeria, nobody feed a worker for street self. Yeah, this is why we talk about it. Not be say I get any grudge against Mr. Tinubu or whatever they are doing. Only that how they are ruling Nigeria, you get where you go reach, they themselves go run away. Because when people no feed again, those days where we run away from Nigeria, at least you feed drink Gary now with granite. You go take and close down, they pray, make things change. But I was told that even to drink, if you see who give you Gary, money to go buy pure water, put for the Gary again, go be problem. Yeah, person give you Gary, water to put them again, go become a problem. Not to talk of sugar and granite and all those things, or milk, make you be say you do big boy. So this is the problem. Revolution. Me I dey go. Maybe later if you join. Thank you, Ify, for giving me your time. Go later. Before they sack me.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, Ify, please go ahead if you wanted to contribute. Anything really. It doesn't have to be Akpabio.
Good evening, everybody.
There are so many things that.
Welcome.
Hi.
Maybe he didn't take into consideration the Nigeria.
Are we not tired of talking about this company called Nigeria? Because it's no longer a country anymore to me. It's a company now. Are we not tired of talking about this? You know, it's never anything positive. It's always everything is negative, nothing positive. I can't remember since the election anything we have talked here about Nigeria that is something positive. It's just from one scandal to another, and when we come out of it, we get into another one. I haven't seen anything improve. Instead, things are getting worse every day. And I keep asking myself, what's the way forward? What's the way forward? I think, I can't remember whether it's Show or Rudolph, somebody was saying something, or Femi, I can't remember. Somebody said something about the list thing, I think a qualification, or we start, I can't remember what somebody said. Well, they were talking about we have to start from the least thing in order to move the country forward. And the least we can do is common election. Election is the least. Just go vote and go. And we can't get it right. Before I left, I talked about the judiciary system. My younger sister, she's a lawyer. And prior all this judiciary stuff, she categorically told me and said, nothing is going to come out of it. She said, watch, nothing is going to come out of it. And after this, I spoke to her, we talked about Supreme Court. She said again, nothing is going to come out of it. Tinubu will be the president in the next 8 years, unless something happens. We don't have a country. We have a company run by certain people, just like Ovia we say, elites. Number one citizen, we are here arguing about certificate. The least qualification to be the president, I think they say school sat or primary school, I don't even know. And we are here defending the indefensible. What are we even defending? And somebody's talking about Obi killed his elder brother. Is Obi number one citizen? Does Obi have any question to answer? Or is it Atiku number one citizen? What are we even talking? Do we even have, how do we see ourselves when it comes to other people, all of us in diaspora? Somebody's gonna be asking you, oh, what is it about this, your president and certificate? You don't even know where to start. I don't have anything. I don't know Tinubu. I don't know Obi. I don't know Atiku. I don't know any of them. But it's so shameful. What are we going to leave for these kids behind coming up? What are you going to tell them? You can't even afford anything in that country anymore. We're talking about certificate. No morals. And some people are saying, move on, move on. Move on from where? What are we moving on from? We talked about this thing during Buhari stuff. We talked about Enugu. I heard about Enugu's governor's certificate. For example, if we say we're going to copy American system of government, we need to behave and act like them. The Speaker of the House removed under 48 hours. 48 hours. They don't have to do no bribe or pay anybody. They voted and vote him out. And I haven't seen any. We have senators, we have House of Rep. Nobody has ever commented on this issue. Not even one, to the best of my knowledge. Nobody has ever said something. It's just business as usual. Like I always say, every Saturday we come here and say, have your say, as if anything is going to change. Can somebody tell me something that has changed since this presidency or these people took over? Nothing has changed, other than the economy is getting worse and getting worse. Our president cannot even grant interview. All these things are going on. He hasn't said anything. You can't even come out in front of the world and talk, say something, and people will look at you. You're talking about speaking to other people to come to Nigeria, our company, Nigeria, to come and invest. Invest in what? What are they going to invest in? In a country where there is no electricity. I keep pondering on this electricity every time, because that is the commonest thing we can give our citizens. We're not even talking about security. We're not even talking about other stuff. And you're talking about who wants to invest in Nigeria? Even you as a citizen, do you want to invest in Nigeria? You want to invest in a country where you see your future. Who sees our future or his future in a country called Nigeria? I don't. I used to be hopeful, but I am no longer hopeful. We constantly come here. Nigeria, I keep saying, is on the verge of disintegration. How much can people take? How much more? Some of us are working extra hard just to support our families back home. You send $100, they will tell you $100 is nothing anymore. You send $200, I say, $200 is nothing anymore. I was on Instagram the other day, I was listening to one of the P Square, and he said he spent 3 million plus just buying fuel a month. And he said he bought his first car, I think 120-something thousand. Just imagine 3 million just to buy fuel. And you telling me that you're gonna get investors to come and invest in Nigeria? How? No, just tell me how. Next week, dollar is 1,000 plus. We don't even know by December. We don't know what is, maybe 1,000 something, maybe 1,200. And you have to work and grind. And we are here talking about certificates and nobody's saying anything. Nothing. We can't even agree. We're talking about what's this guy, Akpabio. One senator was challenging him the other day. Somebody said something, one day these people is going to sell this country. We wouldn't even know. Who does that? I keep asking all the time. They keep passing bills and bills upon bills and bills. Tell me, if I ask any of us sitting down here, tell me one bill you can think, or you can say that they have passed that is beneficial to the citizen. Just tell me one, because I don't know of any. If anybody can tell me one bill.
You know the one they said you can be able to generate power in your states. I think that might help citizens if the governors can take advantage of it.
How? When?
Now.
How long?
Now. Yeah, OT of Labour Party can take advantage of that on behalf of Abba.
Okay. So you know why I don't want to give OT credit? I can see everybody rejoicing and clapping. I'm not clapping for anybody that's supposed to do the job they are elected to do. I'm not clapping for him. People keep saying he's doing well. No, this is why he ran for the election. So I'm not clapping for him. I'm not clapping for anybody. I'm not clapping for anybody in this country where I live. I'm not clapping for them when they do their job. I'm not clapping for them when they build roads or give us constant power. I'm not clapping for them. I'm not telling them they are doing well. No. When you apply for a position, you know what you are getting into. These are the things they're supposed to do for the masses. When somebody build one road, we clap for the person. They will commission it. The government will be there to commission a road, or to commission a classroom, or to commission a pipe-borne water. Are we not ashamed? Giant of Africa for mouth. Come on. Yeah. People are leaving the country. You know what somebody said to me? You know, when this, I don't know if it's a bad word to use. The SLAVES, the slaves, I mean, that during that time they took them, it's kind of abomination. That now that she wants to be a slave with her family, let them bring the ship and they will all move.
Yeah.
Who wants to leave?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
She said, I want to be a slave to them, to the Yoruba people. Let them bring the ship. We will all get in there.
Yeah, that is the mind of somebody that has completely been poisoned.
You know?
And
no, it's not because they are poisoned, forefather. It's just that people are fed up.
Yeah.
People are fed
by
up.
the same forces they want to run to. It's crazy.
Listen, let me tell you something. You know, you live in a foreign land. I live in a foreign land. And if you put the ship now and say the ship can bring like 1 million people from Nigeria and come to this country or come to the country where people will jump. In fact, 100 million people will jump in that boat.
Yeah, they will jump in, but where are they going to end up is the question.
They don't care.
Of course, they don't care. They would rather. But isn't that who is the problem here? Is it not the people that is the problem? Because other people are building their own places. But our people would rather run to go and build some other person's town.
The biggest part of the problem.
I'm not interjecting, Forefather, sorry, Nkechi. Yeah. Forefather, if you come to Nigeria and stay 6 months, 6 months in Nigeria, wallahi, I will sell my motor and give you the money. 6 months in Nigeria. Don't
tempt me now.
That
is not a bet. There's no way I cannot survive. Come on now.
Ask John Abba. They butchered people in John Abba state. I was crying. My wife was weeping. If you see how you see Benue State students, they were bombed, and nobody's talking about it. The president is not addressing the nation. What are we talking about now?
See, that's the problem. You deal with the problem, not just because you're having problems in the family. You don't run away. Our leaders are complicit. I'm not defending them for what they are doing. They are not securing our country. They are not running our country as we are not a people. What they are doing is that they are working. They are just keeping us going until their masters decide what they want to do with us. That's the problem. And it's not only them, our elite and our people too have that mentality. If he just said it just now. If you bring a ship, these people know these people enslave their forefather. They will get on that ship and go. They don't need to teach you common sense to know that is a bad idea. But they will go anyway.
Sorry, I just want to interject.
This is
Father, can you let John Abba have his say?
Hey! If you're sorry about that,
because of time, the lady here is disappointed. It's too early. It's too early. He also says it's too early.
I see.
And I want to talk to you about the community later to see the view. This is another Nigerian here on the politics of Nigeria. The one where his opinion.
Please speak closer to your mic.
So you can hear me. Sorry for the Okay, there are many Nigerians here right now. Okay, sorry about that.
The audio is quite poor, Jonathan.
What do you think about Nigerian state right now? You disappointed or you think it's too early? Too early. He said it's too early. No comment. It's too early. It's a comment. Okay, go ahead. And look at it. What do you think about Nigerian state right now? President Tinubu is not a magician. He says not a magician. He says you be patient with him.
How long? Ask them how long.
How
long before people can start asking questions?
Where are these people? Are they in Nigeria?
They're in the US.
All right. This and
like Adire yi, oh bad. I beg what I do to work. Bagby.
Why are you speaking your
Oh,
language?
sorry, I thought I was mute.
Oh, you're not, though. Let me see.
Sure, I
Oh
will
my
get
God, I
you
want to
one.
put myself in charge. Let me see
Sure, I
what I
will
can
get
get.
you one. Just
Like,
give me your
this
measurement.
is a bit confusing, actually. Let me see. I'm trying. See, you are quite. I can't hear you clearly, Jonaba. I'm not sure how the people can hear you. I don't know. His mic is often very good.
Is it not in the US? Why is the internet rolling now?
Yeah, he's moving his phone everywhere. Probably that's why we can't hear you, Jonaba.
US that could not identify.
We can't hear him. I don't think he knows we can't even hear him.
Tinubu.
See,
I think it's
Yeah,
probably
no.
connected to his home Wi-Fi and not his mobile internet, and it's a bit far from his router. I think that might be the issue. He's in his garden, so it's quite far from the router. If he switches off his Wi-Fi and uses his mobile data,
to be clear,
it might be a better experience.
Exactly. You see, that's a very good insight there. He's not done this before, so I think maybe it's something that he can do later. If he hasn't completed finished yet, Mr. Osa, I hope you're not in Nigeria, because I don't want to keep your data. So, but if you please go ahead.
No,
So
I
if
think
you
I'm
see me,
down.
you
The
will keep me.
question: what's the way forward?
Hello.
That's my question. Like
Good evening.
electricity, always ask. Where do we go from here?
Can you hear me? Good evening.
Let's understand that the Supreme Court is not gonna do anything. I just want us to understand that. Forget about this certificate because it's not gonna work. Nothing is gonna come out of it. So let's just. I hate when people say, "Let's wait on Supreme Court to do what?" Supreme Court is not going to do anything. The only question I have, somebody says something. I think is it right, Chasma? Somebody says something now. I'm so disappointed that CSU cannot even identify whether Tinubu actually went to that school or not, because they're not quite sure.
That's the question I asked forefather.
One Tinubu attended the school, but they're not quite sure. So I asked my sister a question, which I asked on the ground, is it possible for CSU to sue Tinubu? But she said she doesn't know how the law system here works, that she cannot answer that question. Because if, for example, that's the case, and they had to, come back to sue him, that's going to be very disgraceful. Because that's enough, in my own opinion, to sue somebody. If you say that my school did not present this certificate to somebody, and the person tendered this certificate to the appropriate whatever, but they said that it came from our school, it's on a ground for them to sue him. And then we'll be here still talking about whether the certificate is fake or not, whether he attended university or not. Country of 200 million people. That's so shameful. I'm so disappointed. We don't have anything to show for our country, Nigeria.
Can I just interject? Can I just pose a question to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Forefathers, my turn to speak.
No,
that's my turn to speak.
In the BC hasn't said anything for a long time. So
it's my turn to speak.
But Jonaba is back again.
Yeah, go ahead.
You gotta hold on, brothers. Let us speak, please.
I was there before in the BC, but he can go on anyway.
I think Xero wanted to ask if a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Xero. Ask me a
question. Just ask me a question. I said, now that everybody, like I said, everybody's giving up, and if we come out again now and say we are protesting, just like the NSAS, who is going to be a leader? Because the NSAS, one of the reasons why the NSAS failed was that nobody wanted to come out when they said, "Who's your leader?"
NSAS succeeded. I'm sorry.
To be honest with you, I cannot answer that question in the sense that I don't think you really have somebody to lead this movement. To be honest with you, let me tell you something. You don't need somebody to lead this movement. One thing I want us to understand: in order for us to get Nigeria back, whether you like it or not, Jonaba is not gonna like this. There is nothing like peaceful revolution. That is not in the history of Nigeria. It's not going to happen. In order to take this country back, and somebody is expecting that you're going to go and negotiate with these people, There is no negotiation. I was listening to Arise TV the other day and enjoy youth leadership. I think they are fighting. And you look at these people and imagine the people, they have the oil, but look at them. You are sucking and sucking and sucking from, there is no development in that state. And you can feel their pain. So when, if anything happens in that country, trust me, these people is gonna come out very angry. How can you say that in a country we can't even give account of our oil? We can't give account of how much is coming in and how much going out. We can't. But over there in what is it called, the Saudi, you can see how they monitor everything, even though I think it's a royal system of government is what they have over there. You can see what comes in and how much goes out. And you're
Monarchy.
millions of barrels of oil missing in a country. Come on. And nobody will say something. And somebody will tell you that they are tired of stealing. They've stolen enough. And people are very poor. Let us have some sense. Even though I live in diaspora, but I'm not happy that I'm in this country. I want to go back home. People are talking about investing in Nigeria, but whenever they talk about it, I keep asking them, the investment in Nigeria, is it in Nigeria your children is going to live there tomorrow when you die? These kids born abroad, they're not talking about moving back to Nigeria. It's not possible because it's not going to get better. People keep telling you, oh, stop confessing negatively. We live in the world of reality. It's not going to get no better until we decide to take our country. Other than that, it's going to get worse and get worse and get worse and get worse. There is not, don't bring Christianity. Don't bring God into this, please. God is not going to save us. I hate when people bring God into politics. Don't bring God. Other people, look at Israel. Look at other developed nations. Look at even the America. Look at Britain. They didn't fix their country by prayer. They fix it by working. It's just human decision. You have to think. Think. 1 + 1 is 2. You don't have to pray to God to tell you that 1 + 1 is 2. I can proudly live here 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I'm not afraid of security, and I will go. Yes, somebody was saying something about gun. I was listening. Yes, I'm not saying that it's totally, but I can confidently leave my house anytime and go to occasion and come back. Now, Anambra people that are having their convention today, I can go and come back 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I'm not afraid. But once it's 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, everybody's running home, Nigeria, going back home. Come on now. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, about this Jackpot thing, I was speaking to some Indians some days ago, and they confirmed to me that I was asking them, how is it that China is ahead of you? He said, because the Chinese people went back home. When they came to the West, they learned and went back home. But for them, they don't tend to go back home. So, and there was a policy of also kind of protecting their own markets against Western interests. I said, okay, then why didn't you do your own manufacturing? He said, that's the problem. We didn't allow Western goods to come in, but we didn't manufacture to export. That was where they fell behind this thing, China. But China, their people went back home, and then they decided to protect their market at the same time export goods out, manufacture and export goods out. These are the tactics used. India did it halfway. Nigeria is doing all of them the worst. Our people are going, not returning. We are not exporting. We are not protecting our market. All the worst is we are doing all of them. Something other people didn't do.
When Tinubu went to the US, he told Nigerians in the US to come back home. So I'm waiting for people like Kulata to pack their bags, John Abao, my people in America. Pack your bags. Tinubu came. He's people directly.
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry,
Show is saying something now. Can't you see?
That's what I wanted to say, that Tinubu pleaded with the Nigerians in America to come back home. So all these people typing and saying, hate us. Pack your bag, lead by example. The man you believe in is saying, come, let's do it together. You believe him, you support him, pack your bags. But you dig your heels. You rather die in America than go and...
Sure, let me say something. You're saying that Tinubu is asking us to come back, but Tinubu's girls, they live here in New York. So they need to pack their bags first and start going back.
They have to protect their own now.
Forefathers, my question is this. Sure.
It's my turn to talk.
I because of you come to wherever you are. You will host me in your house and then you will laugh. So back to the issue. Forefather, the question is this, because up to today, I am still surprised. Are you telling me that a whole United States university cannot provide visual evidence that shows that they admitted this man in their campus or whatever? Are you? I can't imagine it.
That is a long time. That's 1976 or so. So
it doesn't matter.
They were able to say they put themselves online by saying that they believe the man we call Tinubu today is the one that attended their university.
Hold on.
But they also went on to say they didn't issue the certificate. So,
forefathers, Bola Tinubu can be anybody. It can be anybody. Bola Tinubu.
But they went on to say that they are satisfied for them that it was him that attended.
You guys that are there are supposed to go to that school and tell them that they have put Nigeria in fire. Nigeria is burning because of their inability. Had it been that this university is coming from a third world country, they would have said, yeah, Africa, they don't have anything. How can you admit somebody? You have no proof of that person's identity. You guys,
I think that the school itself may have something to hide, and given that in the West, the date of birth and
social security
one is very, very critical. You can't just get those things wrong, informed, because when the person wants to come and get the information again next time, they need that information. So if you check your files and you find the wrong date of birth, you're not going to associate them with that person. It's just that simple. They'll say you are not the one. You have to get your ID, your current ID, and show us how you change your date of birth from this current date of birth to the other one. You have to show a change of date of birth. Otherwise, the date of birth they have of the person they are not going to recognize you as that. If all institutions were like that in America at that time, then there will be anarchy everywhere. You join the military, wrong date of birth. They will not even know who you are anymore. How is the bank supposed to identify you if you don't have a proper date of birth? Is one of those fundamental things. If you get it wrong, you have to go and correct it one way or the other. If you don't correct it, you have problems later on. That said, there's too many errors in that in many of the records that they have at that university. That university, to be fair to them, they were one of the worst universities in America at that time. So that's the university he graduated from, one of the worst in the country.
The university is not there. Nobody wants to go there.
The speaker, I think he's itching to leave or something. Then I would address.
He's been around for a long time.
Okay.
After NDBC.
NDBC, do you want to speak?
Yeah.
Yes, I want to speak.
Okay.
Can I go ahead, forefathers?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Please, I want to draw everybody's attention to. I've just seen something on Vanguard Online. Is the INEC chairman? He's talking about the upcoming elections in Kogi, Bayelsa, Imo. Really, I want to draw attention is what he said. I think the INEC, the rec in Bayelsa talked about IREV. See his quote. Let me say it. See what INEC chairman said. He said, the headline is this: Bayelsa, Imo, Kogi elections results will be uploaded on IREV, INEC chairman, Vanguard Online. I think it's today. Then there's a quote. He said, the method is as provided by law. Electronic accreditation, electronic upload of results on IREV portal. So please disregard whatever was reported about the rec about what the rec said in Bayelsa. You see, he has come again with his tricks. If this is truly the law, what did the INEC defense team went to say at the tribunal, at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal? So they know these things are by law and they refuse to do the right thing. So that is about that. What I'm trying to say is this: all these people leading us at various institutions, they are all compromised. And it's a state capture, like some people are saying. They know the right thing to do, but because they have vested interest or they are working for somebody, for selfish purposes, they are never patriotic. They are not patriotic at all. They don't have Nigeria uppermost in their minds like those we have here, who do things the right way. You see what happened in Georgia, if it's your state where you live. And in that place, Georgia, it is even the party in power that are in charge of the election. The Secretary of State is a Republican. But the man stuck by the right thing and did the right thing.
I voted for him,
Despite,
even though I vote Democrat, but I voted for him in the election.
Exactly. Despite the pressure from the White House, the man did the right thing. See what this man is telling us now. So what I'm trying to say, across board, the judiciary, the legislation, the executive, and all the institutions in the executive, they are all compromised. And they are pushing Nigeria. They are pushing us to the precipice. The country is going by the day. And they have, like Righteous Man said, they have weaponized poverty. They have made people so weak that people are so weak and afraid. So that people cannot say anything. When they bring small crumb, the people will be dispersed with that crumb of food, whatever they brought. Another way, the media is compromised. I thank God for what has happened now, like Dele Farotimi said. He said this round of election has made us to see through some people who we thought were men and women of honor. We now see where they belong. This man in power in Nasrallah, his work has caught so many people, and it's unfortunate. I don't know how it's going to be resolved. Like if he said, many of us don't have any trust in the Supreme Court, even because everything is clear here. What does the law say when this thing happens? It's clear. But they'll go and manufacture something and push it aside because they are working for the man. They want the man to remain there. The man himself, is he performing? No way. See how the dollar is going up. And it affects everything. Since that day, he just made that comment that subsidy is gone. Everybody saw what has happened now. Oh, sure, you are showing me. I even saw one today.
We are not seeing every. Okay, that's it. One. Oh my God. Okay, that's the pounds.
I think I don't know. That is for pounds. I think I saw dollar. They said 1,025 naira per se per dollar today. So
no, 1,045 naira. 1,000.
Okay, it has gone. It has gone. So you can imagine some of our brothers and sisters across Nigeria who are doing legitimate importation business. Tell me how they will survive now. Where would they get the enough foreign exchange to buy their goods that they sell in Nigeria? So the whole thing is just a mess. The people at the National Assembly, the man concoctedly put people that will be loyal to him. What the northern lawmakers are saying may be true, but they too, are they reliable? Are they really working for people? Or maybe because some of these things are being done behind them, they are not getting part of the crime, because that is what usually happens there. If you have people who work there, you tell you the kind of hustling that goes on in that National Assembly, you'll be surprised. I was in Nigeria for a long time. I have friends who work there. We hear what goes on there. It's another branch of corruption on its own. Unfortunately, the labor lawmakers, they are all quiet. I don't know if they are afraid or if they have joined the bandwagon or so. But I think we should be calling them out alongside the PDP people as well. And some of them in APC who still have conscience, will call them out to say, what are you people doing? Particularly concerning insecurity in the country. It is too much. The insecurity is going round. See what happened in Benue. And these women have done this thing for minutes or even an hour or more. Probably no security personnel around to stop them. It's a terrible thing. The problem we have is that the institutions they are all loyal to this man. They don't want to do the right thing because probably the way some of them they are appointed, or everybody's just pursuing his own. Okay, that little crumb I'm getting, let me keep quiet. They're getting it for the sake of my own personal needs and family. That is just all it is. No, patriotism has escaped, has gone out of these people. It's a shame. The INEC man is, after some time, he has not spoken. Now he has started talking again because it's time to do his usual horse trading and do things the way he likes. But like we are saying, only a people's movement, I don't call it revolution, only a people's movement can solve this thing. If the way it is going, there's actually nothing that will make things turn around. The people in power are just a set of corrupt people. It is even more deeper than what we had in Buhari's time. It's so sad. Let me stop so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, can I just put on a quick
yeah,
one?
go ahead.
We keep talking about CSU. We forget one thing, that CSU is also complicit, deeply complicit in this matter, because they are fighting for their life. They are fighting for their integrity.
Sorry, Father, put me in the background, please.
Okay.
They're very corrupt. I've heard stories about people buying certificates back then, because I was speaking to an older gentleman the other day. He was telling me that it's a known fact and all that. So, the FBI is still going to release some files on him. Only God knows what is going to. Maybe even by the time they start releasing those files, maybe that one will even shock us more than what we already know. We don't know what is going to come out. So this thing is just getting messier and messier, and to embarrassment to every Nigerian. And that is what people that are standing for Tinubu are defending his lies, and that I just wonder what they think. We're not saying we should install the man. We're not saying, but listen, when an old and there's this thing about our culture that says, yeah, when an old man is wrong, you shouldn't say he's wrong. That is disrespectful, and that is where we are. You see, there's so many parts of our culture that we need to address. I know that if an old man is lying, we should tell him he's lying. If an old man is wrong, we should tell him respectfully that he's wrong. But then, if the old man then disrespect himself, I want to threaten you, like they will say, if you do anyhow, you will collect anyhow. Then you tell him what he should be told. So the thing is, we just need to start telling the truth. We just lack the truth to start telling the truth. Some people saying that Nigeria have just. I think you highlighted it some few minutes ago that Nigeria have increased their oil production. Oil production that you don't even process, that you have to send somewhere because you don't have no refinery to process it. What's the use of that? What's the use of that?
Yeah.
We're on the brink of third world war. We don't know the implication for Africa, and people are there still supporting rubbish. Instead of us talking about how do we in the event of the bombs and all that. Listen, people, let's be real. Yeah, let's just be real. There could be a nuclear war, and listen, we are doomed. We don't even have bunkers in Africa. I doubt.
We don't build bunkers. Don't even go there. Our people, I don't understand what is wrong with us. I really don't get it.
We're
just supporting evil.
Nice one.
Right here will be safe. You guys that are there, I'm just praying for you.
What kind of safe are you? Are you going to run inside the bush and expect the bush to protect you? Good luck with that one.
If we run into church now, expecting the church
when Nigerians say they will be safe, they can be safe because when things like diseases come, you guys have strong immune. But when you come to nuclear weapon, okay, you guys don't have bunker. We still have we have underground. Every building has this thing under. We can still survive under. Where you say you have an underground space? What is that?
For some reason, we don't like to dig anything underground.
How many buildings?
I don't know why.
How many buildings are even secure in Lagos? Look at that building that's
borehole. I guess they dig borehole to get water from the ground, not to go inside though. Because our people, when they feel like if they go inside underground, they are burying themselves somehow. I don't understand it. We never do anything underground. It's like overground. We are watching the whole world build bunkers all over the place, but we don't do it at all.
And I wanted to say that thing recently. I'll say it later. Continue. I'll talk later after you.
Yeah, go ahead, righteous man.
You see, Africa is blessed.
Oh God.
The West will fight, and we will not suffer it. You know what happened during COVID-19? They said Africa, we see dead body in the streets of Africa. What happened at the end of the day?
Righteous man, please, sir.
Sorry,
with all due respect, you're my buddy, and I respect you a lot. Nuclear war is not something to play with. So that will not be.
No, they will not do nuclear. No, they will not. It will not come to Africa.
What?
Go and ask why Germany is one of the biggest brewers of beer. Go and ask.
Okay, hold on. You know why I'm saying this? I'm just warning you guys. I want you to come out from your shell so that you can do something very reasonable. And what you're going to do, those of us that are here, we no get strength again to do much. You guys should march to Chicago State University and ask them why.
Why can't they prove? They are protecting themselves as well. You should understand.
Okay, guys, can I have my say?
They are trying to protect themselves as well.
Righteous
That's
man
the
has
situation.
been digesting often, so
Yeah, nukes are quite. They are quite. Nukes are more likely to be used on the continent than even before it is used in Russia or Israel. It's more likely to be used on our continent. You know, when they are testing their nukes, they tend to come to like the French. They tested it in the Sahara Desert, and you see the Americans. They could have used the nukes against Hitler, but no. They went and used it in China because they don't want to use it in Europe. So if you think that if they fight nuclear war, they're going to use it in their country first, they're going to probably use us as testing ground first.
Exactly.
Tell
go
them.
and ask about Bikini Island. Bikini Island.
Yeah, they always use other people's island. They don't tend to use their own backyard to do that kind of thing. Apart from Russia, that is so massive anyway. Russia and America is quite massive, so they can afford to do that. Yeah, Jonaba, your audio was a little bit off and on. I think because you're not used to doing this, maybe that's why I had that technical issue.
No, that's not true. It's maybe I was outside and I connected to the. Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
You sure you can hear me better?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. The majority of the opinion of the people you saw, even though you couldn't hear them, many of them say it's too early. Some of them said about 2 or 3 people said they were disappointed. Other people say that the mindset of Nigerians are so backward that even if Jesus is walking on the street, it will take him more than 100 years to fix it. Others say that let us go to regional government where people can then we have a central like the old like the regional government. Then other people say that there's too much power in the center, and of course I told them about what happened in Benue today, that people were massacred in Benue, linked to be precise, traveling from within Otukpo and Makurdi, and everyone there were killed. So, and that is, they said, okay, it's a security issues. Everybody have that a different opinion, and then I asked them, did they follow what is going on in Israel and Hamas? They say we have a bigger problem than what is going on there. Some of them say that our problem is bigger than what is going on in Hamas and what is going on there. If we want to talk, we should be man enough to speak to our issues, and between that these are 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Then we should face our own problem back home. And I told them, okay, did they consign? They have not heard from their president for the past few days after October 1st. Some of them say it's politics, it's well. Some people say that what we want him to do. It's all, everybody have their opinions, and that is what I wanted us to look at. That people have, some people are very open-minded people, and they just say the way they feel. And I think I respect them. I may not agree with them, but I think I still respect their own opinion, and I hope they also respect mine. And that is what they're saying. And some of them are very political and very involved in so many of these things. One of the richest or popular Nigerian is here. He first of all says it's too early, then he say, oh, no comment, because I took him unaware. Even though because he know where he belongs to, he's trying to, in politics they say walk within the fine line, which sometimes it doesn't exist, but you are trying not to, you put a different face and all of that. But in general, the majority of the people say it's too early to judge the government, but few people say they are disappointed.
Yeah, I guess I take their point about being too early, but I don't know why it's too early. It's more than 3 months, 4 months. Normally, 100 days is sufficient for you to have a trajectory of the policy they put in place. So, but I guess this is Nigeria. They've gotten used to this type of service from their leaders. I really feel bad for Nigerians.
And another
Two,
thing
two,
before
two
I
weeks they
let
don't hear
go,
from their president. I really feel bad for Nigerians. It's
yeah,
just
and another
unbelievable.
thing before I let go, I asked them about the state of Nigeria in terms of the appointments so far. Did they see any trouble issue there? They also come from whether from good YarAdua to Goodluck to Buhari. They say, okay, people put who they think they can serve their interest. And I said, okay, I asked one of them, which also, they are well informed people. I asked one of them, okay, if I'm an outside man, for instance, and you're a Yoruba or Igbo guy, and I know you can do better than Igbo guy or do better than my outside brother, why can't I just pick you? Why must I pick a Yoruba because I'm a Yoruba person? Or why should I pick you because I'm an Hausa person? Why should I pick you because I'm a Yoruba person and I'm making this? Why can't I pick the best, regardless of where I come from? It said sometimes they say that it's a matter of trust, and it has been going on in Nigeria since 1999 when they introduced what do you call democracy. And another person says that he believes that we don't know what we are doing, that we are not ready for democracy. We should have a one man to put us straight, and along the line, we can, if we are grown up enough and know where we are going, then we can now come to democracy. That we are not ready for democracy. That there's no democracy in Nigeria. It's man, no man. So
Wow.
thank you. I just want to let you know.
Jonaba, don't go, please. I want to ask a question. Please, I want to. You are from Benue State, please.
Yes.
Sorry. This question has been lingering in my mind forever.
Before you ask me, just tell me sorry for my loss.
Yes, sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
But ever since I knew about Nigeria, I've been hearing of killings in Benue State. I don't know how many times they attack the same village. Agatu, Otupo, here. The same Benue. Please, is it like people cannot organize and form security? Because if something happens more than 10 times,
exactly,
you must know that you are under serious attack. How come that this thing has happened more than 20 times? Still, there's no general security apparatus around. I mean, the people now. If it is something that the people themselves, knowing that the government is compromised, contribute for their own self. At least, if these people are coming, they should make some noise so that people will escape. Always Benue. Why?
Thank you for your question. It's a mind-boggling. It's a big issue in Benue, like the one that happened today. That everyone that are inside the Benue link were killed in the blood, in the brutal execution way. No one escaped, not even single one person. I try to also to understand, even if the federal government fail, what about the state? What about the local vigilante? What are the human intelligence to see some certain people moving around in your own area? I believe where I come from, in the village I come from, there is this sense of you see a strange face and you want to know that this person is not from here, and you be an attack over and over. There should be an alarm where you can now blow some certain things to bring attention that there is a strange person walking around here. I don't know what this person is up to. I think in as much as we can blame somebody in the head, I think the local people are feeling themselves, because when something is happening over and over again, you must ask question: where are the people on that area? What are they doing to put an end to it? What have they done so far? Or you can imagine now, if you go to YouTube or you go to any channel now, you can't hear about it until you have to contact a very, very local way to say, okay, before I was able to get all the pictures and everything, you have to go down to a local way. It's something that we have to be in touch with my people and to see what can be done about it. I don't know. Don't have a straight answer for you, but it's mind-boggling.
Please, let's allow Francis to go. I think he wants us to say
Can I ask
something.
John? Can I ask something to John Abraham before he leaves? He wants to leave.
Go
Francis
ahead.
has been very patient, so I'm a bit concerned. Francis, are you okay?
Well, Austin asked since Janaba wants to leave, but
Okay,
Yeah.
go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank
if you
you.
can be brief.
I'm sorry that John, sorry for the loss, but I
Thank
am
you.
so disappointed with your submission. Please withdraw what you just said. The locals got no blame. This is a systemic. You see, we need to go and read system. When there is a systemic action, there is nothing you can do. This is why people resign in the Western world. This is why people who you give, do we really know what it means that we voted somebody? And this is why election is basic. I am giving you my right. And the first step of my right is to protect me. And when I give a gun, do you know what it means that I sign for somebody to hold gun around me and I don't have one? So this is a systemic thing. These locals cannot do anything. So when we blame them, we are really taking away what they have given us, and we are using it back to them. And when we blame Nigeria, when the system continues to fail, that is where we get it wrong. Please, the Benue people are suffering, and I don't want to go by blaming any of them. I blame any system that have failed them.
Mm.
Well, I
Okay, yeah,
understand
please go
what
ahead.
you said. I understand what you say completely. But sometimes we are political about issues, and I also understand that the head can always going to be blamed. But then we also have to calm down to see that, okay, there is this local vigilante, because I remember when Otton was the governor, he formed what is called state police or local police, whatever you want to call local vigilante. What I'm trying to say, there is no excuse to justify the failure, whether from the federal government to the state government to the local government. There's no excuse, but then is the responsibility of all of them to work together, that the safety of the every citizens or the state origins, the people of Benue State and any other place this thing is happening, are guaranteed. So, for instance, go and look at it, is that when this kind of thing happen, governors supposed to come out. The police commissioner supposed to come out. It's a normal. I'm not expecting the president to come right away, but when last will be gone like this, wherever it's happening, if we just being just human for a moment, is something that alarming and something that is a heartache for every citizen, whether, just like I made my earlier submission, whether it's a Hamas, whether it's Israeli, whether it's an Igbo, whether it's an Hausa man, no life what to be taken by another. Everyone have the right to live to their God-given potential and should be free in the society to move around without fear of being gunned down by any terrorist. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you,
Bye
John.
for now.
bye for now.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Um, I mean, sorry for the lives that have been lost in Benue, like John Abba noted. It's I mean, it's been going round, Southern Kaduna, like mentioned the other time, and then Jos, what do you call it? Jos, the incidents in Jos, Plateau. So It's unfortunate Nigeria has come to this state. It's not been like this. I mean, 15 years ago or beyond, during the Obasanjo time, we weren't talking about this kind of stuff. But like I said, I think we didn't have any response or reprisal attack in the north with regards to what's happening in the Middle East now, which in the past it used to you have some reactions in the north. Maybe because people were overwhelmed with what is going on as their own local issue here, as case may be. But coming down to the generality of discussions today regards to this certificate thing, I mean, sure, I heard you when you mentioned all the parameters that we've all known, the indices of this thing not being what it should be. I mean, like I said, all from primary to now the high institution. The records has never been correct. Even the NYC, one says he had an exemption. One said, and they mentioned that that was even before the exemption clause, or maybe started. I don't know. I think something regards to that effect. And the one now said he served full term. So you can't have an exemption and have also full time. So, I mean, again, there was a time the what do you call it? Wikipedia was edited prior to the election. That's when we started flagging 9 years before the first daughter and all that. You know, in less than 2 days, Wikipedia, we were able to see that what was there 2 days ago is not what is there today. And then last week, it's also been updated and added Adekunle. So the thing is this: the word is not I don't want. It's not what I don't want. People should how do you call it? Calm down. This what do you call it? We've seen what we needed to know. Fine. The the man that died, the former the man that worked with no, the lawyer, the one that was chasing him
Gani
in
Fawemi.
2009, the Gani Fawemi, what he couldn't achieve before he passed on, we're able to get it today because of technology. So, good gracious, we have that access to this technology today. And then David worked on it, and then Atiku now took it up legally because he's the one that will have to go to CSU to pursue it, not David, not any other one, except any Nigerian decide to subpoena the school, as case may be. So, we've gotten the information, but I said in one breath that that information we've gotten that seems to be not seems now that it's been confirmed not to be consistent with the general standard being authentic. Okay. If you come from the other angle that said, oh, this guy was adopted, because I've had a very revered person in the country, I think one of these men of God also, I think the what's his name? Bakari also. I think he echoed such a word. Then the question is some people aided him at some point. He wasn't at the age when he now maybe got information about the primary school or secondary school. What do you call it? There's nobody coming out to say he's his mate at primary school or even at secondary school. So now fast forward, every other thing he's done is almost questionable at various stages in life. So that's my question. Why is it now that we are not complaining? Somebody that had a lot of what do you call it, the bullion van that he used to bankroll, is it bankroll now, sponsor Buhari during the time when he came for his own election, and it was his own strategy that gave Buhari the pathway to Asu Rock. Buhari had tried Umezuke, Chubo Kadibu against 2003 and 2007 towards the east. It didn't work. Bakari 2011, it didn't work. And then now this guy say, he say you don't want to continue. I have a formula that will work. I will seed the block I've gathered in the west with your own 12 million, 10 to 12 million that you usually have in the north. If I give you 6 or 4 or 8 from the west or in that number, it will be enough, whatever. And I don't want to go into, I was privileged to listen to a CD 2014, prior to the election, how these things will be in various states, the results, and it tallied, like in Excel. They were reading it. I mentioned it before, but because of security and all those things, so let's not go into all that. The thing is this: it's a state capture, but this state capture is not just done by one person; it's by the elite, as we keep saying. Now, the question, what we should be asking: how do we change the narrative, maybe counter them? Okay, I just remember that when the Iraq had their first election after the what do you call it, that event of Twin Tower reprisal attack, when they were able to get them together, that election where the Iraqi citizens have to vote from outside, abroad or diaspora, from UK, Germany, US, and all rest. They voted and they sent that result, whatever, to the country. And by the time they tabulated it, a certain individual, perhaps the one the West was sponsoring or wanted, won the election. So bringing it back to the Nigerians in diaspora, I guess under Jonathan, they used to have this, I think one Nigerian diaspora body. They used to meet in Atlanta every year. Okay, there's a umbrella body they called it, trying to, what do you call it? Plan how do we ensure that they hold maybe our National Assembly, those in charge of our governance, to give them that kind of ideal, borrow the word from Ben Bruce, we want to make common sense, some kind of very good way to really administer or manage the assembly, as it were, with respect to, what do you call it, oversight to the executive and all that. Because if you have that balance, then you be able to say that the country will be moving in the right direction, but not the kind of situation that Saraki had with as a Buhari in the first 4 years or so. He wasn't really a checkmating some kind of balance. There were a lot of allegations here and there until they also brought in the same person that Lawal also, that did a rubber stamp for Buhari, as case may be. So, well, righteous man have said it, and then he has gotten some kind of pushback. Yeah, we would expect some Nigerians in diaspora who would have whatever, a communique, a month or 6 months or 9 months, a timeline to come up with, okay, what strategy can we put in place to be able to send a communique either to this, what do you call it, the federal, the National Assembly, the junior, the House of Reps, or the Senate, depending on the individuals they might just start to work with, to be able to begin to pass a certain law, like diaspora voting, for instance, is something that, yes, you want to say, oh, if you can get an Obi in, then he would, as an executive, put up that proposal and then probably see it through and make sure it works through. We may not wait until we now get the Obi. Because what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we're all saying that it's not likely that the Supreme Court will really revert this electoral outcome. So the question is, what next after? Fine, we might wait until after that pronouncement. What are we going to see? Or is it will be like we hear the guys in Mugan Changara and Kenya issue? Oh, they'll come out and say, I do not accept this. And then you expect the Nigerians to go on the streets. If she's no more here. Okay, she's still here. You're not going to get an average Nigerians that are really going through hardship from this government to go on the street to protest over the outcome of the Supreme Court, whatever. What will only make Nigerians to go on the street is, you see, the fuel increase or fuel pump price increase, anything that has to do probably with food, because that's where the minute, the poor masses will really revolt. Yes, poor masses don't buy so much on fuel when it comes to spending something like righteous man, as case may be. But as we know, the dollar exchange rate now, naira pump price supposed to be about 1,000 per liter now, but government is now has introduced subsidy again because they kept pegging it at 600 or 580 NNPC cells now. If they allow it to go to 900 or 1K per liter, it's supposed to go, people will revolt. Labor and everybody, they've advised the government, so they are managing it. So, but even if at the end of the day the Supreme Court do what is known that they will do, Nigerians are not going to go on the street, because if we go, the same police that that our police is not schooled, they are not trained to protect the citizens, rather they protect the organ and the madam. It's not like in UK, it's not like in US, So the way we saw what happened with George Floyd, the issue, people were on the streets. Even the president, because of elections, the man in White House now, he was on the street as well, because Trump was like, excuse me, what's going on here? So the environment we operate here is different. They've been able to gag the traditional media. And you guys shouldn't blame Abati that he's doing what he's doing. I keep saying it. Abati is not the same age with Rufai. Rufai is young. Rufai can leave Nigeria today, go to any other country and continue his job. Yes, Dr. Abati have gone on his career, and he's careful, how he criticizes the government. He started soft pedaling, and then people are now saying, start calling him some names that are not printable. But like the other Dele guy said, whoa, this incident has really exposes people for you to know the true nature of individuals. And I want to bring it down as I close to my Igbo brothers. When you want to vent with regards to this Tinubu, this or Yoruba people, remember that for an Obi to win Lagos, it is not even if 30% or 40% of Igbos that live in Lagos voted Tinubu, voted for Obi. Obi wouldn't have won Lagos with their number. There are other people from the north or south or southwest that equally voted for Labour Party that made an Obi to win Lagos, more so in Abuja. So when you are criticizing the Yoruba chaps for supporting their brother, you should be able to also, as you are biased towards your own brother, also know that other people will equally be biased towards their own, no matter how minute that number is. The Baba from was the Yoruba cultural group, what they call that in Afenifere, the old man Adebanjo, he's been saying even before the election, when they were trying to do the hand across across the Niger and all that, kept on saying for equity, the North have been ruling over, since before, during the military and what have you, fine, since 1999, OBJ was able to take it from the West and then the North, and then something happened, Jonathan came in, now it went back to the North, Buhari. There's now ideal time for so-called, this allow the East to take it. And you guys should know that this election was not rigged by Tinubu. Excuse my French. It was rigged by Mahmoud, but he was induced. So, like I referred to the bullion van thing that happened during the election of Buhari, it was used to sponsor this thing. But because we do not have an institution where, like what happened in was it in Abia State, where the woman refused to collect
Francis,
the money.
we can round up in the next minute. I've let it go on for 15 minutes.
It's about
for a while.
the lack of strong institution we have, that people will not be able to stand firm. But it happened in Abia. The woman refused to pronounce the results they asked her to pronounce. When she gets to Abuja, she was able to release the what she has, and then the Labour Party man won. So such is what I want the guys in diaspora to begin to think strategies, can work with people locally down here to get it done, or to have such things, to have such systems and not keep ranting and talking about what this person did. We've all known the issue, and it's not going to change. But what is the solution going forward? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just add something. Just hold on. Just hold on for a second. Righteous man, hold on. I think we have to try to be considerate of other people that are around us, and I may have to start timing now because some people will just go for 15 minutes and they forget that some other person is sitting there waiting for them. And I prefer conversation to be flowing anyway. So, and sooner or later we have to start. I think after Eddie speaks and
I've not
Xero,
spoken.
then we can start going with a normal flow of conversation. Please, Eddie, go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. Before Eddie speaks, just 1 second. Mr. Osas, I see you in the background. You don't carry duvet, you don't carry pillow. One of the rules of the show, you can't be sleeping or lying down. That's why I've put you backstage a few times. So at least, even if you're relaxing on your sofa, slouching a bit, you can ignore it, but you don't carry duvet. Yes, it is small. You don't carry duvet, you don't carry pillow. So that's why I've not brought you on. So the minute you're sat up, I'll bring you in. I've seen that you've been here for a while. So we'd like to hear from you. It's not personal. It's just one of the rules of the show. Now that you're sitting down here, now Eddie, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Exero was here before me. I'll just let him go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry about that, Exero. I missed that.
To clear that, what we do sometimes, Exero has spoken a few times. We'll keep that, but Exero has spoken a few times. It's because, Eddie, this is your first time coming on. But since you've seated your...
No, let him go ahead.
We'll let Exero
It's fine.
Yes, I like to state things clearly because I believe we have gone past discussion now. I want us to be pragmatic about this whole situation and be holistic. Nigeria needs an overhaul. I believe it's high time we increase the tempo from the end SARS protest. We know what went wrong during the end SARS. Where are we going to get it right? One, the end SARS refused to produce a leader. That means in this struggle for our survival or for our freedom, we need a leader, or we need leaders from the north, south, east, and west. Every one of them should have an agreement, and then we will know that, okay, when the worst comes to us, we know who is leading. Because if we don't have a leader, what are we protesting for? We are protesting because if you don't have a leader, you are protesting. After a while, you get drained, you get fizzled out, and then the powers still continue. But you must have a leader so that you can take over, because what we are trying to do is take over. Occupy. Where are we going to occupy that's going to cede power? Niger Delta, all the guys there, they have their weapons. They are not interested in justice. They just say they are Niger Delta this, Niger Delta that. They are all interested in the oil money, and they are doing their private businesses. None of them is interested in justice. So the guys with the guns and everything that's supposed to be breaking pipeline and shutting down the country and sending all these rich fools out of the hinterland so that they live they are busy collecting from them. And we know the people that are keeping Nigeria like this. That those who have those oil blocks, who have mega empires in this country, keeping it like this. We need to occupy the places where they have to seek power. But who are going to lead? Not when they start from the west or the south. The northern ones say, no, we want it. We don't have any problem. Like during the NSAS, we saw some people saying, no, we like the country. The country is still good. Everyone has to understand, agree that we are all suffering. There's now that the fuel is not unaffordable, there's no Yoruba fuel or Hausa fuel. There's no Yoruba bread or Igbo bread. There's no Fulani rice. Everybody is jointly suffering. So that means it's a joint effort. Or are we trying to say, okay, let us go our separate ways? At this juncture, we know what's happening. CSU, everything joined together. This government is illegitimate. It's overdue for takeover. The military doesn't want to do anything. What are we going to do? That's my question. Who are going to lead this fight? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I answer your question?
Let me take a stab at it first, or a shot at it. As they say, I don't know why we use all this phrase, these eternal phrases. See, if you want to change stuff, you have to start first. You have to start forging a kind of ideology. and the ideology has to have a nationalistic component because obviously it's for the whole nation. And the beauty of ideology is that it allows differing views to coalesce under one umbrella. And when you do that, then you can have a set of people start pushing that ideology forward. Before you know it, the environment will permit that ideology to take hold if it is the right ideology for the nation. When it takes hold, the leadership will fall. I think recently, I didn't normally check it this way before. I tried to investigate how this is why I say Nigeria should be doing investigation. Investigate how people like Lenin came to power in Russia, and how Mao Zedong came to power. All those people, you start seeing that they first they have this type of discussions we are having. They start forming different camps, and then they form ideologies, and then from there one of them come like the bourgeoisies in case of Lenin. Those were the ones that actually won the argument. And even if there were two camps that started off at first, the one broke away, and the one that broke away were a little bit more how do I put it, more liberal. But while the bourgeoisie that Lenin belongs to was a lot more strident, and they really want, they are very nationalistic. They want change quickly, and they don't want to slouch. They don't want to sit back to wait for change to happen. And that's the section Stalin is also belongs. Stalin went on to start advocating that they should even attack government institutions just to change the country. So you can see how strongly some people feel when they want to change their country. They did all these things from overseas. Then when they went back to the country, the environment was right. The kingship was failing, and they took over. They took over the country, and they never looked back since then. And the same thing happened with this in China. You have to have that class that is willing to do the right thing. I'm not sure how bloody it was in Russia. I never really investigated that. I'm not sure it necessarily needs to be that bloody. It's just that when the right people are according to one of this narrative that they said, that the military people that were representing the monarchy in Russia, they knew Stalin was there. They knew Lenin was there. They were coming to take over. They didn't do anything because the people were on their side. Even the soldiers were on their side. They couldn't do anything to them because they had already won the argument. And that is the kind of idea you want to. There's a way you approach this thing that it will be a fait accompli. The leaders will know their time is up. Either they change or they make way. In the case of the Soviet Union, they had to make way, and the rest is history. So that's how I will look at it. If we band together, yeah, we can change the country quite this thing. I wouldn't say very quickly, but quite this thing, inevitably it will change. The elites, like it or not, the ones that are there. Please, I think Righteous Man wanted to wanted to add something to this.
Yes. The fastest way of us realizing a change in Nigeria is to make sure that people get more stock. That's the rate of poverty should increase, maybe up to 90%. Because black men, we can't, no. It looks like a laughing thing, but that's the reality. Until you push a black man to the wall, he will not act. Right here in Nigeria, religion is what dominates. If you go to church tomorrow, the pastor preaching will be telling you, trust God, even if they are selling a liter of fuel, 1,000 naira, what you should pray is that God should provide it for you and your family so that you'll be able to afford it without considering the next person. The moment an individual is okay with his family, he doesn't consider the next person. So until poverty grips Nigerians to the extent that they can't breathe again, then that is when they don't need a leader. That is when everybody becomes a leader, and you see them on the street. Then the bourgeoisie or the elites will now know that it is no longer a joke. So it's poverty that will only push Nigerians to achieve that.
Thank you. Eddie.
All right.
Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come on this platform. It's always nice to come here and be able to air your views. I've been listening to the show on the background, and I came in. I heard Francis say something about the killings in Nigeria just started. When he said it, I said no. In the past, in past previous administrations, It used to be the killings of the political elites. They used to be assassinated. They used to assassinate themselves. You know, that's when they would come out. When somebody is feeling challenged, he will go out and send people to kill whoever he feels is challenging him. For one, look at our former Minister of Justice. He was killed till today with no answer to it. It only shifted from killing the political elite since they became friends with each other. Now they are pitting Nigerians against each other. Now you have people from the north killing whoever, people from the east killing whoever, because they don't want to kill themselves anymore. Like I said, they keep pitting the people against each other with tribal issues or religious issues. It's time for the people to wake up. Nigeria has a problem, right? I believe it can be solved, but these guys don't want to put their heads together to do it. They come here, they see what's going on. They go back to Nigeria. In order to keep power, they continue to impoverish the people with property. It's unfortunate. Okay, look at this petrol situation, for instance, the petroleum situation, for instance. The world has moved to a certain point now where we don't have to depend on petroleum products to actually move vehicles around, right? I know we have power situations in the country. Okay, if you cannot solve the power situation right now, develop places where you can actually have, electric vehicles be charged. You are talking of transportation. Transportation is what's causing inflation in that country today. Majorly would be the transportation of goods to and fro different parts of Nigeria. If you can solve that problem by putting electric vehicles in place, having charging stations where you can look at China. They use most of these things. Are you saying that we can't go there? Okay, even if we are saying we are too poor, go there and buy some of these vehicles. Put it into the system. It will reduce the cost of living. But Nigerians, the leaders won't do that. All they think about is how to steal, how to just, put their cronies in power, in positions. I'll give an example. Look at the National Assembly. A bloated government. There's so many people in there. They're not doing nothing. The speaker, deputy speaker, they have the speaker on his own has about 500 people who he can employ as workers under him. To do what? Deputy speaker, about 400. What are they doing with those amount of people? We are running a bloated government. You borrow monies to pay staff. You think it's just madness. How long would Nigeria sustain itself that way? Go again back to the petroleum products. We say, okay, we have refineries. We can't put the refineries in order. We are giving Dangote the right to build refineries. If Dangote can build refinery wherever he's building it, why can't Nigeria build it? Why can't we even have it? Why can't we put those refineries in order to make it work? You know why? Because the people in power, they know once it starts working, right, you are taking money out of their pockets. And that's where the problem is. We have leaders who do not care about the people. Then they start to pit Nigerians against each other. Then we start to fight. Oh, he said this about Mohammed. Yeah? He is from the north. This is not how we solve problems. We need to stay focused. Again, transportation in Nigeria is where our problem starts when it comes to inflation. If we can transport people to and fro, goods back and forth with low cost, things will drop. We don't have to depend on petroleum products all the damn time. We can solve these problems, but we have people in power who are greedy. They have stolen the country blind. Once they see that, okay, we have a government in power for 4 years now. Once they see that, oh, okay, let's say they lose elections. Immediately they know they've lost the election, they will clear out the accounts. Take the monies away, let the next government come and solve the problem. How do we move forward that way? It's just unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. It's sometimes I sit down and I wonder, where are we going to that country? When I talk to people in Nigeria, they tell me, oh, dollar is this amount. Nigeria is heading to nowhere. At the rate we're going. Anyway, that's my little submission I want to put in. And one more thing, I hear you said you're in Georgia, right? Yeah, if you have the time, maybe we can meet up so that we can discuss Nigerian issues.
Don't go there. Just disappear.
You chase me.
Oh my God.
All along we are talking, we are looking that direction.
This is have your say. It's hard to say. You can't stop a man from having a say.
Sarah, don't
My
put
sister,
your mouth.
My sister,
Sarah, don't put your mouth in it. Just say
my sister.
Leave this here alone to
When you
handle
guys
it.
are
If he's capable. If he's capable.
You are not invited. It's just me and his discussion.
I was when you guys are
he was looking like this. I say, what is why this guy looking this way?
When you guys are meeting, please consider going to Chicago State University.
Hey,
please.
God.
We need a result of that, please.
Anyway, sorry, just to add to what Eddie said, I know, the government have talked about CNG, which should be a lot cheaper to run because we have gas in abundance. These are the sort of things you expect. And this has nothing to do with whoever is in charge. It's not against Tinubu or Buhari, but it's just the political elite in general. Do they even care? Because this CNG should have been thought about. If Buhari had started it and Tinubu is finishing it off, it makes it easier. But Tinubu is now starting it and they're saying it might not come into effect until next year. Well, we have abundance of gas and gas should be cheap. Now, cooking gas is 1,000 per kg. In that same Nigeria where we say we have abundance of gas. It's just wicked, sheer wickedness.
It's
and
more
there are
than
people
now.
they will give you 1,000 excuses as to why this is happening, as to why people I saw people in the comment section saying, these people also on the platform, and maybe some other people in the comment that they will cry for 8 years. And you begin to wonder, so that you can say you won, or why? So your fellow Nigerians will cry for 8 years. They said they cried like that under Buhari. Sorry, are the APC people buying gas cheaper, like Eddie said? Are they buying gas cheaper? So when you say people will cry for 8 years, you think it's only the obedience or the PDP people that are suffering? Nigerians are suffering, but it's almost like you don't care. My party won. You people will see. You see, they said it before election, lessons will be learned. Lessons will be learned. Threatening your fellow Nigerians that they will learn the hard way. Of what benefit is it to you that your party is in power and the people are crying?
That is the division I talk about. That is the division I talk about, where they just divide the country so that they can continue to share it amongst themselves. What is a speaker doing with 500 staff? What is he doing with it? To make it worse,
the best way of saying this is, did you see the video of Wike cooking? That nonsense video. 2 men are cooking, and you had about 20 other grown men there laughing, giggling. Those are the people they will call their special assistant to this, special assistant to that. And they're saying we're broke. If 2 men are cooking, who are those other hangabouts? Like 20 of them, grown men in the kitchen. What's your job? They will tell you special advisor on this, special assistant on that, and they will come and tell us we're broke.
Most of them are even ghost workers. Most of them give them positions and they don't even show up. Sure. Nobody asks any question, nothing.
Sure.
That's why I say we are long overdue for occupying.
Yes, go on.
Are you aware that things are not getting better politically? Are you aware that Oba, he has decamped this party that brought him to APC? Now tell me how Nigeria is going to work.
And I think I read somewhere that Oba has a case. He has a court case coming up in the next few weeks. But you know that Oshiomhole said once you join APC, your sins are forgiven. So he's a smart man.
Okay, there you go. Institutions that are supposed to work, you have people in power telling you, once you come to us, don't worry about your forgiven. How do you deal with it? How?
Who's next? Clifford is gone. Concerns. I'll let you speak.
Chin, are you a comrade? Chin.
Chin you don't cut and.
Are you a comrade?
Anyway, don't worry. Let me allow Concern talk. I'll talk about that when I come.
Because Concern hasn't spoken.
Okay.
Don't worry, Chin. We'll come back to you.
Thank you, Osho, for allowing me to hear my view.
No
and
problem.
Thank you all of everybody there. What is happening in Nigeria is a matter of hatred, ethnicity, and also those who believe that they own Nigeria. Those who believe that they own Nigeria don't want them, as long as they don't want Nigeria to change. Today, we know what's happening in the oil wells. Who are those
who are having the oil wells in Nigeria are mostly the Hausa Fulanis. They are having the oil wells with what is this one they call the richest African man or richest black man. The richest black man, what is helping him? Because the government is corrupt. So he wants to remain in that corrupt system to continue to enrich himself. Today, the Hausas
Sorry,
are in control.
concerns, 1 second. Sorry, I muted everybody because I was hearing a feedback or echo. I wanted to be sure it wasn't you. So I muted everybody, but I can still hear the echo. So if you have another device, maybe you have YouTube on, close YouTube and you carry on StreamYard. We can hear echo.
Okay.
Thank you.
So today, the Yorubas believe that because Tinubu is there, they are in charge of the government. They are not.
I don't believe that.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
If what they're having today is appointments, but those who are controlling the government and control the system is the Hausas, the Fulanis. That hegemony that is still there in Nigeria, that's the system. Because if those people want Nigeria to change today, they don't know what to do. Immediately they set their people on to go and start protesting in the north today. You see that the government will change immediately. So that let us all of us know that in mind. You see, the East cannot protest anymore. Because if the East go to the street to protest today, they'll be killed. If the Yorubas are noted for protesting, why did the Jonathan go? Why did they chase away Jonathan? Because they believe they're not in government. So that's why. And now today they believe they're in the government, so they cannot protest. So whatever this Tinubu does, they will support him. Mostly, majority of them. A majority of the Yoruba elites believe that they are in government today. That is why somebody like Falana, Shoyinka, all of those people, all of those Yoruba elites, they're not talking anything about this government. They're not criticizing this government because they believe that this is Yoruba turn. Even though it was not them that supported Tinubu at initial time, it wasn't them. The people who brought Tinubu at initial time was these Hausa governors, these Fulanis, because they believe that Tinubu has many baggages which they can control. And they know that Tinubu cannot do anything, can never help the country. As long as Tinubu is there, it's still the Hausa Fulanis that are still in government. The same thing that happened when Jonathan was there, the same thing that happened when Obasanjo is there, the same thing going to happen today. And the same thing that's happening when Buhari is there, is something that's going to happen. That's why there's no insecurity in Nigeria today. If this government, if for example, APC was changed, a new person comes in there, I don't think Fulanis will still be the Minister of Defense and so on and so. They cannot. But because in the same way they plan this in, this man you're gonna be there, and whatever we say is what we're gonna do. That is why things are still the way it is in Nigeria today. Why are they killing the Benin people? Why are they killing the Plateau people? Why are they killing the Igbos? Because they believe that these people are more intelligent, or those that want to make Nigeria better. That is why they are killing them. And again, this issue of the foundation of Nigeria, this is what Buhari started, and that is why they handle this. They give this government to Tinubu because of this issue of Muslim. Before they can, if they continue like this, they will reduce the Benue people because they know the Benue people are very strong. Plateau people are very strong. They will reduce them. And when another northern man will come in, it's going to be over for the Christians. Whether you like it or not, whether you believe or don't believe. That is what they are planning to do. Now, for the issue of this, what they call this man, this Tinubu and certificate. You see, the thing is that nobody talking about the certificate anymore. Doesn't help. Why did Atiku go to CSU? It's because the certificate that Tinubu submitted at what they call it at the INEC, that was the bone of contention, and he has found out that that certificate was fake. So we are telling ourselves again that Tinubu, whether he went to school there, it's not why he went there. We know that whether Tinubu went there or Tinubu went there, But the problem is that the certificate submitted at the INEC was not original certificate. It was fake. So we go talking about that again is just wasting our time. For the Supreme Court, it's unfortunate that people have been captured. So if we are expecting much from them, I don't know. Because I think they're going to toe the line of presidential tribunal. That's the line they're going to toe. Because even when you listen to most of those who come to comment at Arise and all the rest, like Abati was only emphasizing whether they will accept this new evidence, whether they'll accept new evidence. A man like that, I believe he overgrown his senses. Instead of him to talk about how Nigeria can be good, he's only talking about how APC continue to rule, whether the Supreme Court will accept. What is that? That's not supposed to be his problem. Rufai and other lady was talking about what this man did was wrong, but Abati was only talking about whether they will support, whether they will accept, whether they accept it. That is not where the problem lies. The problem lies is for you to condemn what Tinubu did that is wrong. It's not about the Supreme Court to accept it. So we're talking about Supreme Court every time. We're talking about the issue of that is, I think that one is settled. Tinubu, and from when you hear from other people, you can believe that Tinubu didn't go to that school. That's that thing, this thing which went on the what they call that certificate or what, which she used and they entered into that school was for a woman. That was for a woman. So Tinubu did not go to that school. But that is not the bone of contention. Bone of contention is the certificate is submitted at INEC. It's fake. And it has proven that it's fake. So let us, I believe, let me honestly speaking, I watch you people every day. Sometimes I come in to contribute my own quota. But if you're talking about those who love Nigeria, it's you people that bring out your time. You people are, honestly speaking, God will continue to bless you people because you people are living whatever you're going to do. Some people are now enjoying, drinking, dancing. They don't care about Nigeria. But the people who care about Nigeria more is you people that every time bring out your time here to talk about how the country can be good. If those people in Nigeria or those leaders
you're muted. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, go on.
If those people in Nigeria want Nigeria to be good, they know what to do, and Nigeria be good. But when some people say, let's divide, if today Nigeria is divided, can you tell me that many Yorubas will support Tinubu to be the president? It can never happen. But they believe that it's a time now that the Hausas have taken their own share, let the Yorubas take their own share. But again, they refuse to understand that. What if another Hausa comes in tomorrow, after 4 years, after 8 years? Where would they be? What will happen? And these appointments that are given to some of these Yorubas, it is not appointment for the Yoruba people to progress. It's appointment for those individuals to progress.
Facts.
The Buhari that gave appointment to his people, what happened? The North is still poor.
Facts.
Are they not poor today? They are poor. So all these appointments, the finance minister, it doesn't help anything. It cannot help anybody. Even though what they call it, a Benin man comes in today and goes into and begins supporting Benin Bendelites. It's not going to help all the whole Bendel people because it is still those families that are going to gain, not the hope, not Bendelites are going to gain. So let Yoruba people bear this in mind that if what today they are cooking that Tinubu is this, Tinubu is Bendel, if we don't know what the outside people are going to bring, they are going to be even bring they may even bring Guru Maharaj to rule Nigeria. And then when they bring him, what did the Yoruba say? What did the South say? So that is why it's very, very bad to support evil. If Tinubu was somebody that is good today, somebody who has a bit of integrity, honestly speaking, everybody will go for him. Everybody, every Nigerian will go for him. But the kind of man they bring, and now they're supporting him, they don't know that these people, these houses, they put a trap for them. And they are into that trap now. To go out is difficult. To go out, to come in is nothing. So that's what I'm saying this night. let us continue to hope and pray that we're going to work hard. We continue to work hard. And for those in Nigeria, it's better if you people know, if you people know what to do. Go and protest. Go and protest. Nobody dies in protest. Even if 1 or 10 or 20 are died and the country becomes better, it is better than
who will take care of our families? No, who will take care of?
All right.
Are you alive? The other day you complain that it's better to die than to. It's better for you to go out than to stay there. You are talking about people are dying every day. These people they took in Benue State and the massacre yesterday. If they are protesting and they kill in protest and Nigeria become good, it could not be better for us. That could have been better for us. Let us think about towards that line. We have to protest and see that the country be good. People made countries to be good. 1 person or 100 people or 1,000 people. With the one Nigeria today, if 1,000 people are killed and Nigeria become good, it's better for us. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Concerns.
Can we ask him questions?
No. It's not our guest
ask
now.
Me a question. Ask me. No problem. Ask me.
Please, from what you just said, you talked about the Yorubas and you mentioned some tribes. Please, I wanted to know, per capita,
yeah.
who are the poorest ethnic groups in Nigeria? Per capita. And per capita, do you see the Igbos doing well?
I don't think we need to reduce all these conversations to ethnicity.
No, because he was saying because he was saying that. That's why, because he was mentioning because I don't believe.
Yeah, okay, so he has aired his views. We can come in and constructively counter those views, which is one of the things I'm waiting to do.
I didn't want to counter him. I just wanted to.
Let me tell you. That's why I told you that Yorubas that are supporting this government today, they're not supporting this government today because it's their own government. Because at the end of the day, it's those that are given appointments that are going to survive. Those that don't have appointments are still going to be the status quo. You understand?
Okay, Concern, thanks.
So it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, so all right, thanks.
So, Concern, I hear you, Concern. I understand your emotions, and at such a time like this, our emotions will necessarily get heightened. But that being said, I don't think it's right to reduce. This is not a Yoruba planned government. Let's be very clear about that.
My brother, I said before that it was not the Yoruba's initial time that brought to Buhari to the no.
Hold on. Okay.
It was that's But today, let me tell you, my brother. Today, whenever you talk anything about this tribu, they refer to Obi. So that shows you that many of them, and look at me, let me tell you, if the Yorubas want to do something today, I know the Yorubas have power. The Yorubas are educated. They know what to do. But today they can't protest. Tell me now, which Yoruba man is talking against it?
Okay, Concern. We can go on and on and on. I don't want us to go that route.
I want to ask you, which Yoruba elite today? Which Yoruba elite
I'm about to. Okay, hold on now. Let me speak.
Let him answer you, Concern.
Let me speak. Let me speak. Hold on. Let me speak. So, please. So number one. Let's not forget that the guy who took an initial bullet for Obi is a man from Ogun State who they had to go and fish out his previous ills. What's that man's name? Dr. Okukwe. Dr. Okukwe is a Yoruba man. Number two, the guy who has, I can tell you that Labour's current DG, what's that his name? Please, guys, remind me, please. I forget his name. Oshuchokun. That guy does not have the stomach. He has no stomach for Tinubu. You guys know this. He does not like Tinubu for anything. Now, what's his name? Adebanjo who is a Yoruba man. The guy is not even missing words about it. And then on top of that, we have
Mr. Chioma, let me tell you this.
Hold on now. No, we can't have a conversation like this. No. Show you guys need to do something about this. We can't have a conversation like this.
I didn't mean all the whole Yorubas. I mean about 8 to 9%
Hold on now. You have spoken. Hold on. You have spoken. Hold on. So that it can be. See, I have nothing against what you have said per se, but I just disagree. No, listen. I didn't say you're saying all Yorubas. I'm even saying let's not even bring it down to a Yoruba issue. It's not right. It's unfair for. I know. Let me tell you. I've said this on this platform. Yes, Obi may have gotten 100% of votes in the Southeast, but if you take it from the quantitative analysis level and look at the volume of votes each group gave him, Edo State is not a Yoruba state. People in Edo State carry this thing on their head. They carry this Obi matter in their head than any group. Or is it the middle belt they play two people? So the same way in Lagos, there are a lot of Yoruba people that suffered because they wanted to vote for Obi. And people like MC Oluomo and his group try to block them. Yes, this thing that is going on is this is my view. I believe that Tinubu's political group played an ethnic card. They played an ethnic card, and there will be gullible people involved. Ojus Okalo supported Tinubu. Ojus Okalo is from Abia State. Omahi supported Tinubu. Omahi is from Ebonyi State. And there are lots of other people. What's that woman's name? Onochie, that is constantly bashing Tinubu. Onochie is not a Yoruba woman. You understand? The lady
that prostitute. You're talking about that prostitute. Or that Olosho.
I don't even want to go there.
That one is a useless woman. She's a useless
okay.
They don't want Nigeria to be good. It's a very useless woman.
But she's a useless Igbo woman.
Okay, but the point is this.
It doesn't matter. No, whether it's Igbo, it doesn't matter. It's a very useless Olosho woman. It's a stupid woman.
Okay, so concern. Okay, you are entitled to your opinion.
I've muted him
for now,
so you can carry him.
We lose the national narrative when we reduce everything to ethnicity. I have said it on this platform, and it sounds like it. If you present Dr. Akinwumi Adesina now, and you bring Dave Umahi, I will not. Before I used to say Ojus Okalo, there's no point bringing Ojus Okalo in this conversation. And again, if you bring Dave Umahi and bring Akinwumi, I won't vote for Dave Umahi. That's my level of understanding of what Nigeria needs. So I don't want us to reduce this thing. This is exactly concern. What you're doing now is exactly what Tinubu's camp want you to do. They want it to be brought down to this level, ethnicity, religion. That's where they thrive. That's where they thrive. But if people are sensible enough, stay above this thing. Dere Faro to me, who's been out there every day, is a non-Yoruba man.
Daily Momodu does like a daily podcast now, or whatever you want to call it.
In fact, that guy uses some languages that are sometimes I'm saying, I was like, this man, what are you saying? So let's not bring this thing. My view for me personally is that our elites are in cahoots. Our elites are working together, whether it is Igbo, Yoruba, wherever they come from. Listen, when it suits them, okay, let me give you an illustration. When the late Francis Arthur Nzeribe was still active in politics, Arthur Nzeribe was among those who said Chiuba Okadibo was being removed from office. Do you know why they removed Chiuba Okadibo? What for Arthur Nzeribe, his own argument. I'm not saying Okadibo did not offend, but do you know what his argument was? He spoke in Igbo. He said there were contracts given, and Benga, his father used to be a professor of economics and was minister. They are from Ekiti State. Try to remember Benga something. He used to Senator Benga. What's his father's name? His father was a minister under Abacha's government. Anyway, he said that guy was given a lot of contracts and no Igbo man benefited. And then when they were talking, he asked Okadibo in Igbo language. I will say it the way he said it. He said, Okadibo, ndi Igbo ole ketere. How many Igbo people got a share in this thing? So for him, it was not even that what Okadibo did was wrong. Can you see? It was nothing about that. So it wasn't a case of, if there was a sharing of contracts that were wrong, this is wrong. It was that, okay, you shared a wrong contract and no Igbo person got a share. Can you see how these guys operate? So while for me personally, my grounds with Tinubu is this guy acquired a certificate that I worked hard to go to school, spend 4 years, spend 2 years, spend how many years to get, and he's trolling and bringing a forged one, and people are supporting him. That's for me, that's my grounds. And since our law says you are not supposed to present fake certificates, That is my grouse. My grouse is not that Tinubu is a Yoruba man. If you bring a clean Yoruba man, not perfect, but at least based on our values, he is clean enough. I may have my differences on policy. I will not have a problem with him that he is the president of Nigeria. That is my issue. So let's not reduce this. This is exactly what these guys want us to do. And it's a divide and rule tactics that has worked severally. Let's not fall for that narrative, because it's very, for sometimes, imagine a Yoruba man who is supporting Obi, or he's in obedience, and he hears what you're saying. There's this, I mean, listen, we are first and foremost our ethnic group before we become Nigerians. So Chief Buffalo Nwolo said it, that he's first a Yoruba man before he becomes a Nigerian. That's the truth. So there's always that sentiment when you are bashing any group and they feel this is unjust or unfair. You are going to lose their sympathy unless the person has shown a transcendent level of understanding for them to be able to look beyond, whatever you're saying that may be offensive and say, irrespective of this, I will stand on what is right. Then to electricity and to development in Nigeria, I think, why do we have a centralized system of this kind of service? Everywhere, I live in Canada. Some people are using hydro. Some people are using coal. Some people are using other things. Why does it have to be, if it is gas, I don't even know what is our major source of energy in Nigeria. Is it gas? Is it Kainji? Is it water? What is it? Why can't we decentralize these things very well? If there is enough water to use in Shiroro and Kainji to run the entire north, let's keep the power generated from Shiroro, use it to power the north. I'm okay with that. If we have enough gas, let's use the gas to power the south. Or if there's something else we can use to power the southwest and then separately to power maybe the south and southeast, let's do that way and save ourselves this nonsense we are creating. This centralized system of, the federal government will hold everything and now start liberalizing it. And it's not working. And for as long as we continue to run our system this way, we are harming ourselves. We cannot industrialize. Our people will be in darkness. Small scale businesses cannot grow. Sometimes I don't know how our leaders think. I think that some very things that for me personally are very basic. I see these things and I'm like, who do us this thing? Like Rudolph will say, who did this to us? Why are we punishing ourselves? The same argument I've made when it came to seaport. We have multiple seaports in Nigeria that we work and make life easy for our businessmen and our importers. But we want to concentrate everything in Tinkan Island. And it's not working, and we are bent on doing it. Yes, I know somebody will say it's a government policy, but personally, I think sometimes there's some individual policies involved in this thing intended to punish certain people. I keep saying it. I haven't seen any nation that punishes itself. I haven't seen it. I live in Canada here. Just yesterday, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that there's a policy that Justin Trudeau put in place. They ruled it null and void. Because Alberta, where I live, that policy has been affecting them. Alberta is an oil province. And they said this, they've gone to court, and the Supreme Court says the federal government is wrong, that they should change that policy. They're going to change it because it's been shutting down oil pipelines. And Alberta thrives on oil jobs. That's how the nation runs.
That's because they have strong institutions.
Sorry? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Thank you very much, Eddie. Let's build our institutions to function. Let's focus on doing all those things. Let's focus on, say, for instance, and this is my last point, and then the next person can take over. While it is the president's job to appoint attorney general, appoint FBI, but you know that in a place like the United States, the moment you appoint that person, it becomes difficult to remove him unless that person offends. Because the attorney general, once the president is accused of any wrongdoing, is the same attorney general that will institute an independent panel to investigate you. And at that point, you can't remove him. It becomes difficult. If you remove him, they will suspect that something fishy is happening. But in Nigeria, once our president appoints somebody, he begins to manipulate the person like a yo-yo to dangle and do his bidding. The person cannot be independently do their policies, they run their ministries or whatever. We need to build an institution. EFCC chairman should be strong enough, one appointed, to without fear or favor. If the president's son offends, the EFCC chairman will find him guilty and find him. Until we build these institutions, we're just going to keep having problems. And then people like concerns will be angry. You understand? And so I want us to look at it from this perspective. We don't have institutions, and that's one of our problems.
Well, concerning your last point, right? Concerning the last point, the way you phrased it, even in the US, I used to believe they had strong institutions until we had Trump come to power. Trump was able to manipulate. He was able to manipulate those institutions to bend to his will because he knew how to do it. I guess that's the same thing that's happening in Nigeria. It's just that Nigeria don't check it at all. Over here, even with the check they have,
brother, don't compare US with Nigeria. Don't compare US with Nigeria. That's where you're getting it wrong. You can't compare US with institution here. No.
Why do you say so?
No, you can't. You can't. America is different from Nigeria. You can't even compare Nigeria with even South Africa or even Namibia, even Botswana. No, Nigeria is a different ball game.
Why not? Because we are not human beings like them. No,
thank you, Chioma.
Concerns. Are the Americans, are they not human beings? Do they have two heads?
They are one, but they are strong institution, but it's difficult to manipulate the institution here. It's not here we are. It's not here we are. You are in Georgia, I'm also here. It's difficult to manipulate this thing here in America. It's difficult. Even Trump tried, but he couldn't.
It's difficult to manipulate the process, but I'm saying he manipulated the institutions. He manipulated the institutions. You can't.
I don't think I agree. I don't think I agree. Remember, Eddie, the guy who instituted the what is it against Trump was his attorney general. He couldn't stop it. But in fact,
the other so that's what I'm saying. You can't compare America with Nigeria.
But he was able to get them to he was able to push them off some things they were going after, like his taxes. He didn't want anybody to look at it.
No, the taxes have nothing to do with. No, sorry. So Eddie, what you need to understand is this: if you go to court and the judges rule in your favor, that's the judiciary. He did not manipulate anything. He went to court.
You can't manipulate. It's difficult.
You can't manipulate it.
No. Before he went to court, when this guy Mueller was when Mueller was investigating him with the Russian affair,
yes,
they wanted to look at his taxes. He told them there was comments. He said that is his red line. He doesn't want them to go to step. And that he kind of step back. No, I followed.
I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct.
I know what I'm saying. Google check is online.
All right,
but anyway, on a lighter note, so those who have been asking about my beret, that's for the fact that you're asking. That's why I wore it.
Which color are you flying? Now, this one that you're wearing red, me too, I'm wearing red.
Which color are you flying?
That's why I want them to make this inference. I know, you see, Nigerians, we know how to anything. Which flag is it flying? That's why I wore it, just to create that. You go ask prior today.
I'm going to mention two things quickly before I sign out, and the forefathers would take us into the early morning.
Why are you signing out now?
Forefathers will carry on. It's 1:45. He has energy. Me, 1:45 a.m. I'm done. I'm just going to mention two things quickly. I know a few people have raised in the comment section because that's where I belong. Really, sometimes I come and play with the big men on this panel. In the comment section, people have mentioned that a particular gentleman has been blocked. Big man. They say a particular gentleman has been blocked or banned or something. Tim Ajek, someone who contributes a lot, very popular in the comment section, and it's sends super chat from time to time. I'm just putting this out there. I didn't block him. I've never blocked anyone. Rudolph does not believe in blocking anyone. Forefathers have said it many times. He does not think anyone should be blocked. Let them say what they like. So, between the three of us, I can tell you categorically, no one has blocked him or blocked anyone. Now, I know that particular gentleman has had issues. Pardon? I know that particular gentleman has had a run-in with electricity. When electricity hosts his midweek shows, I would watch. I wouldn't comment or join the platform. I can't join on Monday, then join on Saturday. So I would watch sometimes, and I've seen that electricity. I've told him a few times, I'm going to block you permanently. You stop calling me Mumu. You call everybody Mumu. So we would find out from electricity if he was the one who's done it. But just to clear the air, because people think we banned him or there's an agenda, I didn't even know until today. And I know Tone is very, he has a lot of issues with the people in the comment section. And he said somebody who was defending him was blocked today. And I'm thinking, how? So maybe YouTube I mean, all these things would figure it out and come back and let you know what's actually happening. But no one has blocked anyone. What I advise people to do, which I've done, is on my YouTube, not StreamYard now, when I'm on YouTube just listening, there are people who spam, who will be sending the same thing 1,000 times. You do that once, I click on your name and I block you. I will never see your comment again. And there are 1 or 2 people in this comment section for Dr. Damage's show that I blocked because, not because they say they support you, I don't even know who they support, but their comment is not, it doesn't make sense to me. It's almost like there's something going on there. So I've blocked people.
This claps out who's just going on with all his.
If there's someone that some of them attack
you're just
me,
showing
I
your
don't mind.
stupidity. That's the
But
honest
when
truth.
you're not making sense, I just block you, so I never see your comment. In fact, this particular person I blocked, I forgot they exist until I see people typing their name to say, "What are you saying?" Then I'll be like, "Oh, this person actually used to exist." So block people who are disturbing you. You never see their comment. How hard can that be? If it's an issue, just block. Click their name and block it. If
and we're not block anybody. They can say whatever they want to say. That's
exactly. But what I'm saying is, if it bothers you that much, if there are a group of people or one person that bothers you, my advice, personal, click the person's name, tap on it, and block. Problem solved. But in terms of blocking people as a channel, we haven't blocked anyone that I know of. We'll speak to electricity and find out. I don't have his contact. Rudolph will do that and find out if he's blocked anyone. What are the reasons? Is it valid reasons and all of that? So that's what I wanted to say. And one last thing, that Tone mentioned that FBI are going to drop some smoking guns. I don't expect it. I think people should manage their expectations with this FBI thing, because if I'm America, if I'm the US, I would redact what I would release. They said they have 70,000 pages on Tinubu, which doesn't bother some people. It's cool. What's the big deal? Like, they have notes on me or they have notes on you. But for some people, that's fine. Nigeria's president gets filed with FBI, 70,000 pages. They said they will release 2,500. Drip, drip, drip. 500 per month. They are teasing all of us as an entity. Shame no, they catch people. Fine. Yeah. I think what they will do is they will redact what they will release, but just to let Tinubu know that, assuming they have something that, damaging or incriminating, they will release a little just to let him know that we can actually mess you about. So you have to play ball. Whatever we want you to do. Because if I'm America, that's what I'll do.
I thought they wanted to use him.
Yeah, well, I would seriously doubt. I would seriously doubt if the FBI would do that, because they wouldn't want to cause instability in some parts of the world. If they say they would do it, if they say it will be done, maybe I haven't heard of it.
Oh, they started from October. 500 pages.
They would do it. It's not only FBI. Even IRS also said they would do it.
500 pages every month.
And what show is saying is that it's going to be an empty document. There will be nothing.
Seriously, because I don't think they want to cause instability in that part of the world.
Things.
But they have 70,000 pages on Tinubu. FBI have 70,000 pages worth of documents on him. It's not hearsay. It's not social media nonsense. This is official. So they said out of the 70,000, they would only release 2,500. And those 2,500, they would release 500 pages each month, starting from October. Our president, they'll be
on what exactly? Sure. Sorry, on what exactly? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Is that the running with
the repetition? But sure. What do you think the American government will want to achieve?
That's exactly what I'm saying. They're not going to do that. It's going to destabilize that part of the world.
There was subpoena. Some people requested it. Freedom of information.
I know. I mean,
wait. Some Nigerians requested it. FBI said they wouldn't release it. They went to court, and the court subpoenaed them to release it.
This guy, David Hunde, or what? The one that took them to.
Yeah. So go on, what's your question?
Yeah. So they'll be releasing some 2,500 documents of pages of empty or redacted documents.
That's what I think.
Yes, I know. Showing Tinubu, because they've already called Tinubu from the White House when they wanted him to invade Niger. So my question is, what would they now, after releasing these things, putting fear in Tinubu, what would they now want? What are they likely to use Tinubu to
what I'm saying. I said those who are expecting smoking guns, manage your expectations. They're not going to give you anything. They'll give you blank paper. You'll be redacted. But anyway, on that note, I'll leave you to it. Paul, good to see you. I'll leave you to it. Forefathers, have a wonderful show. I'll keep watching on YouTube. But me, I'm shutting down for the day.
Thank you. This is show.
No problem, brother.
Yeah, I think the question Eddie was asking about Trump, because he was able to keep his record even if they were investigating him out
Exactly.
of this in their hands for throughout the time he was in office.
Yeah.
And that was very puzzling for me, that how is it that you can't even reach is such a rich man's this in tax returns? You can't find it out publicly. That is really strange. But you know, we just assume that the West is don't have their own peculiarity. They do. They do have their own peculiarities that indicates elitism. You know, it's something that the poor man will not get away with. They will get away with it quite easily. It's the nature of capitalism. When you have a capitalist system, if one side has more money, they will be able to get it. It's not because they necessarily cheat. They know how to navigate the constitution better than you. They have lawyers.
Right.
They don't have to cheat to even succeed in doing that. So I think who is next? I don't know who hasn't spoken.
Another thing I want to say about
Forefathers, I want to
the
go to bed, please. They have seized our lights. I want to sleep, please. Can I make
All
my
right.
last submission?
Yeah.
before I go?
Go ahead, righteous man. You know, you are really pulling our Nigerian this in chains here. You know, you because you are in Nigeria. But it's all good. Go ahead.
No, but okay. Let me remove the torchlight I'm using. You will see that it will be dark.
There's no power.
That's what I'm telling you. They've seized the light.
Okay. Please go ahead. Oh God, Nigeria.
So, you better come back.
I'm using CNG now. I've transitioned now, like everyone else. Go ahead.
So my question is this: though show just left, I wanted to ask him a simple question. If the 2,500 documents they want to release on Tinubu has nothing to offer, nothing tangible, then why would they be releasing 2,500? Again, why will FBI and other agencies have that kind of amount of documentation on an individual?
No,
Is
that's
it
what
how
they
it
do.
operates
No, that's
in
what they do.
America? If
That's what they do.
if there is nothing smoking,
That's what they do. They have intelligence on most of the governments around the world. That's what they do.
no, what
That's
I'm
how they keep
saying, if
themselves
there
safe.
is nothing smoking, why would they keep that?
I'm sure there's something smoking, but they wouldn't want to put it out there because they wouldn't want to destabilize this part of the Nigerian.
Eddie, let me broker it to him so that they understand this implication where we are right now. If you think FBI has how many 100 or 1,000 page document on the Tinubu, think about what Google, Facebook, and Instagram, all of them have on all of us.
Exactly.
We don't understand what they have. Our lives in their hands. Our lives, our secrets, everything, we've submitted it to them. What we have done to ourselves, we don't even know how deep it runs. But we are worried about what FBI has got. They take information about anybody that they believe has potential to wield influence in any country. They are probably monitoring Dr. Damages himself. So it's like that with these things.
Right.
Okay.
You may not know, but they keep information, right? Virtually all the governments in the world.
Yeah, Chin, I was asking you, I'm the one that asked you about the beret you are putting. I said, are you a comrade?
I'm a comrade of Jesus Christ.
Oh God.
There was one other thing I wanted to say, forefathers.
Which comrade do you want to hear now? Forefather, which other comrade do you want to hear? I'm the comrade of Jesus Christ.
I thought you want to represent for the ones that are wearing the red berets.
When I saw that red, I was thinking something else. That was why I asked you. But anyway,
I'm not going to ask you I'm not going to ask you what you're thinking.
No, don't ask me. There's no need.
By the way, the last man that wore that beret is still answering questions. You know, Showore is still having court cases
for wearing beret.
Oh, Skarina, you don't know the Showore movement.
So,
is it for wearing beret? Sorry, Exterior, is it for wearing beret?
The last man that wore beret is still having court case.
Okay. Where I live, I'm allowed to wear beret. I'm allowed to wear camouflage. I can even have a camouflage painted car. Nobody disturbs me. So maybe I need to thank God I'm in that environment.
You need to thank God.
So I will be saying good night to all of you because it's 4 minutes to 1 a.m. in Nigeria. That's early Sunday morning. So good night to every one of you.
Good night, righteous man. You did try, eh? You did try.
Thank you for joining us, righteous man. We appreciate you coming over, to join us.
He's doing well in Nigeria.
Wait, forefather, you are owing me data. You promised me data.
Well, I promise you data. I don't have any way of reaching it. Don't worry, I will speak to Dr. Damage. Dr. Damage is very hard to get a hold of, I have to go to Dr. Damage.
From you. Don't play robo
I'll not be robo man. Don't worry. You never know. I might be. You can't be sure. Don't worry. I'll get you to come to you sooner or later. Yeah. Take care.
Bye. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I think I would just want it to be a more free discussion and about current affairs and how it relates to us. Because one of the things I noticed about what the Hamas people did that I really thought about, I said, you know what? These people, they went and did what they did, knowing full well what Israel is going to do to their people and to them. And they did it anyway. Because their calculation is that if we don't do it, we're already dead anyway. It's just in slow motion, and they said, we are not going to take it. We are going to fight back, and if the world wants to watch all of us die, that will be on them, and they are going to do what they need to do. And they did. And Israel relying so much. This is why I keep telling people, human beings you can't underestimate human beings. We have human beings, and our leaders are not using them to defend us. But look at what human beings were able to pull up. Israel was relying so much on electronic intelligence, and even when they were warned, they didn't even pay attention to it, that this stuff was going on. And they carried on, and look at the results of what happened. Because when you have so much power and you're using it against another people, you forget that people you are oppressing, those people, they are not like us. When they oppress us, we tend to just lie down. No, those ones, they because they are used to it, they've seen their brothers, their sisters be oppressed by Israelis killed, and they've seen it. And one reporter was talking about it. He said he was in Gaza about the last, I think one of the invasions that America, Israel had with Gaza. He said while they were burying the people that Israel killed in the operations that they had in Gaza, they were training young people at the same time. Hamas was training young people. Those young people, that was years ago, I think 2006 or so, that those young people are the ones that are probably attacking Israel now. Because they've seen it. When you've seen it, you tend to be more alert to what is happening to your people. But what we see is only us targeting each other. We never know the power that is controlling our destiny. But those Gazans know it, and they don't care.
But Father, don't you think our people, Nigeria, first of all, if you look at the Black Americans during the civil rights struggle, at some point it was a do or die affair. So don't you think with the way our society has, with our bad governance that we've experienced back home, that the generation of, especially those who did that toll gate thing, what do we call it again? NSAS. That we're getting there gradually as a people. Where our people, one of my lecturers once said Nigerians have what he calls a Sambo personality. You push the person to the wall, he goes to the wall. You push him, he even creates a hole inside the wall and enters the wall instead of fighting back. Now, my point is, don't you think with where we have gotten to in Nigeria, now people are fed up, that we're possibly going to start seeing people pushing back? We can see what is happening in the north with all those terrorist groups. We can see what is happening with, the IPOB guys in the southeast. It's just a matter of time before it becomes a national trend that people will suddenly just say, you know what, if I what's his name? Dino Melaya will say, if I talk, I die. If I don't talk, I die. I might as well, die or whatever. So when you push people to the wall to an extent, they lose that fear, that self-preservation, and begin to say they throw everything to the wind and they don't care anymore.
Go hard for Africa.
I think I like to also go more in depth in this, because I think from what I saw with NSAS is that those youths that were getting attacked by the NSAS officers were the ones that got fed up with it. Some of them were not killed, but they were abused, and others were their friends. They lost their friends, so they got tired and enough is enough. We have to fight back. But the ingredient, there's revolution in the air in Nigeria. There's an air of revolution, but the problem is that the ingredients to have it so that it is national is not there. From the point of view, because most of the people that have the conversation, they tend to have it regionally. They don't tend to have a coherent message. This is why sometimes people get frustrated and say, "Let's just break up." But the idea, what you need is you need to glue the nation together. You need to have it amongst all the groups. The elites now, they all gang up against all of us.
Exactly.
So why the ones that want to change the country don't gang up? You have to gang up. You have to talk to the people in the north, talk to the people in the west, the south, everywhere. If you do that, it's a conclusion. And because what I what I found out is that when you are, it's like an alternative government. When you are a viable alternative government, you have ideas more than the one in office. Even they will concede ground. They will know they have nothing to offer. They will concede ground to you.
Well, Father, there's this country where they occupy the government house, the president left, and they changed the president. They put the vice president as president. I've forgotten the country.
That's Sri Lanka now.
Yes,
Sri Lanka.
It can be done. Yes, we have the population to do it. In fact, Nigeria's situation is rife for it. But how do we convince people from the northern part to join this movement? Because that's where we seem to have the dichotomy.
Let me say something, please.
I think what you're talking about. Okay, go ahead, Ndubisi.
Okay,
Ndubisi, go ahead.
So, okay, in Burkina Faso, that was the way Blaise Compaoré was removed from office. You know, after he planned a coup and assassinated Sankara, he became head of state. Eventually, along the line, he transformed himself into a civilian ruler, president. He had the constitution. The man kept changing the constitution because he has control of everything. The country was not getting better. If the people come out to protest, he will use his elite card and the security forces to disperse them. But at that time in 2005, the people were determined this time to take him out. I don't know if 2005, but that particular year when they took him out, the crowd was so massive. They first of all headed to the parliament. Nobody told the police or military men there that this is beyond them. Everybody left. Then his elite guard, who are even more well-trained than the regular army, were the ones guarding him. He gave them order to disperse people when they are coming to the president's palace. They told him, they looked at the crowd. The head of that team told him, "Sir, we can't do this. How many people are we going to kill? What we can do for you is to get you your helicopter, your planes at the airport, take you to the airport." Thank God the crowd didn't even think of going to the airport. That you can call any head of state you know that is close to you, so you can fly to that place. That was how the man left. So it was people's movement. But like we said, like some of you are saying here, people need to be enlightened. And again, maybe our security officials, okay, our regular security people in the police, and they should be called the enlightened. So that when people come out to protest peacefully, they'll just say and watch them and say if the thing goes violent. Because that is where the people have their fear, that they will send them against them. Because they too, they have families and they are going through the same pain, but they will not say it because it is their code. Don't say, obey the last order. But if they too wants to change the country, they should equally key into this thing, not by getting violent in any way, but by giving the people, just like we do it in the Western world, where a protest is going on. You see the security men, they are out or to maintain peace. People will protest normally. If this thing keeps going on and on and on, at some point, these people we cave in. These elites, how many are they? But like I said, the main problem is the tribe, the ethnic and religious angle to it. Let me stop here so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
You've been absent for quite a while. I think, go ahead. Whatever you want to talk about, really. This is a free session.
I'm so happy that I allowed Ndubisi to talk before the other head just joined, and that just makes me happy. Yeah, because I think this morning he misunderstood what I said about the Israel and Hamas issue, that I blamed America. I blame America because America is just coming out from the Second World War. And Fofana, you want to check somebody that is having feedback?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Probably in the BC. Oh no, it's not him. Is of course it's still it's all right. It's still, you know, look at
He is watching a movie. He's watching a movie and watching this program at the same time.
Don't mind him.
In there for one man show and in there for Dr. Damages at the same time.
Don't mind the busy man.
So what I'm saying is that America is just coming from the Second World War, that they become officially world power. Then Britain trying to settle this so-called, what we call the Israel today, these Jewish people today, they have all it takes to bring peace. And between then and now, then I just oppose back a little bit and just talk about the Holocaust. Like the Jewish people keep crying, Holocaust survivor. What the Germans did, they can be able to bring peace. Jewish people are still in Germany. They are doing business. They are living in Germany. These both countries have relationship together and everything. They can find a way to resolve it. The same way I'm waiting for America to also do the same thing. If America is telling us that, oh, Iran is sponsoring Hamas, and Iran is coming out to say no, but America is making it openly. They are showing their bias by sending all these weapons, sending all these things. The UK is showing their bias and everything. These people can bring peace. I'm asking, let me just switch the goalposts a little bit. Look at Russia. Russia went into Ukraine. They are doing what they're doing in Ukraine. What did the West do? Sanction. They did not get a weapon to say go fight back, that they kill Ukrainians. They are sanctioning McDonald's, leave our country. Burger King, leave. This business, leave. Is that not what we see? Did you see them ask them to give them weapon to say shoot into Russia? They didn't do that. They didn't do that. You understand? It's a white country and it's a world power. They know the implication. But what I'm saying is that the way I am way older than one of my younger brothers. I'm older with one of my younger brothers with 12 years. And that my brother is beating me. No matter how punch that my younger brother will punch me, if I spike him in his butt, my mother will still blame me because that one spike that I will spike him, he's still going to cry. I will not cry. Then my mother will blame me. You know, those saying that your junior brother. Why do it like that? There is a way we can do it. These people understand, and they understand very well that they can't fight Israel. And they are saying it, and at the same word that the Palestinians said, the Hamas said, it is the same word that Russia is saying. Russia said, we are not fighting Ukraine, we are fighting NATO. And I say we are not fighting Israel. We are fighting the West. If the West is accusing Iran and Iran saying no, but the West is openly showing their own bias. When these people are so powerful, they are the world power, that they can bring peace. And I believe if genuinely in their heart, if they bring the type of peace that they bring with Germany, you understand, the world will be a better place. But they are not rolling in that direction. They are waiting for one side of the story where this person will just make one little mistake. Then everybody will just ride on it. So this is what I'm saying. That's why when I use the word white, I use the word because Germany is white. They still find a way of bringing themselves together like they did in 1896 to say, let us go out and go invade these other colors. But we are all the same. Why are we fighting ourselves? Remember, England and France fought for 100 years. They've been fighting, but when they see opportunity for an outsider, they stop the fight, they stop the bleeding, and they go outside to go do. So the same thing that I'm saying, that the West can genuinely bring peace, not this thing that is going on. So this is where I am blaming. So I'm not talking about what is it called? The Jewish people that they are white. That's why America is supporting them. The Jewish white and the Arab white. It is because of Christ that they said Christ is not white, Christ is brown. That's why America had those Arab people that they are Caucasian, just to increase the white popularity for them to continue to maintain census that they are majority in America. But when the chips are down, we know that all these people, even though the people themselves know say will not be white. So I just want to clear that part. But coming to this same Israel thing, I keep saying the same thing. I really feel bad, and forefather, I really want to apologize to you. You've been saying this thing for a very long time, and I see it clearly. And I'm so happy because I'm learning. I learned about Uganda that they were to give these Jewish people land in Uganda. I also learned today again that they were to give to Argentina too. And we see what the Britain did to Argentina. And we see what they are doing in Africa. If these Jewish people were to be in Uganda, Kenya would have gone today. Maybe Ethiopia too would have gone. Maybe the whole East Africa would have gone. You understand? Religion never compromise. That's why you never see a Jehovah's Witness invite a Pentecostal to their church. They are in one class Christian. Muslim, they don't bend between the so-called Muslim. They don't bend. So it's hard to broke these people when it comes to religious line. And at the same time, too, to these white people, it's also hard to broke them when it comes to other race. You understand? All they do is just being diplomatic. Nobody is being sincere. When I watch all the news in the CNBC, the Fox News, the CNN of this world, the CBS of this world, I just see the uniform for ones that they come together just to demonize one part. And when you watch this same news from the Arab League too, you also see how they also unite for their own parts too and everything. But at the end of the day, what they are doing, they are all talking about justice, but nobody's talking about peace. And peace just will definitely bring all of us together to be a happy world. They are preaching clean energy. Sending all these missiles out and everything. Is it cleaning the energy? Is it helping the ozone layer? You understand? Why did they think in that direction? Why? That's why I use the word when people say don't talk about Christians. Christians in Palestine is 1.9%. Christians in Palestine is 7.6%. In Israel is 1.9%. So when we say I am praying for Israel, if you are a Christian, you are praying for Israel. Are you not praying for your fellow Christians in Palestine? If you are a Muslim, you are praying for Palestine. Are you not also praying for your 18% Muslim in Israel? You understand? Then the most biased one, very prejudiced one that I hate to say, the so-called Jewish people and everything. They are the very prejudiced one because they don't even like you. They don't do business with you. They don't do anything with you. They keep to themselves. They stay in their bubble and they are comfortable in their comfort zone. You understand? And it's not bad. Don't get me wrong. And everything. So we cannot just stand up and fight for them and leave everything. It is just better for everybody to happy. Everybody, for them to bring peace. I am waiting for the West to bring out the peace, how they resolve this thing, that they can talk Holocaust, but the whole thing is gone today. I'm waiting for that. That's my thing. So, Ed, when I say racist because of the way they are treating the Palestinians. You understand? Let them bring peace. I'm not just saying it because.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that since you called me?
Let's calm down. I think Ed, Eddie, you have to allow Ed. Since Ed was
because
I
just
want to ask don't worry. There will be time for you to respond.
You have opportunity to.
See, I think that there's a lot of response that many of us gave that was based on soft power that religion confers to people, and I've warned our people about this. They don't look at the stuff objectively. They just go based on their subliminal religious bias to just back this Israel, even when the numbers and the actions shows that these people are not behaving like religious people at all. But it's okay. Ed, please go ahead.
Okay, so let me start from the statistics that he quoted. I can't find any statistic on the internet that says Palestine has up to 7% Christians. Actually, most statistics say they have about 2% or less, which is approximately what Israel also has. But if you look at the share population, Israel has more Christians in terms of share number. But that aside, I agree with your general sentiments that everybody wants peace. But the point I'm trying to make is, first, you made an assertion that Uganda, if they were in Uganda, they would have cleared up to Kenya and all of that. Before I make this point, let me agree that there seems to be some sort of, expansionist tendencies today in Israel. But let's look at where we started from. Israel had just declared that they were a nation in May 1948. And the reaction that triggered immediately was an Arab coalition went to war with Israel. So it was as a result of winning that war that
correct that part. It's not about Israel, it's about the UK. plus the land, the UK.
They fought with Israel. The Yom, is it a 6 day? No, I think it's the Yom Kippur War, the first war that they fought against Israel. That was a coalition of Egypt, Jordan, Syria. I think Libya was also among of them. And on the side of Palestine, they fought against Israel. And when Israel was able to push them to a large extent, that's where Israel got a lot of lands. As in, Israel actually, as a punishment to them, because Israel expanded because they felt like there was some sort of national security advantage in being able to control their frontiers, right? But over the years, Israel also ceded back some of those lands, like the Golan Heights was ceded back to, I think, is it Jordan? And then some part of the
what?
Close to
Golan Heights is with Syria, it's still with Israel.
No, it's not. Look at it.
Golan Heights, let me confirm that. Golan
Look
Heights, let me confirm.
Look it up. And then they also ceded. They also
them and
ceded
Syria
some
were
land.
squabbling over that land now.
No. Israel has ceded some land over, like, because they had to enter some sort of treaty with some of these neighboring countries, and part of that treaty was, okay, we're giving you back some of these lands. So it's not like Israel initially just said, oh, we are going to like dominate this area. Recently, that would seem to be the case, especially with trying to like push more towards that's what I'm hearing. I can't authenticate that, so please don't take me on that. But it's not like Israel just started and say, oh, we're going to dominate all the land. Part of it was the national security imperative of being able to control their frontier. That's one. And then on the issue, as you said, what everybody should be fighting for now is peace. Let there be peace in that land. But we can also take away the fact that the controlling authority of Palestine, which is Hamas, they have a sworn commitment to see that Israel does not remain a state.
Exactly.
Right. So how would you, I mean, it's easy to look at Israel on one's perspective and say, oh, these guys, they are just colonizers, they are controlling. And I don't
Israel actually controls Golan Heights, for one. And I'm not sure you are aware that Israel actually supported Hamas in the early stages.
That's not correct. Forefathers, I just
Actually,
read it. Israel ceded Golan Heights back to Syria.
Look at it now. I'm reading it right now. It says Israel currently controls the Golan Heights. This is something I already hear about. Where did you get the information? Send your link, please. Let me check it.
Okay, wait here.
Please. So we can compare notes.
How do you negotiate peace with people?
Because from what I know, Israel is the one controlling the Golan Heights. I think where the way Ed is narrating it, you can tell. For me, anyway, I feel like you have a religious tilt towards because you're not looking at the land that they took away from other people. One,
no, they did not take away the land. Wait, can I finish?
They didn't take it away.
Wow. This is part of, no.
They didn't take it away. They were there 60 years ago.
They didn't take it away, but they are giving the land back.
No,
but they didn't take it away.
No,
but they are giving it back.
80 years ago.
Paul, sorry, Ed, can I say something, please? Paul, you guys didn't listen to him. I'm not trying to defend him. He said in the course of that first war, they grabbed more land. Because listen, when you win somebody, there are booties from war, and it was land. They got land.
You took the land from the people. What kind of talk is that? You are justifying you to take land. What kind of talk is that?
Can I make my points? Can I make a conversation?
You are justifying what? You are justifying that they took land from people because of which war?
Can I launch for fathers?
That's the bias I'm talking about.
Is that land historically the land of the Palestinians?
Yes.
How?
Was it? Because they have been there right from the beginning. Even when you see, let me give you a heads up because I know where you are going with this one. Even during the time of this in Moses, when they went there, there were people there.
No,
there were people there. The land was not empty where they went to.
They were. Can I land now? That land originally belonged to a group of people called Canaanites. And the Palestinians do not have any direct trace to Canaan.
Who told you that?
It's historical. I've been reading a lot.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable.
Don't emotionalize it. Give me a proof that today's Palestinians are descendants of Canaanites. Show me.
If you want to go there, then you can also say How do you have proof these people that are in Israel now are the descendants of the Israelites? Not the Jews, or the Israelites.
Who are the Jews?
And these Jews that you are talking about, most of the they are the European Jews that have stayed in Europe for
wait,
millennia, 2,000 years.
Let me
And
finish.
you are trying to say that they have
forefathers.
Let's have a scientific conversation.
Let's get somewhere. First, all the information I see is saying that Israel controls the Golan Heights, not the other way around. They take land and they cede the land. And what you are justifying here is, even when they are talking peace, they are still going to take more land as we speak. They are still building properties in the West Bank. Hold on now. Because when you are saying stuff, I don't know why nobody pushed back on some of the things you were saying before.
This is my time.
They are still doing it right now.
My points. You just answering all my points.
I'm just trying to challenge anything. You're going to
let him finish now. Let him finish first.
Of course, he's going to finish his point. I'm not going to stop him. He's going to finish his point. I know that. Go ahead, please.
And you're talking like you don't have a slant in this. Let's just be very clear.
I don't actually.
You also have an anti-Western slant, and that's the frame. At this. So let me complete my point.
I have a pro our people stance, and I'm also a humanist. I don't have an anti-Western stance.
Okay. Let me complete my points. The people today that are called Palestinians. First, how did the land become known as Palestine? That name was given to it by the Romans. And they did that after the Jewish revolt. I think it's called Bar Kokhba, sometime in the early 80s. Yes, that's when the late BCs, just before Christ. So there was a Jewish sort of revolution against the Romans. And when the Romans were able to quell that, they named the land Syria Palestina. And that is the name that has descended till today. So it was not like the land was originally called Palestine. If you can give me a proof that today's Palestinians are direct descendants of Canaanites, I would concede that to you, right?
Okay.
And to start with, there's evidence from even Palestinian leaders saying that their origin is even more of an Arab, Egyptian, and Syrian origin, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of evidence there. So okay,
no, there is no evidence.
Go ahead. For Christ's sake, I know how to read. I've been reading about this because I've been trying to I don't want to be biased on this topic. Yes, I'm a Christian, but I've tried to educate myself, and I had to go through several sources, even Palestinian leaders. Then you talked about the current Jews not being the Jews of before, right? The truth is, for people that were driven away from their homeland in 70 AD and only returned in 1948, they've intermarried, but they kept their roots. It's just like you're telling African Americans today that they are not Africans. Does that make sense? Just because they've been in the diaspora for that long? So let's be very objective. The Golan Heights, yes, a part of it was ceded. You can check that. A part of it is still under Israeli occupation, but a part of it was ceded to Syria. And also they also ceded some lands to Egypt. So it's not like I'm not trying to, again, I made my point.
The point you are making is that it's like equivalent of African Americans coming to Africa to take over Africa. That is their own.
Can I land?
Kick all of us out and take over. That's the equivalent of what you are making.
No, because we Africans are indigenous. They came out of us. So let me give you, because you're not making that, and you always do this. You don't make direct equivalence.
But they are not coming to fight and take the land.
Let me land, Paul. Let me land,
African Americans into it.
If the African Americans had a clear history as to what their indigenous land is, if they had a clear history, and then other people are occupying that land today, that would be the exact equivalent.
You see what you did? The Palestinian people, let me read this. I think you make claims that are not very accurate. I have to be correcting it, because this is one of the things I like to seriously do, because I don't like people making claims, and our people are hearing this, and they are kind of conditioning our people to be thinking in a certain way. Let me read this. I said, where are the Palestinians ethnically originated? He says the Palestinian people are ethnically and culturally linked to the historic region of Palestine, which is situated in the Middle Eastern and includes what is now Israel. This is something. It's a fact of life, and we just
what you
assume
said
it's
does not.
not true.
It does not change anything because yes, there's.
But
a
you are
place
saying they are
that's been-
Egyptians now. Seriously?
No.
No, he
say
says
that-
they are more linked to the
Okay,
Egyptian area.
You know what?
You
You know
use
what?
the
Can
word
I- can
Egypt.
I-
You brought it here. I didn't make it
can I-
up.
Can I give you? Okay, ask yourself. The place that they said that it's called Palestine. Was there a name for it before it became Palestine? Ask yourself that
Of course, there was
question.
a name for it now.
What was that name?
They used to call them, they were the Philistines and all those people that used to call in the Bible.
That's
Okay, who are those people? Tell me, they vanished from the face of the earth, didn't they?
What was the name of the land called the region of Palestine?
Ed, sorry, quick
Why
one.
do I have to know that? The point is that the people were there when these ones arrived. I don't know what you are going on about. You are really confusing the issue.
That's
no, it's not biased.
See,
hold on. Okay, hold on.
There's a difference between
it's not bias.
Philistine
It's just fact.
and Palestine. You're mixing two groups together.
Hold on. My point is that they are from that region. And secondly, it depends on what time you want to start counting. I think what Ed did just now, he went back to 2,000 years when the Jews were present there. You can go further back when they were not there. You can go after that when they were not there for 2,000 years. What you are missing is that the people that occupied that land occupied it longer when the Jews were not there. For 2,000 years till now, they were still there.
A direct connection between the Canaanites and Palestinians, because that's the only historical.
I just read it to you. What else do you need to know?
You said they originated from Palestine. You didn't say they originated from Canaan. The land was originally called Canaan.
See, if somebody originated in that region, did they say when they? You know what origin means? You know that, don't you?
Let me give you another clue.
Hold on. If somebody is said to originate from somewhere,
let me give you another clue.
It doesn't matter how far back you go.
Wait. Can I give you another clue? Can I give you another clue? If you ask what is the origin of the Yoruba people, it will tell you they originated from a place in southwest Nigeria. Or if you say Igbo people, it will tell you they originated. But the Yorubas moved from a place to that place, and it's even in Yoruba legends, it's even in Yoruba oral history that they moved.
Yes, and when they told you,
but when they moved to this new place that they moved, did they tell you that people? Did they tell you that people are living there?
They moved thousands of years ago, not 2,000 years ago. When the Yorubas moved, they didn't say just 2,000 years ago. They moved way back.
And where they moved to, they didn't move there and find people there.
There's an equivalence I want to make, if you allow me to make. So, Liberia and Sierra Leone. Remember the people that were brought to Liberia and to Sierra Leone. These were slaves that came from different parts of Africa or wherever and ended up in the plantations. And when slave was abolished, they brought some of them back and told them, if you want to give them a homeland in Liberia. That is part of the confusion going on in Liberia till tomorrow. Because there are indigenous Liberians who feel these Americanized Liberians are coming to lord it over them. So, for instance, George Weah is an indigenized Liberian. Samuel Doe is an indigenized Liberian. Tubman was an Americanized Liberian. And so is
Charles Taylor
and co. So you see, those are some of the challenges. We also have it. Even Sierra Leone has that same crisis. So these are the crises that colonialism created, the white man created.
Yeah,
you understand?
That's true.
But
I agree with you because they were brought. Some of them were brought from America back to this thing. But what happened? They were Africans at least, and at the same time, they were not taking the entire land and saying bye bye and we'll jail you in one corner. That's not what they were doing.
Forefathers, can I come in now?
Your glasses are
you are free to come in now. This is free. No. I'm being. See, you are not looking at a people that were jailed. People that are being related. I can't believe how you can just ignore that.
Now that's you're misinterpreting me. I have humanitarian concerns. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Israel is not even a Christian country, so I'm not just defending them on the basis of me being a Christian. So they definitely they are human based like society. They have their flaws. We cannot take that away. But that does not mean we should now change historical facts. Or as in the only way you can prove to me that Palestinians own that land is if you can trace their origin to Canaan. That's
Ed, seriously. Ed, can I ask you a question?
Okay, ask me the question.
Can you say that?
No, because that
is the Jewish people Canaan? Is the Jewish people come from the lineage of Canaan?
No, I agree. But
so they came and took it, but he gave it to them.
The Jewish origin is Syria.
Wait, guys.
Okay,
do you know that the true Jews are truly black?
Hey God!
Don't
start now. Don't start here.
Let me
always
break
come
it down.
one sideways point.
Let me break it down.
Jews are originally black now,
so that you can go and do your research.
We know this one.
I agree 100%.
Hey, you have thrown bomb into our discussion.
Okay, now look at it this way.
They're originally black.
The Jews that you guys are talking about, they are the Ashkenazi Jews, which are the European Jews, be scattered around the world. Yeah,
correct.
Now the real Jews back then. Let me just break it down. The origin, you have something they call the black
before
Jews.
You continue, Tia, please, I'll let you talk. I know AY is in the comment section. AY is usually a panelist here. Please, AY, I do not appreciate the kind of comments you're making. If it was just a normal commenter doing that, I'll be okay with it. But please, let's respect ourselves. I do not appreciate that. Continue to you.
Is it the normal AY that comes on the panel?
That's
AY for real. I see. Okay.
See, let me see, guys.
Make it easier.
I've been seeing see on this panel, you guys should just show some love to each other. Like I always say, I've got nothing but love for you guys, because looking at you guys, if I see you on the street, man, I'll holler at you anytime, any day.
Now, all these British people, why are they London hungry? They catch me all of them, not show face. Say, I bet pack one side.
Not sure you love me.
He never told us he was around. He told us he was going to Manchester.
No, I did. I was in London. I did. I called what is his name? Loco.
All the understanding was you're in Manchester.
Loco pushed me. I did. Look, I can show you proof. I was in London. I rented a car to London.
Next time,
I did.
let me know.
I talked to Loco. Loco was telling me that, okay, you have show's number. Loco, take me out. And the internet was punishing me.
Oh, no.
Yes, I did.
Sorry about that. See,
now I saw that love me. After I don't go back to my desert.
Paul, don't mind See, if you try and dig deeper, you have the what's it called, the origin of the Hamites and the Shemites, which you guys call the Semites as well. So the Israelites were of black race, and the biblical Abraham, which is called, which you guys call Abraham, was a black Shemite as well. And that's why sometimes when you guys look at, even in the Catholic Church, at the inner side, you see that they have a black structure of Jesus as well. Do you guys know that? That, in some places, even in the Roman stuff, Jesus is painted as black, but it's kept in the inner room. Just do your research on that as well. So back to what I was saying. The black Shemite, because I know I'm going to change, a lot of perception here. I just try and dig deeper into
it. Don't start with it. We are discussing a different direction. You just turn it to the rest of the actually. You are taking us in a different direction.
See, forefathers, you know why? It's because we blacks, we don't know our what. I won't lie to you. Look, if you go to Ethiopia, you have Jews there as well. Jews that even some of them are now migrating down to Israel.
I said it. They're taking us to Ethiopia.
See, it's because we don't know our what. Even the Igbos here, the eastern part of Nigeria, there are still some of them that are practicing Judaism, which is being passed to them from their forefathers. It's because we don't know our what.
I think when we say that, we forget that maybe they copied us, not the other way around. And in terms of this, there is a history there where you have the king of Israel having an alliance with the Cushite kings. And the Cushite king on the other side of Egypt, where they were ganging up against this is so. There's history showing that we Africans were here and we're having influence during that period, and we're working with people in the Middle East. And this idea that there's black Hebrew Israelites, I don't know, man. I don't know where that came from.
Come back. See, you're gonna come back. Just do your research. You know what I'm saying. So when I did the research as well, I was like, it was even being backed up, by Bible as well. But which I'm not gonna go deeper. Where it says there that look, yeah. Okay. Let me ask you a question, Eddie. Listen to this. Now, during the time of slavery, do you know there was a time God said that the Israelites will be in chains, bound in chains, be transferred over the seas and stuff like that. It's within the Bible. Next time I'll do the research, I'll bring it over.
You never said anything about them being black, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, see, look at
they actually describe the Queen of Sheba as being dark, and because they know they were not dark. Even but they describe her as being dark because they know they themselves were not.
Even King David, he has a woolly hair, those kind of hair that we blacks have. You understand? Go and do research about that as well. But look, now back to Palestinian and the Israelite. What I'll just say about that one is that look, it's solution 2 states, simple as that. Let them have 2 states. Let them have Palestinian state as they have the Jewish state as well. Then everything will be, maybe they'll come down. Then another thing, even the reason why I joined was about the somebody was saying about 70,000 pages on Tinubu and stuff. And I was just thinking that it's so funny that everyone on this panel, you have a file in FBI, if you don't know. In as much you use, except you don't use the internet, except you don't use the Google. The moment you use WhatsApp, you use Google and all those internet stuff, they have a file on everyone. That's what is happening around the world. So don't be surprised that, they have a file about this or they have a file about that. The way America operates, they are the main, security of the world. They have a file on our own prime minister here. They have a file on what's it called? Every president around the world. Go and read about how the CIA, how they operate.
But that's not the kind of file that they are trying to.
How do you know, Chim? See,
well, let's just wait. Let's just wait. Let's just wait. Let's just wait if they ever
always, because look, one thing I know about my brothers here, one thing I know
about my brothers here,
digital footprints and files.
What?
What you're referring to is digital footprints.
See, let me see. When you're talking about digital footprints, there's something we call I'm a project manager, so there's something we call when you do a scope, for a project now, before you now go into the plan, that digital bit. If you see on your phone, Tone, you're in UK, on your phone, there's some words. If you see on the phone, I bet you MFI will be at your door, because I've worked with them. I've seen the way some of them operate. You understand? So what I'm saying is that look, because you are no threat, you're just normal stuff. But every time, every day, do you know now? Even in UK, they're bringing something out that where even while you're walking on the street, although they're using it for cars anyway, which every car in UK is recognized wherever ANPR camera. But now it's the human that is gonna put your face, digital face. Now look. It's going to download everything about you so the police can know which people are still fighting against. But right there in the States, they're already ahead. They've been using
it's already happening in China already. They already have all those things in China.
Exactly. Now, before I leave the floor quickly, forefathers, you remember there's something that you shared a few weeks back about some people in Nigeria that they speak Chinese that And do you remember?
Yeah, the Han people.
Yeah. Now, while I was not doing more research, I found out that in South Africa, you understand, South Africans are the one that migrated, to China. South Africans. So when I was doing the research, they were talking about, the looks, and if you look at what's it called, Mandela, there's some people.
The San people, the Khoisan. Yeah, Mandela seems to have their lineage too.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's how these Nigerian ones to look. They look a little bit like that too. You see those features amongst Africans now and again, in a fleeting manner. So yeah, I won't be surprised they are part of the people that went to the east, or they just had they evolved these traits more recently, because from what I gather, that the earliest people in Africa were part of the ones in South Sudan area and the Sudan area. But now that when they go to South Africa, maybe they changed, because the first humans were not formed in South Africa. So they changed and they became like the Khoisan that we know today. Sorry, go ahead.
So as I was, just to leave the floor for the guys here. So if you look at the map of Africa, yeah, all those northern Africans, yeah, you know that they conquered those places before there were black people there. Even in Egypt, that we knew definitely by true DNA that the people that ruled Egypt were blacks. The Arabs are telling you, no, they're not. That they're Arabs. You know, even after DNA proving it, you understand, they still believe that. No. But now, thousands of years to come, you don't even see any black Egyptian in Egypt. Look at the Sudan people. The Sudans are black people. But now, the infiltration of the Arabs, things will start changing.
They are Arabizing them now. That's the thing.
So,
I was talking to an Arab recently. I was talking to an Arab recently. I told him that, I said, because sometimes they don't even realize some of their traits, some of the things that they do to other people. Like you guys, when you go somewhere, you uproot everything, and it's not, and I also made this statement to him that this is not even about the Quran. You will go beyond the Quran and do things to enforce your soft power. Exactly. You go beyond the Quran. Didn't say you should install emirs wherever you go, or sultans wherever you go. They are the ones doing that. Quran didn't say Arabize the world. Teach them Islam, not Arabize the world. But they go beyond that because it's all about power in the end.
And that's why on the issue of Israel and Palestinian people, there's some fights that you can't win. Either you like it or not. I do not agree, with the way the Palestinians are being bombed. Likewise, I do not agree when you're poking. It's like you're poking a bear. I do not agree the Palestinian going over kidnapping people. It's so barbaric. You understand? So things like that, you poke the bear, you get the consequences.
But to be fair, Israel has got 1,000 something Palestinian prisoners that have not been charged. You can call that kidnapping too. I don't know.
Hey, wait, those ones, they didn't
forefathers. They don't go across. They don't go to somebody else's country to go and kill babies.
Babies. No. I'm not. Don't bring babies. When you bring babies, I never oppose that one. I'm against killing babies in principle. Don't even start that. Nobody is in support of that. I'm talking about kidnapping. Exactly. When you use the term kidnapping, because Israel has got over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners that have not been charged in their prisons right now.
Can I say something which nobody has said all day whilst talking about this? We keep saying the Palestinians.
That's why they took those people, because they want to exchange it. What do you think they took there for? They want to exchange it for the prisoners that they
have. Listen, with what they did, the Israelis are going to take their own pound of flesh, whether they like it or not.
Exactly.
They are already taking it. You see, what you don't understand is that.
If they do not do something about it,
sorry, Stone. See, they are going to take their pound of flesh. From the point of view of Gazans, they don't see it as any different. They are already taking it every day. They are humiliating them, taking their people, killing them whenever they like. If you go down you are just remembering what happened in the last 2 weeks. Go back the last week. Go back the January this year. Look at what the events has occurred in that area. You find that Palestinians were dying almost every week in the hands of the Israelis. They were arresting them, doing all kinds of things. They would say they are carrying out security operation. They are doing this. They are controlling their lives completely. You don't want to absorb them to become part of Israel. You don't want to let them go.
Okay, forefathers. If you look at the story of South Africa, for example,
Was it Tone? Sorry. TA Tone wanted to say something. Tone doesn't say a lot.
Go on. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, I was saying that everybody keeps talking about Palestinians, that the way Israel have come down on them, they've come down heavy-handed. Okay, I'm going to give you a classic example that is very near home. Let's say tomorrow the population of Boko Haram, which we know that most of them are non-Nigerians, of course, they grow and they will say, now we want part of Nigeria. Do you think the Nigerian government will ever negotiate with them to be part of Nigeria? Because they're terrorists at the end of the day. Now, we forget that the same Palestinians
wait.
No, this one is like, this is totally different scenario you're painting here.
Yeah, go on, Tone. Go on.
Okay, but we forget that the same Palestinians, they hide within civilian houses, domiciles, building to operate
the population.
So what do you want Israel to do? Do you want them to fold their hands? They are playing dirty. It's just like someone saying, okay, come and fight me, and all that. I'm behind, and it's supposed to be a bare knuckle fight and all that. But behind his back, he's got a knife.
They use civilians as shields.
They have their factories within buildings and all that. So what do you want them to do?
I think we are mistaking explaining situation for excusing it. See, I'm not saying that it's okay for Palestinians to be attacking Israelis like that. And I also understand that Israel has to defend itself as an entity. You have a right to defend yourself. However, you also have a right to free other people from bondage that you put them. You have a right to stop humiliating people. You have a right. So who is more culpable? You because it's not equal relationship here. One side is more culpable than the other. One side is aggravating the other on a daily basis.
Okay,
Can I say something? People are now addressing this. The leadership of the Palestine, I think it's Hamas.
Hamas people,
I know, they don't want they are making it very difficult. People that have continually said that, listen, we want to wipe Israel from the map of the world and all that. You can't do that.
You can't do that.
How can you negotiate with that sort of people? Like that?
So come on, you don't believe that they can wipe Israel out of the Israel is a nuclear power. They can't even do that, even if they try.
Of course, but you can't start threatening people like that.
Yeah, but even if you say that, it doesn't mean you don't talk. See, you don't talk to your enemies. You don't talk to your friends for peace. If you want to talk, you talk to your enemies for peace. And besides, you guys forget, these are the original inhabitants of the land before the Israelis.
They are not.
Let me finish my point. They were there. Let me finish my point now.
They're not the original.
See. They were there for thousands. They were there for over 1,000 years. If somebody is on a land for over 1,000 years and it doesn't belong to them, God help us. Who does?
So what if there are people before they were there?
They were there. They were the original people. What are you? I just read it to you.
The original. Okay.
Oh my God! Let me read it again. Let me read it again. Hold on. Let me read it again. It says. Hold on. Let me. It says the Palestinians. Let me finish reading so that we can get it straight. Let me read it. It says the Palestinians.
Let him finish.
The Palestinians trace. They said the Palestinians trace their heritage and ethnic origin to the various peoples of. Who inhabited the region for thousands of years, not yesterday, for thousands of years, not 1,000 years.
Why do you like a single story? I put something here from Wikipedia.
I'm not putting only a single story. I'm also acknowledging that the Jews were there too. So, but the problem you have now is that the Palestinians were there for almost 100,000 or 1,000 years or so. Then the Jews came just 80, 90 years ago. Kicked all of them out.
So were they Jews?
Hold on now. They kicked most of them out. The historical Palestinian territory, they occupy almost 80% of it already now. Nobody is crying for that. Let the 20% that they have, let them go. You don't want to bring them into Israel. You don't want to let them go. What kind of wahala is that?
Forefathers, when did that land become known as Palestine? Let's start from there.
I don't know when it got. I don't know. You said it yourself. It was 2,000 years ago. What does that got to do with anything? The people that were there is what matters.
Forefather. When did that land that the people in United Kingdom is living known to be the United Kingdom? When did that land that we call Nigeria is known to be Nigeria?
Just because they change the name,
It is the indigenous people that is there. They are the people that.
Paul, the reason why I make that point is that if you just look at the name that it had before it became known as Palestine, it will tell a story. The land used to be called, just before it became known as Palestine, it used to be called Judea. And before it became known as Judea, it was called the Kingdoms of Israel. And before it became Israel, it was known as the land of Canaan.
Okay,
these are secular.
And do you know that the history of Israel, they were taken into bondage several times?
With the Philistines?
The history of Israel, they were taken into bondage
several
times.
They are descendants.
I don't understand why people say
they are not. They are not. Shim just also made that point. They are not. In short,
we agree they are not. If you call these Jews that you are talking about,
are not Palestinians.
Philistines are not Palestinians.
Okay, where are the Palestinians from now? They came from heaven.
Hold on. I want you to have it.
From then. They dropped from the sky and landed in that land by accident.
I want you to add it. These Jews that left, that they are coming back. Why they are coming back? They met people there. That place have become their own place. And you came and you meet them there. So for the only thing for you to do is to evict every one of them. This is not like the Biafran war that an Igbo man had a house in Lagos and went and came back. You met them there.
I like the argument you're making now that they came and then the Palestinians were there.
And remember what caused the fight. Hold on. Remember what caused the fight in 1948? When Britain is settling these people there, you understand? From that day that Britain is settling these people there, Britain give them more land than the Palestinians. That is already there.
No.
My brother, let's tell ourselves the truth. That is where the problem starts. The problem starts immediately.
The British did not divide the land. Have you heard about the people? Have you heard about the Pew Commission?
Hold on. How can you be completely dismissing the existence of the people? And you talk about justice.
Do you know that migration?
Exactly.
No, do you know that migration exists?
Their whole existence. If that was your own people, would you be smiling about that? Hold on. Whatever part you are from in Nigeria, your people were there and they just displaced all your people from there. Would you be happy? No matter how long you have been there for 1,000 years, and they come and displace you. You'll be like, we deserve it. We deserve it because we are just here for 1,000 years.
You people are not still getting my point. My point is not about the treatment of the Palestinians. Yes, you can make a point that, well, the Israelites, I mean, you could say they're a bit heavy-handed, but my point is really about those people that keep saying it's not as Israel has no
heavy-handed. Is the only occupation in the world today that is still standing. It's basically an apartheid. It's not a little bit heavy-handed. It's a people that just refuse to release other people to go free or absorb them into your state. Palestinians are opening to both sides. They refuse.
That argument. Don't make arguments about the current Palestinians' historical claim to the land. That's where I have a problem with you.
Because it's when people try to make the opposite claim that it belongs to Jews or Israelites.
The Jews are longer,
it doesn't have anything to do with it. Because if we are going back to that, then you will start arguing that Israel should not even exist. That is not my argument here. You don't want to go back to that kind of argument. The argument is that we have a reality on the ground.
That argument. That's
no. I've not made the argument that Israel should not exist. The argument we're having is that there is a reality on the ground that you either make peace with these people or you absorb them into Israel, and they are open to vote.
The numbers of Jews,
and if you agree, then hold them accountable for not doing it.
Outside Israel is in America. If you take Jews outside Israel, the numbers of Jewish people, they domicile heavily in America, and they domicile more in New York and in New Jersey. They didn't just go there and go ask for land to say give them land. They are working hard to buy people's property, gentrification and the likes. You understand? But when you cage people and you feel the people don't have any right to talk, then the day the people fight, you blame them for it. I don't think it works like that.
Paul, now you're making points that border on humanitarian reasons. My argument ever since was that argument that historically the Jews do not have a claim to that land. And that's not true because
Can I quickly come in?
Let me quickly land this point, please. Because I'm not even making my argument on the basis of the Bible. I'm making my argument on secular history. Go to go to Encyclopedia Britannica, go to any secular history.
No, it depends where you're reading.
No,
Look
anywhere. Look anywhere. No.
And even what is reading is
can I
interpreting
just
it the wrong way.
really, guys?
Your interpretation is wrong of what you are even reading.
Forefathers, I'm not dumb. Don't say.
No, it's not to say that you're dumb.
Even what you told me that, and yet it still didn't move me to your position. Even if I said it was true, that shows you that you're not interpreting it properly.
Let me try my best if I can. Let me try my best if I can to settle this argument. I've been watching for a long time. It's been very interesting, and I tried my best to stay out of things and just be entertained.
You can't settle it. You cannot settle
it.
Jago, because you're a businessman to the Jewish people.
Well, brother, I had to speak my speech. I like what you said, Ed, in terms of you're not looking at it in biblical terms necessarily, but you are trying to see it from a humanitarian point. Now, if you are trying to look at it in historical terms, then there are a couple of questions that have to be understood. And I think the most important one is, who are these people who are calling themselves Jews, who are presently located in what they now call Israel? If you understand their history, then you may have something completely different to say. Understanding also the history of the plan to place the Jews somewhere. Initially, they chose Africa. So would that have become the Holy Land? Would that have become what we know as the Holy Land? Would it have changed the geography of what we now call the Holy Land? Is it really the Holy Land? All you know is what you've been taught. That's all you know.
Yeah.
History, in depth. Wait, let me say, in depth, for the actual mental stimulation to the truth of your own being. Not that you have to join Christianity to think in this way, because largely religion is extremely powerful and it would hold your whole attention. Even if you're trying to think differently, if your mind is encapsulated in any religion, you are holden to that point of view, whether you like it or not. Breaking away from that is extremely difficult. Now, I would like to challenge you on your point of view, but it won't be in religious terms. But if you want it in religious terms, I can still give it to you in religious terms.
No, let's go secular. Let's go secular history. The lands known as
secular history.
Please hold on. The lands known as Palestine today, right? Was there a name for it before it became known as Palestine?
We can go back as far as to say it's Canaan. We can do that. I've been listening, and in saying that the Canaan and the Canaanites are not of Hebrew stock. This is where we have to get language correct.
True. I'm not even making that point.
No, they were not of Hebrew stock. So in even saying that, we know how the name Canaan became in the first place, because it didn't come from nowhere. So we're talking about tribalized people who now, through history, become more and more glued. And I can tell you that there are people known as Palestinian Jews. Are you with me? They're known as Palestinian Jews. Correct. They've been there since the time of time. You understand? Before these new ones came. So we all this. Wait. Let me land. All this kind of point of view that you wish to have, that would tell you in today's day that you can just vouch for the Israeli position in today's Israel, as they're calling it, I think is folly. I think it's not looking at the humanitarian face. No, but let me land, please, because I've been listening. I've been listening to you carefully. So I'm speaking to you almost directly. That's why I've come on, to try and share the history of fact. We understand where it comes from. But once you take a point of view that Israel is correct in its actions, let me just land my point.
You get that wrong.
If you take that point of view, I said if you take that point of view, that Israel is less culpable than what we call the Palestinian people. I said it. Then I'm afraid your point of view has been offered to you by the European diet of nonsense. So that's what that's how I'll land.
Guys,
Jagun, you just wait. Let me respond.
Let me come in quickly.
Wait, now let me respond to him.
I waited for you before now.
Sorry,
okay,
please.
go on.
Jagun is misinterpreting me. You know, even when I spoke on this issue earlier today, I made a point that this issue is a very dicey one, is a touchy one. You know, most of us, I tried to run away from, who is right or who is wrong today. That's as in, Shim can bear me witness because it was here earlier in the morning. I didn't want to talk on that issue because they're humans dying. You know, I was only suing for peace. The point that I'm trying to clarify is when people say, oh, the Egyptians and the Israelites just came and took away a land that did not have any sort of historical attachments to. That's why I keep saying, let's go to
but what's more? Once you come to that stage, then you have to get into the minutiae of the subject. You can't just make that sweeping statement as though it doesn't have connotations. The connotations of what we now call Israel was backed by Balfour Beatty, the Balfour Group.
Yes, the Balfour Declaration. Yes.
The Balfour Declaration. And inasmuch Britain had sway over that whole region. Britain had sway because the empire still existed to a diminishing respect. In this motion, they saw it fit for the ills that Europeans did to a people. It should be now positioned in another geographical arena. And they've finalized that it will be what they called Palestine at the time. You understand? So in this time, they did not negotiate necessarily with the Arabs about this move. They did not. I'm afraid they did not. What they did was position them.
You're pigeonholing me into a position.
No, I'm not pigeonholing you. What I'm talking about. No, I'm not. Let me tell you what I'm doing. Let me say what I'm doing. Let me say what I'm doing. I'm just giving you a small narrative. I'm not saying that this is your view. I'm just giving you a small narrative within the history of what took place.
Jagun, can I ask you
wait. Let me land so you understand me, because I've understood. I've understood what you said.
We are being warned that we might get flagged. Please.
Yeah. Let's.
I can imagine that.
Okay,
I can
guys,
imagine that.
guys,
But I think we have to be gentle on pointing out other people's point of view, because you've come across rather tough.
But they talk about it on the news 24/7. And
but
the language they use
all
on
I'm
TV
saying
is crazy. And you can't even use it on YouTube. It just doesn't make
all
sense.
I'm saying to Ed is that you have used a rather powerful yet sweeping statements to those who feel Israel has a wait. That what I'm going to answer you. I'm going to land.
The reason why this is a very
wait. Let me land,
Please let him land there so that he can. Go. Don't worry. It's not.
All I'm saying is that your point of view, which is fair enough for you to have, for any reasons, points to the opposite point of view, as though that point of view should not have breathing space. And I feel that is quite tasking where we are concerned. It's tasking because if you don't know, bruv, I've been listening, and that's how it comes across. And my view is one where you land, where you say that humanitarianly, these are human beings that we're speaking of. They are culpable of. They are culpable.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Quickly. Yeah, quick one. Do you believe that the Jews are black?
But I was listening to you when you were speaking on that level, and I heard the laughter around, and the laughter in itself told me that people aren't reading. They're not doing any research. All they're doing is believing and believing and believing. Once you start digging, then you will see the truth of these things. There are passages in the Bible. Many of. Let me just answer his question. Let me just answer his question to the best of my ability.
Show me those passages. Show me.
Yeah, exactly. One can show you. I can show you, but I'm not necessarily going to do it now. All I'm going to say, answering Ed's question, which you should allow me to answer, is that whilst you are laughing at him, you don't know that where these books are found within the Bible, because you're not directed there. I shouldn't have to show anybody. I shouldn't have to show anybody who calls themselves a Christian any passage. You being a Christian and me having to direct you to where it says X, Y, and Z, in order to show you the error of your ways within your Christian understanding, shows me that your Christian understanding is directed. Because you don't know these passages. You don't know these passages, and they're there.
Sorry, guys. Just a comment. Just a comment. I'm not saying one, Jago. So I've heard this comment, used severally here, where somebody says something and he or she relates it to maybe an academic work or something they googled or whatever, and someone says it depends on who you're reading. So my question is this: if that source this person is reading, you find it fallacious or suspect in believing, what makes the one you're bringing more superior? This guy
it doesn't make it superior.
Hold on, just hold on a second. So what I'm saying is, and I'm not saying this to point a finger at anybody, I'm just saying that somebody says, oh, I saw this, I can show it to you, and say, oh, it depends on who you're reading. It depends on who anybody is reading at any given point in time.
Absolutely.
That's the truth about the matter.
Absolutely.
It all depends.
And this, let me please try my best.
Guys, I'm going because
don't go for now. Don't go for now. Go in about 5 minutes.
Time with you guys. So I need to
see, the Romans did take some people, some of the people that were defeated in Jerusalem to Rome. And the depictions of those people in Rome, I'm not sure they depicted them as black people as we know them. Maybe like that look like Somalis or something like that. So there are people that were that actually have records of what happened, when they were.
You see, again, Forefather, if I may, because I hear where you're coming from. The question was from TA asking me whether I believe that the original Jews were black. And I pointed to the gasp that when he uttered that, of every one of you who thought it laughable. But the fact of the matter is, in that region, which we call the Middle East, which is not really, we say the South in Nigeria as a geographical no-no, but the Middle East is even worse. So really, when we understand that geography is being manipulated just for our mind's sake, just for manipulation's sake, then we have to ask ourselves, who really was in this part of the world at those times? Now, if we understand the Sahara was African in terms of not just the geography, but in terms of African people, as we know African people today, without having to dice things up and start using terms like sub-Saharan African. Rubbish, all these rubbish terms that in my memory, I know when they began to even use these terms, because they never always use these terms. So it's all for manipulation, and we are heavily manipulated, and we have to accept it. We may not like to we may not like to understand that a lot of the understanding that we've taken in is largely given to us. The understandings that we necessarily need to dig out for ourselves, we're largely too lazy to do it. We're largely too lazy.
Show us these books you're reading.
No, look, my friend. You're my friend. You're saying you're speaking as though there are books. And show us these.
Like you guys keep.
No, bro. I can. It's not like, bro. I can. But these things aren't necessarily that important. I'm just saying that this information is out there, and it is for your own reasoning to check yourself, your present understanding of things, and then check what your understanding of things would be after you've taken in this new evidence. Because I'm talking about evidences. I'm not talking about those chit-chat.
Let me get.
Do you know that in UK, Wait, guys. In UK, forefathers just mentioned about the Roman stuff here. When I found out that there was a black man, which was the Roman emperor, I was shocked.
Adrian's Wall that depicts Scotland from England. The Roman centurion, the Roman
Septimus Severus.
Yes, he was an African. a direct African within the role. If you don't look, you're not going to find anything. You blindly believe.
No, Jagun, that's derogatory. That's
wait, it's not derogatory. I'll give you the expanse. You blindly believe that if you understand what a Hebrew is, and what a Hebrew person is, and what the culture of the Hebrews was, and then you think that these non-believing people who call themselves Jews are the same people, bruv, then you have an issue. Because you have an issue.
Flag that statement, but let me land.
I was going to say,
let me say this.
Just a quick one. The Black Roman Emperor, yeah, that I just talked about now, Septimus Severus, yeah. If you go to where his statue is placed here in UK, it's painted white. You wouldn't know that he's a black man.
You would not know. Do you not call that manipulation?
Okay, exactly. I'm not going to argue all those things.
I think you can. Sorry,
please, can I quickly say this?
Okay, let me let you respond, and I can respond.
Because they said something.
Don't worry, you don't need to leave now. You need to be roasted a little bit more, so that you.
I really because this issue is very sensitive. I have sympathies for the innocent Palestinians as well as innocent
all innocents
that are being killed in this case, right? So my own point was not really about who is right or who's wrong now. Like I think it's very controversial. I don't want to get myself into it. It's because of this issue of the origins of the land that I intervened. But let me talk about something that he brought up, because this is an argument that Hebrew Israelites make a lot. They make the argument that, it's in the Bible that this person's hair was like wool. See, let's do you know what a synonym, right? When they say something is as this, as that, right? That's a synonym. And most of the synonyms that you guys point to is when they say this person's hair was as white as wool, right? The Bible that you refer to, you're using that to say, because they say this person's hair is as white as wool, it has a woolen texture. The key words there is on white. And let me tell you why. Because another
you mean like TA's beards?
That's their interpretation. They're not interpreting
it's like it's direct that's it right there.
I hope you see that I'm respectfully listening to you. I hope you see I'm not jumping in at every angle that you're wrong at. Continue, my friend.
Okay,
continue.
Sorry about that. Because the Bible, no. I feel I have a commitment to defend the Bible. I'm a Christian. You can't change that.
I too have a commitment to defend that book.
Okay, so let me. So when the Bible says,
why do you all have a commitment to defend the book that right?
Well, I do, and it's not because I'm a Christian. It's not because I'm a Christian.
I don't have a problem with it. People just feel like I don't know that we are fighting over some other person's.
Please make it short because I want to land this.
Ed, wait now. Ed, do you believe they are black angels?
For Christ's sake, I don't care about.
Why don't you care? You have to care.
I've made that point.
I told you their angels are black. You'll be shocked.
Tone, please. I've made that point before.
Angels were black too. I never saw that.
Do you guys believe that Turkey was a Christian-dominated place before?
Exactly.
I believe.
I'm not joking.
I believe.
Wait, can I land? Because we're in the frame of the Bible now. Shin, please let me just quickly make this point. You talk about how white as wool means that person's hair has a texture like wool. But the key word, the operative word here is white. So when it's describing wool, it's talking about the whitish nature of wool. And how do I know this? The Bible clearly says in Isaiah chapter 1, I think verse 19, it says, though your sins are scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. And though they be as crimson, they shall be as white as wool. So in that case, scarlet describes a color, right? In the same way that wool also describes a color. So how do you people see texture?
Do you believe that Jesus is black?
Wait, let him land nicely now. I've
already landed my points.
Okay.
Generally, they describe black people.
Let me just say, if I can just go back at him. If I can just go back at him for 2 minutes.
Yeah, go.
Now, you see, everything that you described is accurate. I'm not going to argue with you. But when you talk about white as wool, it is not only the color that it's referring to; it's the texture of hair.
The texture.
Because they're
it's
It should have said hard.
no, wait a minute. We're talking about the Bible, which is an older English than the English that we like to interpret very easily. We're talking about a much older English. So when it said as white as wool, he was more referring to the texture. The color where he was referring to there was white within like wisdom, like old, like this kind of thing. We're talking about Jesus who died at 33. So that's who we were describing. Anybody who's at 33 years old, we know in today that genuinely you don't have white hair, my friend. So we have to give it its expanse of understanding these things.
No,
I will tell you this, man. Let me just land like this. Let me just land like this for the sake of Ed. I've read the Bible, and I'm not the most.
How many times?
Please, if I may just land this point. I've read the Bible 3 times, whereby I've had a different look on the Bible. I read it when I was young, and I had the fallacy of everybody being white within the Bible, just because of the Christianity that I was given. You know, I'm not saying it was forced upon me. I will say subliminally, I understood everybody in that Bible to be of European stock. You understand? So that's how I read the Bible. Now, coming on, I came to a flux in mind where I was still searching, if you like, on a spiritual level, yet trying to make some arguments for myself as to the reality between me, fleshly me, and the esoteric things that are being spoken about within the good book. When I came to the point of understanding that actually the history in this book is rather deep, these things actually took place. They're talking about particular people. Once I came to this arrival and I understood that the people that they were largely talking about in this book were of African stock, it was more like African history to me.
Exactly.
Then I looked at the proposition that when I read the book, anytime they're describing somebody who is not of African stock, they're largely describing a European or somebody else from outside of the African stock. When I began reading the Bible like that, understandings were coming to me more clearly. All I'm giving you is my little path to where I am now. So that's all. I'm not talking at anyone. I'm just saying that's where I am.
Let me ask you a question quickly. Do you know that? Is there a question? Okay. Do you know? Do you know that? Have you ever heard that there is a black queen in the monarchy of United Kingdom?
Oh my God!
When we say black queen, we are talking about mixed race.
Black queen, yeah.
See. Let me quickly make it. Let me.
Not a black queen. Why would you get 25% black? Are you calling person?
I must say, whilst I'm saying all these things about being black, I'm not as an Pan-Africanist politically, if you like. I am not one of these people who just wants to say black, blackity black, everything is black and it's black. I'm not one of those. So I want you to get that straight. I'm just letting you know that there are certain particular histories that we have to understand that they're being diced with. Thank you.
But I would say,
can we just understand? Wait,
let me finish, guys.
Wait.
No, this is what I'm talking about research here. Sorry, quickly. This is what I'm talking about research. Now, about research here, just Google it, because all these things here is whatever they want you to know, that's what you know. You have to do your own research to know all these things. Now, there's a lady here called Charlotte. Is remembered as a faithful wife and a tragic figure connected with King's mental illness, back then. So, which is a black biracial queen. You understand? But right there in the palace, you not see a frame is kept sideways so that you would know. Now, do you know that Africa as a continent is bigger than Europe in size? You guys will not know, but when you see the map,
we are really extending this topic.
No. So what I'm trying to let you know,
nobody's arguing.
It just injects something new every day.
Nobody's arguing.
Talking about the map.
I said, do you know that Jesus is black? What did you say?
Jesus is not black. Let's be clear about it.
Because you have to do research.
Why should we? What is Jesus?
You know
what? You see what you just said there, my friend. It's very condescending. When you say Jesus is black, wait, I have to put it back to you. When you say Jesus is not black, let's get that straight. Okay, what color is he?
Okay, do you know that?
No.
Can I land? Oh God,
It's a straightforward question now.
Yeah, you asked the question.
You can't make that statement and then not be able to answer it straightforwardly.
You can say Jesus is brown. Is brownish, but it's not black. Let me explain why.
Is Jagun black or brown? Jagun, is he black or brown?
Jagun's a black man, but as in when I say wait, oh my God, you people like you.
No, I didn't say that. Jagun looks a little bit like
you people like using people like using little nuances. Like you guys like this. Can I answer you? Wait, now let me answer your question.
Is it black or brown?
Let me answer your question. Let me answer
your
question.
Because
you guys are
your head.
It's not black.
Can I make my point? You guys like this gotcha moment where you say
how white it is.
No, let me tell you. Because
this one don't be AI.
Can I wait now, Tone?
But Ed, you're a proper black man, you know. Like
I am a black
if anybody's
man.
gonna become,
I'm very proud of my black.
But why are you always like acting as if you are gonna be defending other people first?
No, but Jesus is not black. Now that's wait. Now there's historical facts.
Oh, no, I'm not saying Jesus is black. I don't think any of us
there's
are saying
no historical
fact.
That's
what they said.
Stop talking like that.
John, no, you say Jesus Christ is black too. Yeah, I don't know where we're gonna
No, listen. I'm not a colorist. I don't have to know what color Jesus Christ was, but I do know he was born in what is actually understood geographically as Northeast Africa, because the plate of Israel. No, wait a minute. Let's be real.
Can be.
Wait, let me land.
Was he not born in Jerusalem?
He was
born exactly. And the tectonic plate that is African and the tectonic plate that is of Asia, the one that is African is under it holds where what we call Israel is. So it's that whole land is Africa.
Let's assume the land we call Israel today is in Africa. Let's even assume that. The point is that the people that were present there, Herod was the king then, we knew these people were not like part of the Benin kingdom. They don't have any contact with us.
Wait, Herod, when you're talking about King Herod, you're talking about a European. Because King Herod is a European, and
I thought he was Jewish.
Can I land? No. King Herod was not Jewish. He was not Jewish. That's why even the Jews.
Was he Roman?
No, it was not also Roman. I think it was more of like that Syrian,
Palestinian.
Wait now, let's never.
You see, now he was not good. He needs to come out now. The truth is, he needs to come out.
Wait now, he was not good.
Palestinian.
No. Go.
You're talking about Africa as a whole.
Can I answer your question?
Quick one, Ed. Wait, quick one.
Sorry, you're going to frustrate Ed. TA, come on, hold on, let Ed finish now. First, you brought this whole black man thing up. Let us finish it.
Because we like beating ourselves down. That's why.
Okay, go on. You know the problem I have with black people. They think by aligning themselves with probably the Jewish history. That's what makes us great. I think it's actually a disservice to our personal greatness as a race that we have to like align ourselves to say we are Jews. That's really like that is like the worst.
I don't understand that. I don't understand.
Yeah, that's the worst level of lack of self-confidence that I've seen. But then they will say that I'm the one that is anti-black. But there's genetic evidence. CNN actually did they broadcasted sometime like in 2005 a genetic study that was done on what Jesus would have looked like. They found DNA that dated to around the time that Jesus lived in the area where Jesus lived. And what they found, this is not even me making up, just look it up. The historical Jesus, what they found was someone that was very dark, very dark brown skin, but not a black man. And let me land.
What they did was a big makeup. It doesn't mean anything. All of that, if you're following that, all that narrative could be swept in the dustbin.
Do you know that
CNN put some brothers together and against Jesus? That's what Jesus looks like.
Wait. Do you know that CNN, did the fact on on Iraq that Saddam Hussein had, weapon. You understand? What's it called?
That's not the topic again. Now.
No, I'm just telling you. It's CNN now. It was a
time
lie.
TA talks, he opposite.
You understand?
Someone
you're backing your argument with CNN. Okay, now look at it this way. Do you know that when Jesus was born,
AI in the comment section,
when Jesus was born, listen to this.
Please look it up because I know you've been listening.
When Jesus was born, when Jesus was born, now because of Herod, they ran to Egypt with Jesus. Now, as an European or maybe an Arab, you understand? Arab have lighter skin and stuff like that. Would they be able to blend in Egypt with the kind of people there? And they will not be noticed. That's what we are now. Wait now. I'm just listen. Now, the so-called the Jews back in those days, when you're talking of Jacob, now when they migrated to Egypt, you understand? Like exactly we Africans know each other. If you're coming from South Africa, I know you're South Africans. You understand what I'm saying?
Are you saying the Egyptians that leads them were black?
The Egyptians were black, definitely. That one. What are you talking about?
Okay, bye.
No, you should be saying bye. You need to do some reading.
Boy.
There you go.
The guy didn't know. He doesn't know that some Egyptians had a lot of.
Not some, the original.
No, the original ones were black. That's
you understand? Let's be serious. Let's stop messing around, man. That better. You can too. You see, this is the thing. When we are so colonized and we don't, it's a sad thing to say, because I can tell from what TA has been saying that you are new to this information. However long it's taking you, I can tell you're new to this information. Me, I've been in this information a long time, and it's indisputable. What this kind of understanding is indisputable from any true historical, intellectual scientist. If they're speaking on that level and they're speaking about the history of what was Egypt, it's clear across the board. There are those who throw stones with a narrative of that these people were actually Greek, which is just absurd, but they will still throw those things. When you look at it in real terms, you make your own understanding up, because you have to understand that since you've been born, you've just been hearing lies from your parents, from the institution.
Jago, though,
it doesn't matter who.
I think where the confusion tends to come from is that the Egyptian debate is because there was a time in Egypt changed. Egypt changed over time. So mixed people started coming in. We even saw some of the stories in the Bible, how they come into immigration, started moving into Egypt, and a lot of invasions of Egypt. So the color changed. Even we know the founders were definitely black. They were from the southern region of
within that, even within what you're saying, the other ethnicities around Egypt, both north, south, and east, were within the cosmopolitan society that we call Egypt at that time, from the very beginning, because many things were going on. It's just like anywhere in the world, you're going to interact with your neighbors. Now, these neighbors largely were of black stock. It's not to say that somebody from northern Assyria, somebody from Macedonia, somebody from what we now call Iran wasn't located in Egyptian space, but that whole society, that kingdom, that philosophy of conduct was Egyptian, and it was African. And this is what we fail to appreciate. And once we begin to appreciate that, this is why I say to you that when you, forefather, often speak about the judicial wigs that are worn through the UK Parliament and the UK judiciary in itself, to spread itself around what they call the Commonwealth. Nigeria wearing it does look odd, because we do look at it as a European thing. But the fact of the matter is, if you really study that thing and what it is, and you study that what's been built here in Europe is largely what they call, apart from the pagan elements, it's largely what they call Egyptology that entered, that now became Freemasonry. Now, this Freemasonry is what is underpinning the European culture in general, but it belongs to an African culture. And we don't understand that this is what's taken place. What we speak about, identity theft. That's what's going on globally. And they've made you not understand who the hell you are, so you just behave like a gimp, and I'll put it in those ways, in order to take the position of a lamb walking into their sacrifice.
Jagun. See, when you were growing up, you don't see. I mean, while I was growing up, you understand. I believe when we start talking about scientists, we start talking about Isaac Newton. You know, I remember back one of the quote of Isaac.
You are changing the topic again.
No, quickly. I'm just trying to quick one. Where Isaac Newton said, and I quote, "Of all the wonders I've seen on the earth, the availability of water is the greatest." Now, what I'm trying to say is that, look, we blacks here, we like to put ourselves down. It was later that I started finding out that, look, even the electricity that you're talking now was, invented by blacks. A lot of invention were invented by black people, but we don't see that in school. You know what I'm saying?
The thing is, my friend, just to bring it back down to the conversation in terms of at least Egypt, is in that you give the term electricity. All these things are technologies. The fact that the pyramids, the Great Pyramids of Giza, line up with a constellation of stars, and it's kept that line up to the point of 99.99 degrees. It's that kind of accuracy, which is maths and science together. We don't appreciate that science was available to us at that time. They don't really understand what the pyramids were for, but they found type of batteries within. These are studies that are out there, but because largely we have busy lives, we ignore these things and we just go with the narrative. And the man has run away now, not trying to learn something that he doesn't know, but he's stubborn within his colonization.
I think sometimes I think what jars people like that is when we just say, European queens were black. Sometimes it's not necessarily accurate.
No, I'm not saying European queens.
Or it's because when we make categorical statement, we don't offer the kind of nuances that comes with it, like say,
which is very important. Very important.
Because then it comes across as, we're just coming across like Afrocentrics, that you think that
absolutely
black.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. One has to be articulate if you're making these, and not only articulate, but kind of, because you're bringing such a new subject to the table. I think to stay away before even speaking about it and know that you understand it before delivering anything is very important, because once you stain somebody's mind with rhetoric that is not appreciated, for them to entertain it again becomes difficult. So you have to be able to put it across in a way that is somewhat palatable, with a mind understanding how you were when you came across this for the first time, and what the shock was for you. You understand? So you have to know how to speak it. Many of these things.
But one thing I noticed is that, look, it's just like what we're seeing now that is happening in Nigeria. The colonization of Africans here has brought a lot of leaders backwards. You know, they're not thinking forward. You know what I'm saying? Because how do you imagine as someone that's got a lot of money, instead of investing that kind of money in where your people are, and you're bringing it to Europe to start buying houses that you don't live in? It's part of that colonization, that slavery mentality that happened back in those days. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why even when you tell people facts, even the reason why I joined tonight is because forefather was saying something, but they're not buying into it. He was saying that, look, in as much you use Google or you use WhatsApp and stuff like that, your
Yeah,
name.
I'm here. I'm
Yeah,
here.
your
Don't run
name.
away with me. I'm here.
Okay, that your name it's on the FBI list, either you like or not, because they're monitoring. It's something that I know about. But when you say it, people will just say, "No, here you go again. Why would my name?" But that is the way the world run. You understand? It's about information, communication, information, and that's why when I say some things, I don't have to start coming here, start defending myself. Go and do research. The research is there. Go in there. When I talked about the what's it called, the Roman emperor, you understand? Septimus Severus. You understand? If you tell you that, okay,
I want to check. I want to share some links, though. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah.
I will let you get on. I wanted to share some links from Haaretz. It's a Israeli newspaper about something that maybe I would like also comment on. I think Okija hasn't said anything because this one is regarding the vetoes America seems to be using on behalf of Israel. This is an Israeli paper, by the way. That's why it's also good to use it, because if you are using other people will accuse you all kinds of things from anti-Semitism and all the rest of it. He says that when will Israel, the US get tired of helping Israel with UN votes? So from what I gather here, America has voted against UN resolutions veto with about 53 times out of 80 something times America has ever used their veto. They've actually used 53 for Israel to veto anything to do with Israel. So that's it there. That's the vote this in there. So if they use 53 for one country, that tells you that they have a stake in something that is going on there. It's not for no reason. And this is why I keep saying, like, the issue that they have with Russia right now and the issue they are creating in Israel is not Israel. They are just as captive to this problem as any other group. People would not like to believe it. Just as our elites capture us on their behalf, that's how the elites of Israel have captured the people on behalf of this thing, the West too. Because what can they do? They can't do anything. Many of the people are against the occupation, but they can't break out of it because America is giving them money and telling them, go ahead, keep going, don't make peace with the Palestinians. And what they are doing is that they are using it to divide the region. Israel was in a process recently of having talks with Saudi Arabia. All that now is completely blown out of the water with what is going to happen now because of this conflict. So now the region is split in half, weakened, and Europe too, the same thing. Russia was coming close to Europe, sending them gas and everything. They are integrating the economy. America goes there, breaks it in half. And people don't ask themselves, why is America doing these things? And what has occurred to me was that if you look at the continents of the world, they are mostly grouped together. Like the continent that Europe sits on is the same continent that China is on. And they are very, very close to Africa. Everybody's grouped together. But America is on its own, like a lonely guy in the middle of the ocean that's doing his own thing. So if all these big groups come together, America's power is going to reduce. So the only way to keep control of that region and they remain relevant, you have to make sure they are not working together. And that, for me, that's the reason why most of all this is happening. It's a kind of geopolitical play for power. Sorry, go ahead.
Forefathers, I was going to say that, look, America is not backing Israel, for just that, okay, to divide that area. You understand? Every year, America spent $3 billion, to Israel every year. It's always passed, Now, if you look at it this way, I don't like what is happening around that area. But look, Obama said it the last time. He said the best way for this solution is to have two states, which maybe Israel was trying to do before, maybe they are trying, if Israel could be going to Saudi Arabia, for an alliance and stuff like that, I think they are backing down. Now, just because of that alliance with Saudi Arabia and the Arab Emirates, those guys, the Hamas guys here that attacked the Israeli people, you understand, is for that thing not to go ahead, is to stall it. And that's why I said, look, you can't start poking the bear and not, receive a retaliation.
Yeah, but
although the retaliation is bad.
I hear what you are saying, But the impetus to do that, because there's even evidence that they discovered that something was going to happen and they warned the Israelis. The question is the impetus to do that. The environment, who created the environment that made Hamas to the point whereby they have to do that? Because they understood that if that area is divided, as a matter of fact, there are times when Hamas does things, I feel like Hamas is actually coordinating with Israel. And you have to be careful sometimes when you are getting conned. I've said it before, even in Nigeria, when our leaders con us. Because it turns out that I just found out recently this week, I didn't know that before, that Israel supported Hamas in its founding period. This is not a secret to now. It turns out that it's not a secret, but I didn't know that before now, that Israel was partly funding and supporting Hamas.
Are
And
you
they
sure?
didn't. It's a fact. No, I can Google it now so you can see it. I didn't know that until about 2 days ago when they were discussing on CNN.
Maybe they are talking about support for infrastructure?
No. The founder, because the founder of Hamas didn't like this in Yasser Arafat. Israel supported that one. They supported him and they made sure they frustrated, because when they were leaving Gaza, the Fatah was supposed to be in charge of that these Palestinians. So instead of them to coordinate with Fatah to take over Gaza, they made sure that they did in such a haphazard way so that Hamas becomes powerful in that region. So you can see that, and since Hamas got to power, all Hamas has to say is that they want to destroy Israel. Israel say there's no pattern for peace, so let's carry on building settlements and let's just ignore the Palestinians. That is the whole status quo. Then now in the game, Hamas will attack them and they will go about hitting the Palestinians and stealing more lands from them. So the game is being played on a high level that it doesn't mean it's a very, very wicked game that is being played.
This is how they say. This is how they say, forefathers. They say the world is a stage and we are all players upon this stage. And if we understand these kinds of philosophical edicts that let us know that we have to really look out at everything that we are being shown, because we have to understand that death is at hand. Our soul, our being is at emergency level of risk. Now, I would let you know, backing up what forefathers has just said, that the way I read it is that there is going to be somebody who comes up to solve the whole issue. And the way he's going to solve it, we are all going to be enthralled with the wisdom that is being used to package solvent over the global wounds, particularly that in Israel and the Middle East. Now, once we get agreement here and peace is cried, this moment in time is really where there's a separation that's going to go on, a deep and hardcore separation. And
do you know who the man
I
is?
would just say that what forefathers have just broken down, it may not seem spiritual, but is accurately depicting the game that's being played, because it's a big game that's been played. So
you just said something. You just said something. Bless you. I know you read a lot. I now believe that you read a lot. Do you know that potent big trouble? I don't want to see that man, and that's the Antichrist.
Why are you worried? You need him for the world to see Christ. You have to see the Antichrist to see Christ. Why are you trying to avoid the Antichrist?
You don't want to live during his reign.
I don't understand the logic of some Christians.
This is not a joking matter. Jacob knows what I'm talking
about. I want
about.
to see Christ now. You have to go through the Antichrist. You understand the rules, how he works now. You want to forestall the end of times.
When a man is revealed, man, you don't want to be under his rule, man.
We don't, but I will take it so that I can get to Christ. You see, the part you have to. You see, the way I try to read things is that if the Bible tells me that Christ is coming, but you have to go through Antichrist, How can I wish not to go through Antichrist that I want to get to Christ? It's contradictory, isn't it? So
No, I don't want to
bring
say
it on,
Antichrist as
bring
well.
it on, bring it on. Let's get to Christ.
See, I don't want to say. See, guys, before I leave here, let me just say my last words. Yeah, before I leave, because I'm going to church tomorrow. Oh, this morning, sorry. So I was going to say that. Look, I pray that the war in Israel and Palestine, that is resolved peacefully. I pray there's no more bloodshed, no more shelling. You understand? And I believe, that God should just intervene in whatever that is happening there.
Aye.
Another thing that I want to bring to you guys' mind is that that in 2015, because you guys always change the topic, but sorry about this. In 2015, it was passed in Nigeria about the GMO foods. So crops that are being, sold by Bill Gates now to Africans, they are the genetically modified food. You understand? People are not talking about that. Bill Gates is the kind of person that believes that the whole world is too populated and they need to reduce the population as well. You understand? And so when you're buying genetically modified food, which in UK, although we have, wait, do we have it here in UK? No,
of course we have it in here. What are you talking about?
I don't do. Oh yeah.
I'm not sure.
We do.
Of course we do, bro.
We do, but
we may not have it in. We may not have it in swaves, but if all you need to do to know that you've got genetically modified foods is what foods you buy. See how long it takes them to go off. When it's taking yes, now when it's taking 2 weeks to a month to go off, no, that is genetically modified. Over.
Yeah.
Some of those tomatoes, they are so red. It just scares me. Like, this is too red. This can't be natural.
Seedless grapes.
Yeah. What is that all about? Seedless grapes.
There's a lot of and those kind of food, it gets you obese, cancer, all those kind of stuff because it's been modified. And it's so funny that in Nigeria, for example, no one is talking about it. Do you understand what I'm saying? They could use that as a weapon to kill people as well.
They're already bringing it to Nigeria. I didn't hear it this year. It's already
2015 is passed. It's been passed into law. 2015.
Oh my God. They've already started doing it genetically. Oh my God. Nigeria.
I don't know, but people don't know. And these are the because you just see that
what
people
is
start
wrong with, oh my God, we are so behind.
Well, yeah, exactly. So guys, I don't want to go, but I gotta go. Peace out, man.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. I'm glad anyway. We might actually close early today because I have got things to do too. Thank you, Ike San Antonio. Yes. Thank you for coming here. I'm fine. I made the effort to.
My brother just got off of work. I didn't even know that you guys are still on.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard about all the events of the week with Hamas doing a kind of Hail Mary move, thinking, they can. Basically, they did something that was quite remarkable, but at the same time, quite evil. Let's not mince words. This is what it is. You can't just go and start killing innocent old people, children, and all the stuff. We can try to explain it for whatever it is still not excusable. But Israel too is going to do a lot of evil things too. Evil versus evil.
Even though it's not is explainable or their behavior is not the way they behave is not something that they should have done. But for your information, Netanyahu is always trying to do this. He always wanted to demonstrate his superiority. Netanyahu is a bully. I'm sorry to say. I'm a Christian, and
he's a nationalist, though.
It doesn't matter.
Like him.
It doesn't matter. He's still a bully. He barely won this term. Netanyahu is a hater. Even me and you that are talking about Israel, Netanyahu hate black people.
Completely.
In general, me and you that is praying for the Israel to have their own land, this and that. Netanyahu as a person hate black people. He doesn't want to see anybody else except the Jewish people. To be honest with you, in San Antonio here, Netanyahu used to frequent San Antonio when Obama was the president, because one of the pastors, Pastor Hagee, I don't know if you have heard about him. Pastor Hagee is one of the person that raised money for Jewish people. And you know, he have a lot of Jewish friends. Netanyahu used to come to San Antonio all the time. He couldn't stand Obama.
He couldn't.
He couldn't stand Obama.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, America allies themselves with Israelites, the Israelites.
And Obama did a lot for Israel. I don't know what Obama. That's why one of the things I don't like about him. Do you know that 53 vetoes that America did, Obama alone was responsible for 21 of them, and Obama passed some laws to help fund Israel, which they are using to fund Israel right now with this war that is going on. Obama did a lot for them, but look at the spice and the way the Netanyahu treats him as if he's dirt. So that's why sometimes I was like, why did Obama just do all those things for so many other people, but hardly did anything for the continent? If anything, he caused problem for us by removing Gaddafi.
Home and abroad. Home and abroad.
Well,
he did bad. Obama is a difficult person to speak about.
One thing you have to...
Sorry, my brother. Obama and his presidency is as ugly as Tinubu's presence at the presidency in Nigeria.
That is not true. That's not true.
Excuse me, my brother. Let me say, the continuation of somebody who's basically in the way of our progress at the time when we have no time is a curse. It's a direct curse.
That is.
We may be. Wait, my friend. I understand you have your understanding. I have mine, and I put it out there for you to think about, because I already know your understanding by your objection to what by your objection to what I'm uttering. I'm uttering certain things that you don't know of, but you're not willing to hear. So I understand where you're coming from. For me, it is simply that when in a country like Nigeria, that really is a good 70 years behind itself, when you still have somebody in play that is not doing anything for the growth of your company, of your country, and yet is there as a disgrace generally in terms of the conduct as to how he actually got there and what he's presently done since he's been there. If that's not clear to people, fair enough. However, the reason why I liken him to Obama is because in Black America that voted for him totally, they received nothing for their efforts.
Yeah.
The same was portrayed on the African continent as to what he was bringing in. So things are just things.
And Biden didn't do anything too.
Can you allow me to talk then when you finish?
Go ahead.
Because I was talking, you're jumping through this. For your information, I think when you guys talk about American system, you forget that the American system is not center. The presidency does not do much in what happens in America.
Yeah, but they manage to do for other people.
Let him speak what he believes. Like we don't know what he believes. Let him speak it. Continue, my brother.
Look, what Obama did during his time is what every president that have come along did during their own time. Guess what? All they care about what is America going to be benefited in your system. But it's up to your system, especially when you guys talk about Nigeria. It's up to Nigeria's system to decide if I make you an offer and you decide on your own to accept that offer. That is your problem, because I'm making you an offer based on my own, what I'm going to gain from that.
Are you talking about from presidency to the people, or are you talking about on an elite basis? I'm not quite sure where you're targeting the Nigerian end of your conversation?
You said that what Obama did
Mm.
to Nigeria. I'm telling you, Obama did what he needed to do to benefit American system. That's what I'm telling you. Then when you talk about black people, what Obama did to the black Americans, and one of those black Americans, believe me, because of Obama, a lot of things were stopped happening in America, a lot of things that are evil. But once Trump came into the system, the whole thing is like invoke the evil that America can offer. I mean, healthcare.
I'm not sure of what you're saying, bro.
I mean, healthcare in America.
Are you talking about like racism that became a bit more aggressive and bold
And not
under
even,
Trump?
it's emboldened.
Okay.
And that is the reason why when people talk about the evangelicals in America, I told them the American evangelicals can go to hell.
Yeah, but don't you think
Because
that is? Let me
the
ask
evils
you. I
that
wanted
is-
to ask some questions while you are talking.
The
Like,
evils that are happening in the world today is the evangelicals that are happening, that are doing it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you that. Don't you think that sometimes, like the Republicans and Trump, they can be in your face with their racism? Don't you think that maybe that is sometimes better than Democrats that are racist but pretend as if they care about you because they don't really do anything for us?
If it's a strategy.
Yeah, it's a strategy now because they are not doing anything for us, but they pretend as if they care. Look at them. They left Africa.
When you say that, give me an example of what you're talking about.
An example of what I mean is that like the George Floyd stuff now that they were supposed to pass a bill for, that fell through. You see America acting like a pan-European country all the time, whether it's under Republican or not. But when Democrats get into office, there will be black people there. There will be black people in the House of Senate and everything. They don't demand anything on behalf of Africa in any way, or black people even. Not even in black people in America. They don't even demand anything for their own people.
At all.
So they leave their people fallow.
But
all they need from their people is vote, and then they don't do anything for them.
My brother, it doesn't really work like that. When you say that they are not doing anything for black people, it doesn't work like that.
Okay, then tell me what they are doing then, so that I can understand, because I'm not seeing it.
If you go to the Senate now, probably you have only 3 or 4 black people.
That's a lot.
Eh?
That is a lot, because the Republican Party,
No.
One senator held that Republican Party for a long time to pass one bill.
Listen, I didn't say the Senate or the Democrat, the Republican or Democrat. I'm saying in total, out of 100 senators,
yes,
you probably have only 4 of them. When you talk about filibuster,
and you should have more if it is representative.
When
you should
you
have
talk
more.
about filibuster, that is a different story. That somebody can talk for 24 hours so that he passed time. That is not what we're talking about.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. That they require his votes to get something done, and he will block them. I think maybe that was the Democratic senator. Actually, there was a Democratic senator too. A president wanted to get something done, and he blocked the vote. Even the Obamacare, most of the people that made that Obamacare not to be as inclusive as possible were Democrats. They were blocking it.
Who told you? Obamacare was the best thing that happened to America, and the best thing that happened to white people, and that is the reason why it's still in existence up to today.
Yes, but the problem is that when it was being passed, it would have been more generous. It would have been more like that of many other countries. But the problem was that the Democrats were blocking it.
What is wrong with it?
What is wrong with it is that the premiums can go very, very high.
Who told you that?
Because the facts are out there. I don't know.
I mean,
even Obama admitted. Even Obama admitted that he lied about it.
What you're just talking about is what I'm dealing with every day.
I don't know, man. Obama admitted that he lied about the premiums not going up.
It's so tamper-proof that even Trump could not take it down. You know why?
You know why? I know why. Okay, you tell me yours. I'll tell you mine.
Let me tell you why. The biggest beneficiary of Obamacare is white people. And that is the reason why it's still in existence. You know why? Before Obamacare came, if you have a company to get insurance, if you have a company of maybe 5 or 6 people working under you, to get insurance, you cannot make it. Because in the 90s, our family owned a company. To get insurance with the deductible is over $20,000, but your premium individually in that setting where you have only 6 employees is over $1,000 a month. But guess what? Obamacare made it so possible that if you own a company in America, it's easy for you to go to marketplace and buy insurance without worrying about it. And your premium is so cheap that even the coverage in medicine and the seeing doctor is so cheap. Some people hump from their employer's insurance and go to marketplace to buy insurance because it's cheaper.
Okay,
so
good.
Forget about what we're talking about TV, Obamacare, talking about TV. The reality is that a lot of white people own companies, small-scale company.
I understand that. See, from my
that is
point
the
of
reason
view,
why it works.
From my point of view, what I gathered was that I think to an extent you are correct for what you said. It aligns with what I wanted to say. That the information I got was that healthcare was so expensive for our African Americans or African Americans. I mean, that sometimes they can even go bankrupt, because of health issues if
That
they don't
is not
have
true because
the necessary.
a lot of African Americans are in Medicaid.
No, sorry, I'm not talking about this in African American. I'm talking about all Americans actually. That that healthcare was becoming a big body whereby if something happens to a member of the family, they could go bankrupt because they have to pay a lot of money to treat that member of their family. So
what you said,
because they were not insured,
is where we are right now. Even with that insurance, like for example, I have
you're talking about the deductibles, isn't it? It's still quite high now.
That
that is the problem, and that's why I say that's my point.
That
That's why I was
does not have
saying
anything to do
Obama.
with
No, hold on. See, even Obamacare doesn't cover everybody. The reason why those things happened was because of the Democratic senators. They prevented it from happening. They blocked it. That's the point I was trying to make. Now you have gotten to where I'm getting to. Now you mentioned the deductibles being very, very high, and not everybody being actually covered, which is the normal universal healthcare system. That's how it's supposed to be.
It wasn't designed to cover everybody.
But it should. That was the goal Obama was going for. They prevented him from doing it.
That is not true. The Obamacare was not designed to cover everybody because the reason why is that your employer is supposed to offer you insurance.
That's the idea. They say, but if your insurer cannot afford it, you can get it easily,
and that is
very cheap. Why. And if you cannot afford it, we will make it easy. We will provide you the resource to go and get it. That's what Obama was selling.
And that is what him from Obamacare is doing. If you don't get Obamacare on marketplace, actually it's affordable care. Forget about them. They need Obamacare. It's affordable care. And that affordable care, if you don't qualify, if you have a company, you can go to a marketplace and buy. Then if you are people of poor background, you can go to your Medicaid, which is provided by state.
Yes, and I think if I'm not mistaken, it's for more elderly people, not necessarily for poorer people.
There is a Medicare and there is a Medicaid.
Okay, Medicaid. Yeah.
Medicare is federal, which for people of 65 and above.
And the Medicaid, it covers all kinds of illness, and you don't need insurance.
Yeah, Medicaid is paid by state.
And you don't need insurance to get that.
Actually, you don't pay anything. You don't pay.
And do you get the normal kind of care that other people get?
They get a better care. You know why? I guess I'm a pharmacist. In that setting, in my setting, people, let's say for example, there's a generic and brand drug. Medicaid will cover brand drug for poor people than giving them generic. But me that are paying the tax that pay that Medicaid cannot afford to get that. That is American system. If you work hard in America, you get penalized. That is really the reality. And that is the reason why you see Republicans fight tooth and nail in things they do. For example,
yeah, but they said healthcare in America is not universal, meaning
no,
that not
it can never be
all
universal.
Americans have equal access to
It can
healthcare
never be
services.
universal. It can never be
Then,
universal.
but you're making it sound as if it's universal, though.
No, I'm not making it. I'm telling you, there is 3 types of insurance you can get. The one provided by your employer, affordable care, and the one provided by state, which is Medicaid.
So you are saying everybody has one of them? No, everybody has at least one of them.
No, not everybody.
So whom are the ones that don't have any of them?
People that are not interested in having one.
Whom are those people? Whom are those people that don't want healthcare cover?
Imagine
young people. People
Young
between
people.
25 and 40 years old.
So they don't want health cover. So when they fall ill, they go bankrupt.
Because guess what? They don't want to have insurance and pay for the insurance. But guess what?
This is the point I was trying to make, Nisi, to get you to where I wanted you to get to. That's what I was saying, that Obama wanted to plug all these gaps. The Democrats blocked him from doing these things because Obama wanted to make it universal so that everybody definitely gets the cover.
It doesn't matter who you are. You can never succeed in America making a universal insurance.
Why?
You know why? You know why?
Yeah.
You know why? Once you make it universal, like they play in Canada, that means you set
UK.
That means you said how much the doctor will make, how much nurses will make. You said it.
How do you say that by just giving people health care?
Oh, no. Because when you do universal for everybody, when you do universal, then you determine how much the government will pay the provider. And if a provider doesn't want it, you penalize them.
Who told you that? But that's what's happening now already.
But the only way
the government is not penalizing them.
Provider will survive is to be in that universal system. But America doesn't do something that the government will confine the provider. Because take it anywhere.
But see, the UK have universal healthcare, but the private sector still exists. So it doesn't necessarily prevent private people from doing what they are doing. As a matter of fact, the government can buy it from the private sector. That's what Obama was proposing. Buy from the private sector for the private sector for the people.
In UK, where you are, who determine how much a doctor is paid to? How much?
It's the employers. If the government is the one employing them, they determine how much you are paid. Yeah, it is the employers, isn't it? That's how it works everywhere.
So employer, let's say we talk about employer is the hospital. How does the hospital get their funding, get paid?
In NHS, you're either NHS or you're a private doctor. As a private doctor, you can earn a lot more depending on how you're set up. But within the health industry in the UK, the NHS would have their because there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of administration, and that takes right now a good chunk of the money before wages. And so wages are trickling down for nurses, or they're not staying at the pace for nurses, but doctors are earning pretty well for the hard work they do in the NHS. So whilst there are complaints, we're not America. And if we were America, I believe that we will still have this system. A system that is largely universal. Because what we're talking about, we have to remember, is the health of a working nation. So if in America, the working nation's health is not seen as important by the government, there is a massive issue in the minds of people in the UK, at least.
But UK is one of the countries that get taxed more than anybody, right?
The tax in America is much higher than we pay, much higher, and you work longer hours. I'm telling you.
Really?
You guys are slaves out there, bro.
So let me ask you: somebody that is making about $100,000,
You would earn more. The wages are
hold on,
higher,
hold on,
depending. But your
somebody
taxes are
that
much
is
higher.
making about £100,000 a year, how
Yeah.
much how many percentage do you think goes to
Well,
their tax?
when you're earning that kind of money, it does.
You say what?
45.
45,000, right?
No, 45%.
45%. I use 100,000 to make it easy, which is £45,000, right?
Okay, go on.
Right?
Thereabouts.
Nobody in America.
But
that
their ways rounded.
Say what you're saying. Let me hear.
Their ways rounded though.
Oga Chalo, hold on. What I'm saying, for example, I'm working for a private company.
No, finish, please. Finish your thing on 100 grand. You began somewhere now.
That's what I'm saying. Allow me. I'm making 100 grand a year. I'm making that 100 grand a year. How much percentage of tax would I pay on that 100 grand?
In the US.
Allow
I'm
me.
going to give you
That
the
100
breakdown.
That 100.
Hold on.
That 100 grand is a paycheck, not money you make for business, but a paycheck that you receive.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the normal rate of tax is what you're being paid. Give me the percentage.
No. I'm asking you the percentage that they will.
I don't know. We don't. We're asking you for the American percentage. We've given you the UK percentage.
So let's say somebody's making about 100,000 here. 100,000. You're single. Max you can pay in that 100,000.
Wait, let me give you the breakdown. I'll give you the
Let
exact
him finish.
Not okay. This
Let
is
him
what
finish.
I do.
No, you say what you're gonna say. Let him finish.
Over here, the max, a single person who making about that 100,000, highest they pay 25%.
Highest.
It's not even going to get to 25%.
Okay.
So now talk about UK.
Okay, let me give you the breakdown. Yeah.
Go on.
For 100K, it's broken down to your national insurance and your tax. Okay, that's the major breakdown. So
In
for
the
100K, for 100K, you're going home with monthly 5587.45.
Okay.
That's the exact figure.
On a monthly basis.
Yes, that's what I do.
So you're talking about 100K per year, per month.
Yes, 100K.
So
Yeah.
now say the American one now.
So when you do,
say the American one. Have you got the American stats up there?
No, I can only tell you about
I think you're going to make a comparison. That's why I wanted to hear.
Let me check the UK one.
No, he's just done
the
UK one.
I'm just giving you.
US one.
I'm just giving you UK one to the last. I could tell you the breakdown. Actually, for your national insurance, 459 more or less of 500 goes to national insurance, and then 2,286 goes to your taxation, and your taxable income at the end of the day monthly is 7,285. Yeah, 7,285.
Okay, but the total you get each month, what was the figure you were going with?
What you take home is 5587.45.
What is the gross income then? That's the total that you normally get
The
at first
gross
before the
the gross income is 8,333.
8,333. So altogether, the percentage that 8,333, and then what do you get out of it? That's what do you take home out of the 8,333?
You take home 5587.45.
Okay, 5587. Okay, that's about 3,000. Just about 3,000 off it. So that is equivalent to about 40%, 45% tax that you pay.
That's
And that seems like quite a bit, isn't it, compared to US?
It's
income
quite a
tax.
bit,
I don't know whether they pay any other
however,
thing on income
there are
tax.
ways around it though.
Some
Of
companies
course,
have found
if you
ways
have
around it.
companies, you can
No.
use
No,
it
no, no,
for
no. My
expensive.
point is, if you have a company, it's a different story because there's ways you can avoid tax because there's things you can put to navigate that part. But what I'm talking about, somebody, because the most people that pay tax in every country is the people that get paycheck. Those are the people that pay more. Because if you get paycheck, before you get your check, I don't know how it works in UK. In US, they take their money before they take their money before they give you your balance.
Yes, sir.
So those are the people. That is the reason why middle income people, middle income all the way to upper middle income people are the pillars of America because they work and support America. The people that own businesses can navigate around to bypass that. That is the reason why I'm telling you, UK pay more taxes because of that universal insurance they provide for you. So then if you're married, now that even your percentage of tax might not even look up to 15%. It might not be up to 15% if you're married, because now they're gonna give you credit for how many children you have and stuff like that. Although when you get to certain level of income, that doesn't matter anymore. But if you're around less than 120, that matters. But once you pass 120, that credit doesn't have anything to do with anything, because a lot of people didn't know that until you reach to that level. So the universal system will not work in US because because for them, if they do universal system, you will not be able to attract talent. You will not be able to do things. And that is how it works here. So that is where I'm going. But Obamacare helped a lot. And that is the reason why it's still in system. It helped a lot because the people that benefited on it is people that own their own businesses, small businesses. They have opportunity to go to marketplace and buy the insurance for their little employers, or even their employers, the employees can go on their own and buy buy insurance from marketplace. So that is my point. I'm not saying that American system is better than British system or UK system, but I'm telling you, you can never succeed universal health insurance in America. It's not going to work.
Yeah,
so many people have
US tax is about 20% compared to the UK from the calculations, or if that's the amount you are earning. So they pay less tax than the UK. You know, one thing I noticed about the US is that it's very, very unusual. If I use that same figure now for Canada, you are going to find a higher tax rate, a better healthcare system.
Because Canada do universal health system.
Hold on, because you're not letting me finish what I'm saying. So you see a pattern here. I want to show you. It could be a coincidence, or it could be a fact of life with the way these Europeans like to do things. America is an unusual country for a European nation that is dominated by Europeans. Very, very unusual. The gun culture, the lack of proper health care, the exceedingly low tax rate. That is not normal. All the other European countries have them. And what you find with those European countries is that they tend to have more Europeans in them in proportion. Because America has less of other this in the Europeans in terms of the proportion of other races that are present in America, could be the reason why they are transitioning towards a more aggressive system. Because you see that in the UK too. The UK system used to be more generous before, but the more foreigners show up in the country, the more they move away from that system. And you can even see that in Italy.
But that could be the economics.
It could be the economics, but the other countries remain the same. New Zealand, all of them, they still remain the same, except their immigration is going up too. If you look at the Scandinavian countries, except their immigration goes up, that behavior doesn't change. And if you look at the reasons why they change this system, it tends to be tied to European foreigners coming in too. They'll be like, oh, foreigners are coming to get their
Well,
healthcare
then
system,
that's
their
a direct
benefits.
that's a direct economic argument. Even though you can argue it from other areas, if there are more people impacting the system, which is free, it's obvious it's going to become more expensive. So it would happen in any.
I think it can be an economic argument, but the same people that were there before were able to cater to the economy. So why can't this new one also cater to the economy? They can cater. As a matter of fact, they are more likely to, because you didn't have to educate them from a young age. They came highly educated already, many of them, and they are going to go and work for the system. But yet they turn on them. My point is that the orders seem to remain the same. And if you look at Australia, where they dominate the population there, they maintain very good healthcare system. But watch, when the Chinese grow in population there, they will change it. The same thing in New Zealand, in Scandinavian countries, you see that same pattern. But I was trying to talk about Italy. If you look at even Italy, they said in northern part of Italy, the economy is doing very, very well in the northern part of Italy. And in the southern part is the one that is doing worse. And guess the kind of people that show up in the southern part of Italy. And if you look at the nations, they're always like the UK now. The southern part of the UK is doing well, isn't it? Because the southern part is where most of the economic activity is. But it's that you don't see that in a place like Italy, where you find that the south has the GDP difference between the south and the north for the last about 10 years is 20% point difference in the GDP size between the north and south. So it's a very, very odd relationship. That I feel like maybe it's a coincidence or it's a deliberate thing, because you are looking at America and Canada right next door to each other, totally different cultures. Totally.
See, 100% total different culture, but at the same time, close proximity. But the only difference is that America is, I guess, it's called capitalistic country, where
I gotta go now. So see you
Cheers,
guys
mate.
later.
Thank you for coming in, as always, Tone, and thank you for always, sharing your this thing. I guess you are this, you are the chat people always have this frenemy, this is the relationship,
Until they get sense.
They need to. You guys need to start praising Tone. Tone is one of those kind of people that he's used to people being nice. He's not used to people being rude to each other. So thank you for coming in, Tone.
So the news, what are the news that you guys discussed today that are coming out of Nigeria? Where do we go from here, guys?
I think where we need to go from here, I think it's about time we need to start forming it. You see, Nigerian politicians, they don't have ideology. That's one. They don't have any form of ideology. They don't even have nationalistic ideology. They don't have it. The only ideology is to enjoy
themselves.
That
is the problem. And that is the reason why nobody pays if they misbehave. Because if you have ideology, then that ideology, if you don't meet it up, you will pay the price. As an individual, you're going to lose that position. Somebody who have that ideology will come in and take over and take you and take you out. But because Nigerian politicians do not have any ideology, somebody, if whomever that is ruling today, I can go to that party and join. If it's APC is ruling,
that's
today,
how they can join. They can shift parties so quickly without any questioning, and they can change their behavior. Nobody will hold them accountable because there's no ideology to it.
Exactly,
There's
and
really
that
no
is the reason why when you go to Western world, where if you're in this particular party, there is a structure that says this is what we believe in. And this is, we can't budge on this. We can come in the middle on this. But certain things like in America, when they say Republican, if you call yourself a Republican, right? You're pro-life. It's a core embedded in them. And when they're voting, that is one of the fundamental core things that they vote on. And they say, let's tax.
Yes, they have a very clear agenda. Yeah, can you imagine a Republican president coming and say, "Oh, we want to increase tax"? Everybody will be on, but like, no, you can't do that because they understand their ideology. Exactly, they understand. That's why ideology is important because it sets everybody on the same page
and that
on
is
what
the
is
reason why
expected.
Nigeria will never succeed until the young ones today that is being suffocating wake up and march to every state house, every government office in their state, and walk over there and see that nothing happens until they start listening. Those people over there, all they care about is how much money. I tell people, in the during the time of Obama, there's a Tea Party. The Tea Party came. It's a little caucus, little amount of people, but they were on TV promoting what they wanted to promote. And that Tea Party stopped Republicans, stopped Democrats in moving agenda up. Now, in this election in Nigeria, the Labour Party, they put how many people in total? About 100 people. Those people walked in over there and joined and start singing the same cross, because nobody's asking them, what have you done since we put you over there?
If I can, my brother, you see, again, in listening, and you come to the point of political ideology, of which is highly missing in the Nigerian politics.
100%.
You see, without a political ideology, we're going nowhere. My understanding is that the political ideology of a place called Nigeria should be Pan-Africanism and Afrocentric. If it's not, then it has no way of not joining wholeheartedly the aspects of other cultures and economic policy. Because economic policy is at the base of the said Pan-African philosophy, this now guides you as to how your money is spent. It now asks the political class to form agendas against or for or against this Pan-Africanism and how it works. So therefore, Pan-Africanism across a country like Nigeria, I believe, would allow Nigeria to capture large geographical territories. Firstly, I would say what we call ECOWAS. Secondly, I would say to include the Francophone countries of
Central Africa.
Central Africa by way of a unifying currency. Then there is another two from there, which is the entire Africa, possibly very next, if not the Caribbean, South America, and the Americas, in terms of the political landscape that we fit into quite generally. Upon this, you now have a global machine that works towards your economy. And to me, these things are easy. I've been thinking about them for a long time, but I always see us making the same mistakes. And I don't see anyone being able to fix anything from the authority of a mindset that suggests this is who we are. Because at the end of the day, when we look at the European politics that we marvel over so much, and we see the right and left aspects of their politics, the Labour and Conservative, these are philosophies that are built on in terms of their capitalist political society. So whilst they're speaking about Labour and Conservative, or Liberal and Democrat, whilst they're giving these divisions, they are not really divisions, because largely they're built on capitalist ethos. So the economy is what girds these nations. So we have to understand that we have our economy largely under our feet. We, as a backing, our forefront is our culture and our people. This is what we're selling based on soft power and hard power. and how to now engage these pillars of your infrastructure. Because doing anyway.
You said something about
But
it
before
being
you,
Pan-African,
but
but
before you be Pan-African,
you
sorry,
have to
before
be
you be,
nationalistic first.
you gotta
Otherwise,
first of
your
all
nation has to stand
solve
first.
the inside.
Absolutely, but you see, I agree with that. And where
If you
you
don't
look at
solve the inside, you
a
cannot
country
do.
like Nigeria,
Mhm.
the kind of economy that we have, even in the broken down state that it's in, the recovery that the people and the elements under our ground can build that country to a point of economic strength, a powerhouse.
Exactly.
And this
But the
powerhouse,
problem you have is that
this powerhouse would easily be able to enforce and infuse that same energy into the whole of West Africa that we call ECOWAS politically, and the Francophone countries economically, in changing the currency and making sure we're all under one economic root.
Nigeria have potential to do that. But unfortunately, Nigeria is not going to get there with the current system that we
Of
have.
course not. Of course not. Because of, as I
Because
said, because
even
they're not thinking in this direction.
common states,
Before
I'm from
you make a plan, you have to ask yourself, who are the partners of this plan? Who are the beneficiaries of this plan? Who are the partners of this plan? Once you enforce the people, then you can entertain a geographical aspect of where this economy rides.
Okay.
And you know, we have to be, the strategies are there, but
Everything you
because
said
the
is
thinking,
correct.
because the initial thinking is clearly not there and has never been there since the founding fathers. You know, we
Okay.
may say the founding fathers had an idea, but it
Okay.
seems to me every leader away from that aspect of our
Okay.
polity
Okay.
has not looked at.
Everything you say is correct. But the fundamental problem, just look at the state where you come from. The state where you come from. Somebody become governor of a state. He doesn't make plan for the whole state. He's busy fixing his own local government and said that this local government is not my local government. Because it's not my local government, I don't give a damn about it. I'm from Anambra State. The flood that happened in 2022 swallow the building I was building in the village, swallow it completely. The road to get into my hometown, the bridge that get into my hometown, detach and break into two. If we had about 17 people that died in the boat, it was my area. And that bridge detached and killed those people that are running away. Do you know what our governor, who went to school in Britain, who called himself professor of economics, thinking that he's more intelligent than anybody? Do you know what he said? My people did not vote for him. Because of that, he cannot make it a priority.
But okay, let's allow
So how are we
YarAdua
going
to
to
come
do
in.
pan Nigeria if we cannot even do pan states? Talk less of pan Nigeria, talk less of pan Africa. That is the
It's based on ideology now. That's why ideology comes in. This is why you have to. It's not everybody that will join it. Like somebody's told me this week, it takes just about 3% to transform a nation. If you have a group of people that believe in ideology, that's why I will give anybody that's watching this. Take your time, study other nations. I never really bothered to even look at how some of all these other nations were transformed, how the processes they went through. Study how the people what they went through. You will start seeing the paths that you need to walk to get to where you need to get to.
But you have to be one to have a plan. We are not
That's the
one.
point. Now you have people that see. I say we need to start coming together. We spend a lot of time talking here, forming an ideology that focuses on solving our problem. Ideology is just a collection of ideas on how to solve problems in a country. That's just what it is. So we have to start forming it. And some people you will always have people that have different opinion. If they need to, because from what I gather, they tend to split off. You will say this one goes this way, this one goes that way. but one of them wins out. And because the nation is in the mood for change, these leaders have not delivered. These ideologies, one way or the one of them will win out and take charge, because it's like democracy. One government, one party doesn't have a lot of things to offer the country anymore. Then suddenly a new party just emerges, or the opposition party takes over because the current one doesn't offer much benefit anymore. That's what ideology is. If you create a new ideology, sooner or later, even the ones in office will be exhausted. They will run out of steam. They will surrender, and you will just take over. So it's not always like that. Sometimes you have to fight for it and be quite deliberate about these things. So, but I think we need to start thinking about that, because I used to think that ideology doesn't matter too much. Well, now I understand it's like a container of wishes and goals that the people have. And that is why it's actually quite useful, because everybody will be on the same page. You don't have to have a specific leader. Even if the leader is gone, the ideology remains. Is the infrastructure that actually guides the party or the group of people that needs to do what they need to do. Welcome, this in Jonaba. Yeah, you are free to go on anything really, or you carry on with our ideological discussion.
Janaba, put mouth, make we hear you. I see you, they calculate air.
How are you guys doing this
Very,
evening?
very well, my brother.
All right. I was driving from a city. I was listening on YouTube until I got home before I joined the live one. I think everybody's, I've been listening, everybody's doing well. You don't have to be one to do something. You just have to have one person that have one vision, but you don't have to be one. Everybody is going to be different, but the idea of one person can transform a nation. So, and then the only thing is that you have enough conviction, because what you can visualize, other person may not be able to do that. Everybody have a limitation and interest. So it's disappointing that I think Ike says that simply because the people from his area do not vote for the governor, he doesn't care about what happened there. It's a narrow-minded individual. After politics, whosoever win elections, he emerges to become the father of the state or a nation. You put the differences aside and you do what is right for the whole people. So for him to do that, that happened not only in your area, it happened across Nigeria. In Kogi State, for instance, during the election, just Bello, simply because certain people do not believe or will not vote for him, he started doing road construction in order to make sure that nobody go to that.
Election.
so that is a people who can never make a change, and I hope their conscience hold them captive for what they do.
They don't have conscience.
They do have conscience. They can numb it, whether it's through power or through any substance. But end of the day, the problem you think you are solving or what you are ignoring, or it doesn't matter because you are high in anything, your eyes will clear. But then
these people, what matters to them is the money they will carry and
Yeah.
go abroad. Did you see our ex-governor walking drug in the street of Houston?
Yeah.
In his neighborhood, walking dog.
I know. Yeah.
But he cannot walk dog in Oka.
Yeah.
Or
You see,
he's
that
from
is
Agriere, where he come from.
what is it?
Obiano.
Obiano. Yeah, I know. I live in Texas, so I know, and I know it's in Houston there. But the point is that environment enable these people to do this, and that is why on this channel or any other places you have opportunity to speak out. You educate the people. It's not easy. You can see a fine person, a good-looking guy, well-educated, but then their mentality, they have been robbed of their
Jonaba,
basic
though,
human right.
Jonaba, you said one good person can change a nation. That is true. But if anything happens to that good person before he changes the nation, without an ideology, nobody else will carry on, or they might carry
Yeah,
on, but
that is why. Yeah,
you'll be
you
having.
impart people. You impart people. Now, listen. Look at this. So many people have. You can bring it down to a loyalist. People are loyal and people are committed to some certain thing. Let's use the Christian or whatever the religion, even Islam in Nigeria, for instance. You can go after the head of that group and or remove them or they die, but the ideology or the beliefs still continue, right? So it's about the people knowing where you are taking them to, and they have tested it. What happened in Nigeria, in the new Nigeria or the younger Nigeria, the older Nigerians see good of Nigeria. They see how school work. They see how you work hard. You go to school. You are rewarded. Everything work. The newer generation, they are victim of what the older one couldn't do. So, like I said to someone, I think I mentioned it today, whether in this platform or where I was earlier, there's a guy who have worked and retired in America and went to Nigeria. And then he told, when he came here a few weeks ago, we were talking and said, oh, Nigerians, even a kid in Nigeria is a crook, that 3 to 5 years old child, you send them, they want to rob you. I said, no, they are also a victim because they are a product of the environment. They didn't know better. You can't tell the children in America or any other developed country that you cannot tell them, or they cannot come back and tell you lies. But they see it as a way of life. They see their children, they are young, their older one lie like that. They do that. So that child is a victim because it's a product of the environment. If you guys have lived your life and fight for a better Nigeria, we that follows will not be here. And if we cannot straighten it up, that's when the ideology come by changing things. Like now, it doesn't matter how you look. China. China is doing well. You go and look at the statistics in years to come. How many percentage of them will continue to grow? But there is ideology. So if we want to do that in Nigeria, two things have crippled us, and it's a long walk to freedom. It's religion and tradition, and tribalism. It's religion and tribalism. That okay, even when you have a better idea that you can shape the nation, simply because you are not you do not practice their religion, they may not vote for you, even though whatever you have can make their life better and the next generation. So it's a whole lot of things.
But that is what it's all about. Lack of understanding that religion or tribalism should not play a role on nation building.
It's the backward of the society, the primitiveness of the society that do not understand that none of these things really matters. It
But
doesn't
why
matter.
is it that we that are in diaspora, we leave Nigeria and we go to diaspora and we immerse ourselves into that system and become successful than when we were in Nigeria?
Because
Why?
there is a structure and you have no choice, and you fear of the consequences. Nigeria is a lawlessness country whereby everybody is trying to cut a corner. What you may like to cut it, but when you are caught, it's about consequences. So if you think twice, that even though as smart as you can, you think you can dodge the system, but
So
once you know
it's
that the
difficult
system
for
will
one
catch up with
person,
you.
John Albert, it's difficult for one person. One of the things I understand, even in America, let's take, for example, Martin Luther King. He died, and the legacy he left is what made Black people where they are today. Because based on what you're
Don't
saying,
just say black. Say you make us who we are today. You are
who
also
we are
one of
today,
them.
okay, but in Nigeria, so many places are corrupt for one person to put their life on the line, and no soul wants to put their life on the line for Nigeria to be better.
No, there are a lot of so want to put their lives to Nigerian to be better. It is because Nigerian do not reward those people even when they're gone. They will never be remembered again. So that is the problem. Many Nigerians are still dying as me and you are talking right now, or in prison, or being locked down because of being there. That kind of Nigerian you are talking about. The
But
thing
the
is that the
problem,
Let
Nigerians
me
do not
say,
have a
let me
rewarding
say,
system.
let me say between what you're both saying, which I agree upon a lot, but again, there are words that we need to use accurately because we're falling into that place of raising an issue and letting another issue down by certain utterances, such as, and I know you possibly did not mean it like this, John Abba, but if we take religion and tradition, as you said initially, be that tradition in any people's culture, any ethnic culture, where we talk about Nigeria, inspiration and matters of faith and matters of tradition and religion and tribalism, if you wish, would have to come up because you have to be inspired by something outside of yourself to care enough to allow this energy to pass through yourself in order to wake the people. These aspects of our lives as individuals, as human beings, as Africans, can never be looked over. They are, and they do present a complex, esoteric appreciation in order to be involved or for it to impact the individual in order for it to impact the masses. But this spark, which normally comes from outside of us and enters into our imagination or into our minds, it's needed because.
So I'm gonna say something before I leave.
Sure.
I appreciate you guys. This is my belief system. If Nigeria are gonna be better, to me, they need to start from bottom. The new generation need to start from bottom and build up. What do I mean by that? Let's say we go to a town and elect a young person as a councillor. Each town elect young person as a councillor. And after that, one of those people that did well, we elevate them to local government chairman. Then we continue building from local government chairman to house or
That's of rep.
Yeah, start from the bottom and make it a 10 to 20 years goal. The problem we Nigerians have is that we don't have long-term goals. And that is the reason why even when we go to Western world, that is the reason why you will see a Nigeria dupe America, for example, in healthcare, dupe them $20 million in 2 years, and they get caught and they get locked up forever. But you will see somebody in American system dupe America or Medicaid or whatever, or Medicare, 20 million in 20 years. They do it under the radar. I use that example. It might be a bad example. We Africans, we Nigerians, then I'm an Igbo man. When I talk to my young people, people of my age, people of younger than me, people that I mentor, I say in your life, you have to have a long-term goal. With those long-term goals, you put short-term goals to build up to that, to obtain or achieve that long-term goal. For me, I believe in 20 years goal. That is me. I have done it 2 times already. I'm in the second one because I'm in 50s. I'm in 50. I'm in early 50s now. For me, if you cannot establish long-term goal for this nation called Nigeria and put place short-time goals to obtain that long-term goal, Nigeria will never go anywhere. Me and you, John Abba, you say you live in Texas, right?
Yes.
In Texas, everything they do, I live in Texas. I've been living in Texas for over 30 years. Everything we do in America, even when they pass law, they say how many trillion in 10 years, how many trillion in 20 years. They didn't say how many trillion today or 1 year from now. Everything they do is a long-time goal. And they put structures in place to make it to happen. But the problem I have with the leaders that are in Nigeria, 80% of them have gone to Western world and educate in Western world, and they go home instead of use what they have learned in Western world to do it in Africa or in Nigeria, where they come from. Guess what? They go over there and become worse than the people that are there. So, for me, Nigeria is in a state of unrepairable. Nigeria is in a state of unrepairable until these kids, these young kids, because me, when I was young, things were better, but they were saying it's bad. In the 80s, things are bad. In the 90s, they keep on saying things are bad, things are bad. Today, things are very, very bad.
Things are worse, right?
So the only way, and once something go up in Nigeria, it doesn't come down. Once something go up, it never. I haven't seen anything that went up that come down, both in the price, both in everything. But there's a mindset in Nigeria. That mindset of criminality is now embedded in us. Young people looking for somebody to steal from. Nobody want to work hard. Old people looking for somebody to steal for. I was in Nigeria. Somebody was on the phone talking to somebody in America, telling them that he's in the bed, in the hospital, in the bed, that he needs this amount of. He's telling a family member he's in the bed, and the doctor said that they cannot see him until they pay 100,000 naira. I was like, really? You are not in the bed, you are scamming your family member. Because guess what? All of us that went abroad now, once you cross Ikeja airport and they arrive and somebody say you confirm that you have arrived, now money is on the tree where you're going to grab it. So for me, Nigeria is a place I love. I frequent Nigeria all the time. I go to Nigeria 4 times in a year. I love Nigeria because there is something about that country that I love that makes me, it doesn't matter how I hate what is happening. Every quarter, I always want to go there because I love it and it structures me. In the next life, I will be a Nigerian. I will be an Igbo man. I will still come from the same state where I come from. Irrelevant of how many years I have lived in West, Nigeria is the greatest country on earth. I'm telling you, if our leaders, or if they didn't took us the wrong path, it is the greatest country. Because once you get out of the plane, you realize I'm home. And there's no place like home. That's me. That is my opinion. It's the greatest country on earth. And to God be the glory. My children love Nigeria. My children, I'm trying to go home this season. My children are begging me, Dad, can we go? Because they go often and they love Nigeria. My daughter was 16 years old, flying from Texas all the way to Nigeria with no fear. Stayed 2 months in Nigeria for summer and fly back on her own. During her prom, she wear complete Nigerian dress to go to prom. And when she went to prom, she put this thing women put. She took her mom's is it horse tail? She put it like that to go to prom here in US because of loving being from Igbo, loving that country. But unfortunately, that country still disappoints me every day because of nonsense those leaders are doing.
Thank you,
It's
Ike,
so
for your
terrible.
submission.
Thank you,
And,
guys.
Yes, so we like that.
thank
We
you
like that
for you
submission,
being
brother.
a proud dad and a proud
Yes, so
Nigeria. And it's encouraging to hear you that even if you are to come the next life, you want to be an Igbo man, you want to be a Nigerian. It's very encouraging. But one thing I will remind you is that no country in the world that the leader is the one that shaped the vision, is the people. Because it is the people that say enough is enough. The elite all over the world, they have a similar character to oppress, to deny others, or to use them for their own gain. But the people have to rise above it to come to the realization that these people, they are no different than us. You talk about Martin Luther King and every other activist around the world. They do not change the government. They speak to the citizens to rise up. So it is all of us to rise up against and change the system, because the 1% or any number, the lower percent you can get from any nation that oppresses their people, they will never change until the people, and when they see the change on the people, let me tell you a simple thing. When the EndSARS happened, Tinubu run out of Nigeria. It is when they clear it and he think the country was safe, he returned. If happened that momentum was kept on, and the people that are supposed to protect the people, that they were used against the people to silence them. If those people do their job, Nigeria will be a different place by now, and we will have a new song. But I pray all hope is not lost, that one day there will be that kind of momentum that the people will say enough is enough. And I think it's very close. Thank you.
well said. Well said. Well, yes. Let me also add my good night one, because I think we just realized that there's a deep empathy for ourselves as individuals in a space that we love called Nigeria. And for all the ills and problems that we have with that country, there is no other country. And there is no better country to love. We've just got to, I don't know, keep our praise high and keep our spirits high in the midst of so much upheaval, so much craziness. And I just hope that somehow we as men are able to settle, men and women of Nigeria are able to settle the ills of the nation in order to move forward. I would just want to leave it there, because it is a bittersweet pill being a Nigerian, no doubt. So I say good
Thank you,
night
brother.
on that note.
Thank you, brother. Thank you,
Thank
brother. I will see you again, and I hope a forefather can come and end it.
I'm sure
And
Orthodox is sleeping.
Yeah, he tried, and
You don't try.
thank you for always being a voice out there. It's very unique. Wish you a good morning. I think it should be early morning over there,
Indeed,
and
it is.
hopefully
4
I
o'clock.
see you shortly for the Sunday program. God bless you.
God bless you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Right.
Hello there. Hello there. Yeah, I would like to close out now. Sorry, I was away, and I guess I would just close out while they have all gone. Yeah, I would just call out the names in the chat, and so that we can just round up very quickly. Yemi Ade Kola, Chioma is there. Horsefall, I see you there. Missing in action. Yeah, I guess I was missing in action. And yep. Let's see who else is there. Jajon is there. Ego Ebegu is there. And let's see. Let's see who else is there. Oga, I see you there. Troublemaker Oga. You're always having a go. Let's see. Oluwaseun Aki, and then Olumide is there. Hi, Beauty 10. Welcome. Let's see. Bless One, AB, Fumio, Kando, Peace Patrick, Kando again, Fumi, and one man went to more. Let me say thank you. Wow, there's a lot of list here. I can't go through them. From Kolata to Alexander Gomez. I thank you all for coming in. I'm sorry for disappearing. I didn't know when they all left. But till next time, which is tomorrow, we'll see you again.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.